Making sure I'm audible. Do I hear myself? Oh, I don't even have the audio on. That would help. Do I hear myself? Oh, I sound amazing. Wow. Isn't that nice? Okay. Enough. Hello, everybody. Welcome. I'm live. It's a live stream. It's real. It's all happening. It's another reading stream. I see Lapusha in the chat, and I assure you, I've got Manhunt right here. And am I happy with how yesterday's stream went? You mean that was like 2 nights ago, right? Yeah, it was awesome. The 4-hour one, the one about Null. That was maybe my favorite show I've ever done. I haven't listened to the whole thing back yet. I listened to the first half of it, and then Bird got home from work, and we both slept for the rest of the night. I had to sleep off all that alcohol and driving. But I feel refreshed now. I feel like I've been reborn, a new monster in a new body, ready for a new hell. like this fucking book will take me to some new hell. Anybody who wants me to read anything, I'll do it. I got the whole wide world of the internet here. I wonder where this is. How do I find out where this is? Oh, I see. This person like won a whole ass award for submitting this picture, I guess. I mean, I feel like I could take a picture like this. Can I win an award-winning picture for taking a cool place and just a photo of a neat place to use as a backdrop? How do I fucking find out where this is though? Why doesn't it tell me where it is? God damn it. The Microsoft desktops tell me where they are. Speaking of Lapucia, I haven't seen that yet, so let's go check it out. The other night, biggest problem in the universe, they stream from like 9 to fucking 1 in the morning, 9 p.m. to 1 in the morning. So I was planning to stream last night one way or another. Originally I wasn't sure. I was like, should I just run at the same time as them? Because I'm going to have to stay up all night if I don't. But then I was like, but I want to see the show. I want to know what their take is. And especially because Vito was making it out like on Twitter, like he was going to go super ham. And then the show happens and he's being all coy about it. And it's not that I don't think he's planning to do something. He's just like keeping it really on the down low for some reason. So I was like, well, okay, if Vito's not going to come out and be like the really angry one about this, don't worry, I got you covered, But yeah, I haven't.
Cyphers and Suck this for 25.
I haven't
so
seen them try to figure
this
out yet.
Girl Aklovich for 5. Happy Hogus, everyone. Make sure to leave an entire turkey and a gallon of milk for him to feast on in exchange for your family's lives. Steve for 5. Happy Oinktoberfest. Zicky Zacky.
Oink, 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 oink. Oh my God, that's Oinktoberfest.
See, you didn't want me to read them. You didn't want me to read them.
Zicky, oink, oink, oink.
This is going to take the sound away
for 5. How can he DMCA strike people if he doesn't own the right? Anyone in the chat know how to raid someone? Because I would be perfectly fine with raiding right now. Do I type a thing in? Because anybody in the Discord know how to raid?
That fucking Brandon guy is such a pussy. That sports Brandon guy.
I think it might be in the back end, actually.
What a bitch ass.
A lot of bitch asses going on. A lot of bitch asses.
If that guy stepped to me like that, I'd knock his eyes straight.
Lapucia, I appreciate you saying now you don't have to pay to promote yourself. You can get other streams to raid you. I guarantee you that they would not have done this had I not made 4 different donations during this stream, basically egging them on to promote my stream afterwards. I haven't really done anything to promote the fact that I do live streams again, anywhere. So the only way I really can is going on other people's shows to talk about my live stream show, which until I changed the name of my channel to just be my name was very complicated because it's like I'm Trixie the Golden Witch, but my shows are always different shows, like Comments on Comments or We Watch Anime, this and that. So like it gets difficult for people to actually find my shit. And I've just been trying to unify all my branding under the name Trixie the Golden Witch so that it's easier to find because I'm actually trying to basically be like a person in the public sphere again. For the last 4 years, pretty much, I've only been really speaking to my audience. I haven't really tried to grow my audience because I don't think that it's difficult for me to figure out where do I fit in the broader culture of the internet. I used to be like the anime guy, like that was Digibro, the anime guy. That was pretty much what allowed me to get onto every podcast I got onto. Was like I was the representative voice of otaku for the internet for a couple of years. And then I just kind of I'm not that person anymore. You know, I'm not interested in being the anime guy. I'm interested in being whatever Trixie the Golden Witch is, which is a lot less specific. It's a lot harder to pin down, but I think that the more I'm out there, like if I'm just streaming all the time, you can all you got to do is tune in a little bit. You're going to get a sense of who I am. You're going to figure it out. I think I make my values pretty clear. I make a lot of like really over the top statements about my values so that I can make them extremely clear. You know, I don't try to be nuanced about it because I don't think people can understand nuance. I try to really just, you know, blow up the spot with my personality. So, you know, I wanted people to know, I wanted their viewers to know I was going to be streaming later so that they would stay up, stay up all night, because this stream was 4 fucking hours long. It went from 9 to 1 a.m. Plenty of people probably would have just gone to bed. You know, they would have just gone to bed if they had not known that I was going to do a show afterwards. But I kept saying it like every hour of the show, basically. I think unintentionally, it probably was like every hour. Where first I was like, I'll be talking about Null, I'm taking his retard gem, you know, and then it was which if you don't know what that's about, it's Dick Masterson's been doing this thing where he's Thanos, and instead of the Infinity Gems, it's the retard gems. He's got Maddox and Eric July. I want Null's retard gem. You know, maybe I'll give it to Dick when I'm done with it, but I just want it for a time. I want to be the one to collect it. We'll put it that way. I will collect Null's retard gem. After that, Dick can do whatever he wants with it. Maybe that will come in the form of a Chris Chan medallion. Almost certainly it will be inside of one of them. We got to crack open all the Chris Chan medallions and figure out which one's got fucking Null's retard gem inside of it, because it's definitely in there. Chris Chan is the Infinity Glove itself. So eventually Chris will also have to be collected to wield all of the retard gems in order to achieve basically switch over to the Chris, like the universe, whatever is it, the dimensional shift. This is how Chris's dimensional shift will happen. So so that's the gimmick here of me collecting. So that was the first chat I had sent, and then I said something to the effect of like, you know, I'm going to be streaming later. You should try to raid me. They were like, I don't know how to do it, but I'll try to figure it out. And the only reason I knew that this could happen is because Vito is there, and Vito would want to know how to do this. I figured Vito was going to want to, like, if he didn't already know, he either knew or he would want to know. Dick doesn't care. Dick does not try to learn new technology to help people like this in these kinds of situations. I knew that Vito would be like, oh, you know, well, Trixie's cool. I want to be able to raid her if she's streaming right after us. I'll figure this out, you know? So I'm lucky. Well, actually, I mean, I sent the 4th message basically just to remind again that I was there, because I knew he would read it right at the very end of the show, and therefore it would remind him at the last minute that he might be able to do a raid. So I was very tactical with the timing on these super chats. This is all in the name of psychologically manipulating Vito into actually raiding my channel, with no prior planning.
Say, hey, laser eyes, why don't I knock those fucking eyes straight?
How to raid on YouTube. Is it a /raid command?
/raid?
I want to do it. Let's figure out how to do it. Someone in the Discord posted, or I'll look it up real quick. We're going to send you guys over to another show. Thanks again for coming by. We love you, and we want to be able to, of course.
You have to set it up, it says.
No, but we did set it up. I'm pretty sure I did.
Oh, look, there's a Miss Piggy.
Raid YouTube stream, ads live redirects. How do I live redirect? How to use live to YouTube Studio? God damn it. Under redirect.
Wait a minute. I need to go back and look at that. I can't remember if I should. No, I'm not in this list. I'd be on the Dick Show's High Roller patrons. I actually am not a patron of the biggest problem.
Under redirect. And
I probably should be.
Quick videos. Under where to direct viewers, click select. Okay. Hold on.
Go for it.
Where's the edit? Edit.
Right there.
Okay.
Here, zoom out.
Under where to direct viewers. We might have to add your channel.
Fucking stop.
Now that I don't make most of my money through Patreon. I feel like the best way I could use my Patreon money is just to give it to all of the other creators that I like that are on Patreon. I can't afford to do this right now because I really don't have very much money at all. But I do still patron a lot of people in spite of that. And I'm sure I will only patron more as I can afford to.
Stop.
Okay.
There.
I hope everyone's having fun.
What the fuck?
Paid promotion, altered content, automatic chapters, tags.
So now whatever Vito's doing is concerning Dick. He's like, wait, what are you trying? What's happening?
Redirect, add redirects.
Okay.
No, that's just going to send people
No.
to a video. All right, well, you screwed up. But guys, go to Trixie, the Golden Witch. Trixie, you have to tell us to do this ahead of time because we don't know how to do it. Guys, Trixie, the Golden Witch on YouTube. Head on
I
over,
didn't
'cause
know
have
you
no
didn't
idea what
know.
I'm
I'm
doing.
sorry, Vito.
Thanks for coming by. We had a great
Well,
show.
Let's see how to do
I
it.
think we hit some
How
to live redirect.
Dick's just like,
live
well,
redirect. Live redirect.
if we're ending the show anyway, what the fuck's the point of
Oh.
not going through with this? Yeah, let's do it. That would
Okay.
be. I don't want to blue ball this
I
now.
guess who cares if the show drags on a little at the end? It doesn't
Yeah.
matter. Got any music? Play some
You
music.
weren't worried about it. You're dragging it the entire time. Now you're worried about it with this shit.
Well, I thought I could quickly figure it out.
Oh man.
I mean, I have the information. It just doesn't make sense. I think you
How
have
to enable?
Hey there, I'm Yuna Estrella, and today
Okay.
I'll teach you how to send your YouTube
It's
studio
funny,
page
like
and go
this is only a few minutes, but it does feel like awkwardly very long because it's just them like, trying to figure something out they don't know. It's just the opposite vibe of what a show normally is. It's funny to see it. Because like when the raid actually happened and when I finally got all these guys, I'd only been streaming for like 5 minutes and I had been like playing music and stuff, giving myself time to let people filter in from the other show. So, when they came in and they were like, oh, they had to do a whole thing of learning how to do it. I was like, it's only been 4 minutes. How awkward and long could it have been? Much more than you would think, especially at 1 a.m. I'm sure this felt like, oh my God, just send us over there. I'm sure a lot of people went to bed. I mean, they had like 1,500 viewers or something, and I think I got 200 in the raid. So
to settings.
Okay.
Then go to the community tab and scroll down.
Okay.
Go to the community tab.
Settings.
No. On our main thing.
Stop fucking mousing it. Close. Back. Settings. No. All right.
Down to the live page and go to sound to receive raids. You must go to your YouTube studio page and go to
Okay. YouTube.
I know how to get to it. Do you want me to do it?
No. I
whatever
don't.
that tutorial video was sounded so obnoxious.
You had your chance.
From the customization tab.
settings.
God damn it.
Then go to the community tab and scroll.
Okay.
the fucking boop noise just drives me crazy.
Settings.
That one. Customization.
No, it said community tabs.
Nobody's
I don't have
watching
that,
this. We're not
man.
going to have anyone to send it over.
I don't have a community tab. What the fuck?
Everybody's
you dumb
leaving.
YouTuber?
Scroll down
Bitch.
to the live redirect.
Settings.
Then go to the
okay.
community tab and scroll down to the live
So
redirect.
there is
channel,
some chance I
uploaded
would have had a much
drafts?
bigger raid had
is
they
the
known
wrong
how to do it
thing.
before.
What the fuck? I swear to God, if that mouse moves, I'm gonna fucking lose it. Settings. Community. Got it. Okay.
section.
Live redirects. Community. Live redirects.
Can I just, by the way, talk about how amazing both of their shirts are? They never address the shirts they're wearing on the show. So I'll do my little analysis. Dick's wearing R.I.P. Diddy, sentenced to death, drowned by Bussy. I killed Biggie because he wasn't down to fuck. Just probably the best statement on the whole Diddy situation imaginable. And then Vito is wearing Kratos from God of War as a Cabbage Patch Kid. It's always like they're on the same generational and comedy wavelength, but with opposite energies. Of Vito is like taking something edgy and making it pleasant, and Dix is like just the most over the top, like in your face edgy it could possibly be, you know? I love it.
Under redirect, click add.
I have shirts
No,
in
this-
both
this
categories
This means I've just already
too.
set it up.
Live redirect.
already set it
All
up.
channels can redirect.
And channels I subscribe to can redirect to my content. Okay, so that means
There are 3 options you have for receiving rates
this is for
Okay.
receiving, not for
that
sending.
you have put on an approved list. If you want to
receive
receive
rates.
a
Even I
live
can't
set from
do
YouTube
this.
Studio, hit it and scroll.
Redirect add. Hit add. Okay, so we have yeah. Wait, yeah, that's it. Click it.
Imagine not
Click that
just
one.
going over to my channel as opposed to sitting there watching them do that.
And save.
Okay.
And now when we end the stream, it should go there. Now we just end the stream.
You can either add your own video to redirect to,
Okay.
That
or
voice
you can
is so
redirect
annoying.
to another streamer's video.
Okay.
Yeah.
And your
Button. Out. There we go. Yeah, look, it's gonna do it.
Hey, it worked.
All right.
Don't do it. Keep screwing around. That's the best comment. All right, amazing. That really did feel unbelievably long for like 7 minutes of problem solving. Jesus Christ. All right. Bonnie Pop, that sounds like a good time being in Japan. Okay, are we going to do it? Lapusha, do you want me to read this book? Or are you tapped out today? I'll encourage anybody else who wants to pay me to read something. I'll read literally anything for $1 a page or 350 words, which is about a page usually. Otherwise, I will find more videos to watch. Oh, did you already pay me for the next chapter of the book? Is that the case? Because if so, I could just do that. I forget these things. I don't have a good record of what has been paid for, you know? So I will definitely need you to remind me if you've paid me for stuff on different streams. Would you use my $10 to look into some music controversy I found out about? Okay. Sure. What are we talking about here? So it's $10 you already sent me, but you would rather, instead of it going towards the next 10 pages, to go towards this music controversy, is what you're saying. Yeah, we can do that. But what do I need to look for? While you let me know about that, Jesus Christ. Oh, that is some virulent nihilism. Vlad Babasha was performing as the opener for a Coldplay concert, but got booed off. That sounds hilarious. In Romania. Okay, so what do I need to look? Is there like a video about this I need to watch or something? Why did this happen? Why did they hate him so much? Just because he sucks, or like all of this information
Primul
is
concert Coldplay a împărțit România în două. Trupa a interpretat o melodie cu un invitat care a surprins, Babasha, cântăreț de manele și cel mai ascultat artist al
there's no
momentului întreg.
subtitles. Is there a video in English about this? Maybe. They hate him because he's a Romani or gypsy. Oh, so it's a racial thing. Oh. Did I spell his name wrong just now? No, Vlad Babasha. Is this a Google problem? It is a Google problem. Amazing. Google doesn't want this information out there. Coldplay's musical guest in Romania booed after singing Manele. British rock group Coldplay invited Romanian Manele singer Babasha to perform on stage alongside the band's lead singer during their first concert in Bucharest on June 12th, a moment which was met with boos from the audience and raging debates afterward. Around 50,000 people attended the famous band's first concert in Bucharest on Wednesday night. Babasha is currently #1 on YouTube trending in Romania. Google really is suppressing this story because I couldn't find this so easily. Like, before inviting him on stage, Coldplay's lead singer said he chose him after hearing him sing on the street recently. When I landed yesterday, 2 days ago, I wandered the streets and heard this band singing so beautifully on the street. Then I looked at the music charts in Romania and was impressed because there are so many wonderful artists. Maybe you don't understand what kind of people you have in Romania. It's incredible, said Chris Martin, quoted by Digi24. When Babasha started singing on the stage of the National Arena in Bucharest, part of the audience began to whistle loudly while another part applauded. However, by the time his moment ended, the crowd booed loudly. Chris Martin, Coldplay's lead singer, continued to sing alongside him and encouraged him. The moment from the concert quickly went viral and sparked many comments from dissatisfied spectators. The Manele could have been left out. We have something more that represents us as Romanians and Romania. I'm sorry he was booed. It wasn't him who was booed, but the tactic, said one fan, cited from Digi24. Whoever wants to listen to a certain genre should go to that concert. I understand Coldplay's attitude of inclusion, but it's not to my taste. The audience can't be judged for acting honestly. They didn't come for anything else but Coldplay, another added. Interesting selective quotes that they chose there, like very middle of the road, but ultimately against what happened, like trying to present like the most reasonable opposition, you know. A video of Babasha's performance during the Coldplay concert in Bucharest below. We just watched that. Babasha also reacted after the concert on social media. In a video, he said, I don't want people to think I'm taking advantage of this, and I'm not in a position to talk about such things. I leave it to people to judge the situation as they see fit. But what I must say is that Coldplay wanted to have a moment with a Romanian artist for their concert, and they looked at the music charts and saw me. They personally contacted my agents. I suddenly found myself in this situation, and I don't know how many of you would have refused such an opportunity. Because we're talking about a completely different level, and regardless of all the boos in the world, I still would have accepted because something like this is once in a lifetime, he added. Babasha also said that a Manele got a bad name in Romania because of racism. Babasha, whose real name is Vlad Babasa, is 22, originally from Bacău. I don't know how to pronounce these words. I'm sorry if I fuck them all up. And is currently very popular on multiple audio streaming platforms. The song Pai Na, released by Babasha 11 days ago, has over 6.7 million views on YouTube, a popular platform among Manele performers. Coldplay is known for integrating local artists and artistic moments in concerts during their tours. Last year, the band invited young Australian Afropop artist Adrian Dzvuk to perform with them in front of a large audience despite being virtually unknown. Manele has always been one of the most controversial music genres in Romania. It is mainly played by Roma musicians, and some dislike this style because they say it comes with a rather superficial message. The incorrect use of grammar in text is another aspect mentioned, which results in Manele being often associated with a low level of culture. Lyrics often make reference to the use of violence, money, and luxurious cars, and include blatant sexism and misogyny. Okay, so now I as I was reading that paragraph, all of the pieces were getting put together, and I was understanding this is rap music. This is Romanian rap music. This is the same thing as bringing a rapper on stage in America. Nonetheless, Manele are still popular in Romania, being usually played at weddings or other family celebrations and parties, and the artists gather large crowds at concerts. The trending music section of YouTube in Romania is also dominated by Manele at almost every point. Coldplay's concerts in Bucharest are a highlight of the city's cultural agenda this year. The two events broke all records, marking the fastest sellout for a stadium show in the history of live music in Romania. I'm going to tell you, I can translate this situation in my mind perfectly because I have been to a Coldplay concert. I don't like Coldplay. Actually, I made a whole if anybody remembers Things We Can't Get Into from the PCP, I rapped about this. God damn it. Yeah, this one.
Look at the stars, look how they shine for you, and everything you do. Yeah, they were all yellow. I came along, I wrote a song for you, and all the things you do. And it was called Yellow. So then I took my time. Oh, what a thing to have done. And it was all yellow.
Your skin, oh yeah, your skin and bones. There's something beautiful.
And you know I love you so. You know I love you so.
Oh shit. I don't want to have to see my face, but I want the lyrics on the screen. I think I had the lyrics on the screen.
You know I love you so.
Rolled up at Coldplay in 08. Songs weren't great, but the stage play made an impression.
Yes, in the old light bulbs at the show. Never give us a listen, but here's my position. I need some invention, not iteration of the basics of emotion for basic reaction. Some action, suburban the verse, suburban the curse is to spit. On a cleaned up, clean cut show for the verb and I dance with the kids. I need some legit, but that's neither here nor there, cause the real subtext of this is a bit. We're shadowing the hell to come. It's a totally complete piece of shit. So sit back, motherfucker, get lit, cause this podcast is long as fuck. And you definitely want to quit.
So that's kind of my take on this situation, actually, is imagine if they had brought me on stage to rap at the audience. I'd have gotten booed off stage. Imagine, though, what really would have happened, because I saw them, like I said, in 08, because my dad won tickets to something, I don't know, like a radio contest or work thing. He always ends up with random tickets to shit. So he had some tickets to Coldplay. My mom was like, I'm absolutely not going to a Coldplay concert. So I went, and it was the weirdest show I've been to in the sense that it had the least edgy of an audience, where I've been to lots of shows. I'm used to it being a bunch of goths and, I've mostly been to metal shows. So, and rock, places where people are mostly wearing the weirdest clothes they have because they're going to a fucking show. And Coldplay was families, white bread boomers and people in pink polos and slacks. It was the whitest, the least wearing black audience I had ever seen. And it was really weird. And the show, all their music fucking sucks, but the pageantry of it was off the rails. They had all this crazy technology, just whatever was available to take with them on a tour and fuck around with, they had it, made a giant fucking mess, blasting fucking paper cranes or whatever all over the audience and shit. So yeah, they spend a lot of money on their stage shows. And I'm just imagining them coming through America. They're a British band coming to America, putting on this show and being like, ooh, let's look at the charts and see what's relevant in the USA. Oh, Kodak Black, we'll have him step on stage with us. And that crowd would have booed Kodak Black off stage. No question. So yeah, I think the same thing would have happened anywhere they go, because frankly, Coldplay's audience is just like, I don't think it's even necessarily a white thing so much as wherever they go, they are going to be they're going to be appreciated by like the most boring, white bread people, not necessarily white people, white bread people, I can't say the word on YouTube at risk of hate speech, but that type of person. The type of person that boos off somebody because of, quote, they use slang. Like this person, their genre is unpopular because they use slang and sometimes have like misogynistic themes. And I'm like, but it's really popular with the people on YouTube. It's literally rap music for Romanians is what I'm getting out of that. Well, anyway, that was interesting. So thank you, Lapucia. If that satisfies your curiosity of my feelings on that subject, that is an interesting story. And I do think the same thing would happen anywhere they went if they just picked, I also think it's just really pretentious of them to be like, oh, well, we're this big band beloved by rich people, and we're going to take this low culture, street performer and put him up on a big stage. And like the way that guy's looking at it is like opportunity of a lifetime. But like, it's, he's like, oh, well, you're saying you wouldn't have done the same. And I'm like, well, no, because I would have expected this result, because I know this isn't my audience. And I know that I know who Coldplay's audience is. I know I'm not just going to, I know I'm not just going to automatically translate to that audience because I know who that audience is, and that's even what I was saying in that yellow video clip. I was like, there's no way that those white bread people would like what I'm about to do here. I will clip this segment later, Lapucia, if I remember. I really need editors. I need people to take clips from my videos because it takes too much additional time on top of being live all the time, unless I do it live, but I can't take a clip from the live I'm currently doing while I'm doing it, Also, like YouTube takes like a whole day to process these things to the point where I can download them, which is annoying. I know I need to, there's a video I plan to edit out of this one. I should just be able to like download this. And because I recorded that System of a Down. I think that's when you gave me that $10, actually, Lapucia, is during this. It's when I was doing the System of a Down video. And I was like, I'll do that later. This isn't a reading stream. This is an Artism Fit stream. And then I was going to do another stream later that night, not expecting that Riley was going to get arrested in the middle of his stream, because I was planning to stream snipe him. So just to account, like, for anybody who like didn't see any streams that night about what was going on when Riley got arrested, like, he was at this meetup and he had encouraged everybody to stream snipe him. Like, he wanted everybody else's stream to be watching his stream to see what would happen at that event. And so while he was streaming, Ethan Van Sciver was watching his stream. On the Trashcast, the Drunken Peasants were watching his stream. Frog Tony was watching his stream. And I had all of these tabs open, including Riley. So I had 4 tabs going between what people are saying about his stream and actually watching the stream myself, talking about it with Bird. And my expectation was that all of those people's streams would end by the time the event itself ended, and then I would start the stream snipe right when it got interesting, because I was expecting that everybody has to leave the event at some point, which means they all have to pass in front of the camera, and we get to see who reacts, who doesn't, what happens. And I think that someone inside of the event was having the same thought, and made sure that that warrant got fulfilled and that Riley got carried off the premises, because the people in there all knew about the warrant. Riley didn't. The people in there all knew the situation. This was a honeypot. They knew they were going to take him away. There's no way they were going to let him be out there when that event was over. That's my personal opinion. That's not a legally, statement or anything. That's just what I think based on what I've seen. Based on the fact that Brandon made those tweets like weeks ahead of time, literally saying, "We won't call the police." Like, he said those words. So, I don't know how you could possibly take that other than as like a setup for gotcha. We did call the police. Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. But yeah, that's what I thought I was going to be doing that night, was stream sniping Riley and then just streaming like through the night, reading books or whatever, doing the normal bit. And then I found myself driving 20 hours. Hey, there's now a Trixie Clips. And when did this happen? Did you just create this? All right. Let's go. I clipped your take of Elo's RGU takes, and it got up there on r/Shoujo Kakame Uter. Oh, cool. My take of, of Lily Orchard's Revolutionary Girl Utada take. Okay, excellent. Thank you. I'm sure that was a great video. How do I get to your channel? I just got to go search up Trixie Clips, right? I really hate that YouTube Studio doesn't have like a through path back to YouTube other than clicking my channel. I always click on the logo stupidly, thinking it's going to take me there. Trixie Clips. Okay, well, I don't know why I thought that you would be the first result, but...
Not only am I the great and powerful, I am also the unscarable Trixie! Starlight! I think there's a wild animal outside! Could it be Plum Blossom? I have no idea.
I'm actually kind of fascinated. I haven't seen most of these clips because I think Trixie becomes like a bigger character in the show after season 5 or whatever, and I never made it that far. There's like 10 seasons of this fucking show.
Come on! Turn into a teacup! No! Teacup! No! Teacup!
There we go. All right. So we've got Trixie Watches Murder Drones 5. Oh, I'm glad this is good. The Literally Me thumbnail. I want people to know that I do relate to this character extra hard, especially so like when I was driving to Texas, fucking my brain just like started to short circuit after a certain point. Like if you see the actually this is live because literally I live streamed most of this drive. When we get to this last stream, which is mostly asleep at a rest area, like this is where my brain was starting to like short circuit and stop working, and I was really feeling like in like how like one of her eyes always gets all like glitchy and stuff. Basically, it felt like my brain was having a hard time corroborating both of what my eyes are seeing. Like your eyes are seeing, they're each kind of their own separate thing, but your brain's like stitching that image together and creating it as one image. My brain was having a hard time doing that anymore. So it was like every so often, it was like I could see out of each eye at once, kind of, and they were like slightly off from another, and I'd have to like shake my head and be like, fuck, like that's not how the world's supposed to look. It's supposed to be one consistent image. So at some point I just pull off and go to sleep. listening to Coheed and Cambria. Oh yeah, I had to cut a bunch of this because I at one point like played several entire albums and fell asleep to them, and that was copyright claimed, so I had to pull all that out of there to make that uploadable. But that is almost all silence, I think, that video, because I'm just like bzz, bzz, bzz. And then when I like got up to walk around, I literally was like the other robot, the one in the thumbnail. Like my body was all jank and fucked, and I was like, I could feel my muscles just like, no, I don't want to move. This one's oof. And it's like I had to put a specific effort into moving each part. Like it won't all just do it at the same time. Each one needs to be controlled by itself. So yeah, that truly made me, after experiencing that, I felt like I related to the show even more than before. I'm just going to go ahead and add all of these to my every YouTube video featuring me playlist, because that way people will know that these things happened inside of the broader live streams that don't really label what's inside of them. And that is convenient. These are all good clips also. Kate Corain drama. That I think is that's like my follow-up, right? Because I also talked about that in that one where I compare Null to her that I also clipped. Oh, hey, it's all of K-On! A Loving Thesis in one video. That's also convenient. We'll just go ahead and take that. Shot composition and Psychopaths, which is something that is, I think, only on... Not on Vimeo, is it? Where did I have to upload that originally? Dailymotion? Probably. All right. The rest of those I think are already in the playlist somewhere. Cool. I like it. Thanks for the clips. Keep it up. And if anybody else wants to, y'all can too. I like being clipped. I like that, particularly, if I'm talking about somebody else, it makes it so that person doesn't have to go, I can guarantee that person's going to hear it. And not that they're going to go, I'm not listening to a 3-hour fucking live stream. And instead they can go, they really talked about me for fucking 45 minutes. Oh, man. Speaking of Lily, have you seen Little Witch Academia? I've only seen the first 8 episodes, I think, and I like it a lot. I just never got around to watching more. I should. We should do that as like a watch along or something. I've got nobody in my Twitch chat. I wonder if anybody's even watching on Twitch. One viewer. Somebody's there. Hello to the one. No, it's me. I'm watching my own Twitch. No viewers on Twitch. Whatever. Maybe Twitch people aren't up at 8 a.m. Wait. I didn't realize how early it actually is. I did not realize it's before 8 in the morning. It feels late. I've been up for a couple of hours, so it feels later to me. Like I didn't just start streaming the second I woke up. But I did sleep for an extra long time. So, it just feels like I crashed out after doing that previous live stream, and I woke up at like 1 p.m. and I think I was awake for all of 5 hours before I slept until early this morning. Can I super chat you to watch Lily's video about Little Witch Academia? Anyway, sure, go for it. I like being angry. Arcane Season 2 trailer, excited for that. Lol, I'm tired. I am excited for that. We can watch that also, maybe. It's 9:51 p.m. You're taking me to bed. Yeah, I think that's the only reason I was willing to start this early, is that I know Laputia is in Australia, and I assume some of you are as well, from those parts of the world. So I figured that, I do truly have a worldwide audience. So it's one of the nice things about being, an anime fan, is that anime fans are everywhere. And like, you know, a lot of the other stuff I'm into doesn't necessarily have that like breadth of audience. All right, Lapusha with Australian $10 has got me watching Lily Orchard on Little Witch Academia. Let's get ready. Is it the glass of water one? Is that what I'm looking for? Be affection in 9 minutes. The fuck does that mean? Why do they have so many videos about Little Witch Academia? Did they cover like every episode or something? Is that what this is? It's called Glass of Water Drama Queen. Okay, so it is the first one.
Give me money, give me money, give me money, give me money, give me
Jesus
money.
Christ. That's a pretty funny way to do the Give Me Money segment of your video, I gotta admit. Very violent. I appreciate the violence. I hate this song though. Actually, it sounds like it kind of sucked me back in time in my brain because I had a Sega Pico as a kid when I was like 2. Maybe 3, 4, I don't know, whatever age you would play a Sega Pico, preschool. And that kind of sounded like the music from like the Sega Pico Mickey Mouse game. Holy shit, this is sending me. I know there's a level with like classical sound. I'm going to sample this into music later.
So I have a question for you guys. When I was covering Little Witch Academia on In a Minute, did you ever notice that when the show is being funny, it was great, but the parts where the show gets really dull and uninteresting are where it tries to be action? I hope you did, because this entire video was written with the assumption that the viewer saw this happening. So as I said early on, I was already...
Is she saying that she's writing this video from the perspective of assuming that I have watched her entire reaction series to this show? Well, I haven't, so...
already aware of the fact that Little Witch Academia goes completely off the rails in the second half and accepted that when I went in, but on reflection that was still foolishly optimistic of me. I mistakenly assumed that it would do the usual 2010 Cerebus syndrome of pretending it had something to say about something vaguely related to social issues, trying to sound progressive, and in Steven Universe's case, accidentally doing a U-turn halfway through. That's not to say that Little Witch Macadamia Nut was good. Quite frankly, it was mediocre right from the start. What grabbed my attention was that in the first few episodes, it seemed to be completely devoid of all the usual stock anime tropes that began and subsequently stopped being interesting in Sailor Moon. There was no grand evil plan. There was
So Lily Orchard has only seen like 10 anime going by that whole like list of like organizing every anime she's seen. There are tens of thousands of anime. Most of them are nothing like Sailor Moon in any way, shape, or form. So to be going into anime with the assumption that it's all going to be doing a Sailor Moon just because like you saw Utena, which is literally from the same team as Sailor Moon, made immediately afterwards, and like maybe a couple other magical girl shows that took influence from Sailor Moon, and now you're like, this is what anime is. It's like, no, it's like a tiny category of anime that is popular with the people that you associate with on the internet. You know, like I understand why all of the anime that comes into your purview might feel like Sailor Moon because you're not investigating anime beyond like what's popular with trans girls, but it's usually not like Sailor Moon.
no underage girls in fetish outfits. There was no prophecy. Each episode was a self-contained story about being at Hogwarts, about some idiot kid who wants to meet her favorite celebrity. Unfortunately, the only one of these tropes that stayed away was the underage girls in fetish outfits, which is still an improvement because perv pandering is the #1 reason that people with self-respect and dignity don't like Japanese cartoons to begin with.
I do agree with that. I will say that is true. You know, I personally am not as averse to the perv pandering as many other people, but I am also, I kind of always look at it like, yeah, can you just keep it to the shows that are for that? You know, like can we just keep the porn in the porn and like unless you're gonna really say something about sex, you know, like. But the random, what was that show I watched recently? The one with the two girls trying to like launch a YouTube music career together. I watched it on one of the streams where I got paid to. It's like a currently airing show, probably almost over, but it was like, it was good, but it just randomly had like 3 or 4 like really fan servicey shots in it that I was like, okay, well that's very well drawn pornography, but why is that in this show? Like, that's not, it doesn't feel like I'm supposed to take these characters as like sex objects, you know. It would be different if I already had like a more intimate familiarity with them. It just kind of feels like I'm skipping the line, you know. It feels like I'm peering too far into who they are without really having actually like gotten anywhere near them, you know. I don't know. It's a strangeness that I feel, but I think it's very particular how every show handles it. I don't think it's like no, it's definitely not a problem in Little Witch Academia. She is saying it's not a problem in Little Witch Academia. She's saying this is the only good thing about the show is that it doesn't have.
Unfortunately, the only one of these tropes that stayed away was the underage girls in fetish outfits, which is still an improvement because perv pandering is the #1 reason that people with self-respect and dignity don't like Japanese cartoons to begin with. All the other shit, though, oh boy, does that start piling in. Magical energy crisis, world trees, 7 words you can't say on radio or TV, blah-de, 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 blah. It's all the same usual boring crap.
Do they do a 7 words you can't say on TV like joke in this show or something? I don't get what she meant by that. I get that there's a magical energy crisis. That's kind of what the show is setting up for from the very beginning. No idea what she meant about the 7 words thing.
Crap augmented by the fact that the cast changes from 1 boring fuckhead and her 2 funny friends to 1 boring fuckhead and 3 other boring fuckheads. That's actually the part that annoys me the most.
I don't really get calling her a fuckhead. Like, that feels like something you really got. Like, if you're just gonna be like, this character's a fuckhead, I'm like, okay, what did she do? Like, how did she hurt you? What? I don't remember her being a fuckhead. She's like a I don't know, an average 14-year-old. She's just like a kid, you know. A fuckhead, a boring fuckhead. That's so intense.
The most entertaining characters in the show are actually Lotte and Susie, and they get completely shafted in favor of the 2 teachers who can't get a sentence out without delays, and Sunset Shimmer's a Lowland form. Honestly, who decided that less Susie was a good idea? And please tell me they got fired over it. But what makes this different from the other shows is the responses I got. You see, when a show completely shits the bed and starts abandoning the concept of fun, the explanation I usually get is that this is really good because it's being more mature and proving that cartoons aren't only...
I kind of agree with her on this, and I haven't seen the second half of Little Witch Academia. I know a lot of people don't like it. Like, this is not an unpopular take on the second half of this show, from what I've heard. It's very divisive. Same goes for Steven Universe when it starts getting serious. And personally, I've only seen the first season of Steven Universe, so I never saw it get like as serious as it does. But even having like watched it in the beginning, I was always pretty divided on like, you know, okay, you're taking yourself more seriously than I can as a children's, you know, as an adult watching a children's show, and that can make it difficult for me. But I also feel like these shows are meant to be serious for children. Like, that's the point. It's not meant to be like it's meant to be like you as a kid are watching this fun show, and then it starts to get more serious and it has more impact, you know? And I remember shows like that as a kid. Obviously Sailor Moon is an example. I didn't watch it as a kid, but I know it is an example of something like that. But Codename Kids Next Door would be a great example for me, where like, you know, it was episodic. It's just like a fun time. And then it starts to have this ongoing background narrative and like further consequences for actions. And like, it never got as serious as like Steven Universe does or Adventure Time does, but it gave it like a sense of gravity where you're like, oh shit, this was just fun and games, and now it's like serious business, you know? It felt cool as a kid to watch a show do that. I don't think it's supposed to hit the same way as an adult.
for kids because they superficially pay nod to themes that these same people will be screaming blue bloody murder about if they dared approach it directly. That's always been the irony of, say, Star vs. the Forces of Evil. The show's latest seasons have been pushing a story about privilege and racial prejudice, but they went to another dimension to do that despite Star already living with an Hispanic family in the United States. Unfortunately, if they had stayed with a relevant and direct example to tell the exact same story, the people claiming it to be a really smart show about prejudice would be pitching a fucking shit fit and claiming they're forcing in a political agenda. But Little Witch Academia...
I mean, so I don't necessarily disagree with what she's saying there, but I don't see it as necessarily a problem. I mean, it's a problem with society, I guess, that people don't, but like part of what makes fiction work and makes it transcend is the non-specificity that makes it applicable to everybody. And I've always argued in favor of stuff that is hyper-specific because I find it interesting, but it does require way more effort on the part of a viewer. And most people are not spending their lives, like indulgently learning about media. Most people have other shit going on, and like media plays a very small role, but it has to be able to reach them instantly for it to even enter their lives. Like you don't need any media to live. Actually, you could live your whole life and never watch fucking anything, never read anything. But if something comes along, comes into your purview and you immediately get it, for me as a kid, Linkin Park, just screaming, "Shut up when I'm talking to you. Shut up, shut up, shut up." That's it. That's all it took. That made me into music, like knowing that I could hear someone just scream at everyone else to shut up when I'm talking to you, a sentiment I had felt many times, but had never thought to express so directly, So I think it is partially the job of media to be indirect enough that it connects to experiences that aren't literally yours, or like, and it's not to say that being more specific can't be better, but for especially children, where like children don't even really understand the specifics of their own situation that well, the metaphors are always going to hit harder.
Was different because the excuses I got was that it was better that the series got more into its plot because high stakes action and flashy battles is what Trigger does best. No, it's not. They're terrible at action scenes. Almost all the action scenes in their shows are slow, floaty special effects blowouts that barely qualify as action scenes. Mind you, this isn't unique to Trigger. No animated TV series does action scenes well because the budget...
Again, this is like speaking from a place of ignorance of like, I have not seen that much animation. Like, there's plenty of shows that specialize in just doing action well. The God of High School, amazing action scenes. And it's mostly action scenes, like the stuff in between the action scenes, I don't fucking care about. The action scenes, incredible, fucking Baki the Grappler, it's every movement has meaning or incident. Like there's always something there's plenty of action cartoons that do it, and it's not just a spectacle for the sake of itself. But I don't even dislike the spectacle for the sake of itself type shit. I think that can be fun. It's magic. It's supposed to be floaty. Like, what do you mean?
Budget for that level of animation and choreography just isn't there. I think the Star Wars cartoons demonstrate this the best. In both Clone Wars cartoons and Rebels, the lightsaber fights tend to be really sticky as characters seem to jump from clash to clash. So you get
see, I agree. I think that looks ugly with that stickiness.
This strange feeling of starting and stopping. There's a bigger emphasis on wide movements and a sense that the characters are just flailing at each other. Basically, they're more focused on where the lightsaber blades end up rather than how they get there. By contrast, the films have a much smoother approach to fight scenes as, with the exception of rare occasions, the blades themselves never stay locked for a very long time. The times they do means they have more impact and tend to be focused on a battle of raw strength. And at all other times, the two locked in battle are very quickly moving from strike to strike, and that's what a sword fight between two people who can both predict the immediate future is supposed to look like. So you get a changing rhythm as the fight speeds up, slows down, enters downtime, speeds back up again, and so on. By the way, the trailers for The Old Republic have this down to an exact science because they're shorter and have a bigger budget. This is what a flashy battle looks like. It really comes down to budget, and that's what kneecaps Trigger more than anything else.
It doesn't come down to budget. It comes down to technique. We need to stop. It's not about throwing more money at the problem. It's what you're doing with the money. You can you can make it dynamic with stick figures. I mean, it's never, money is never, there's only so many people who can do anything well. You can't just like have more money and therefore have all of those people. It's not that simple. You cannot just simply buy your way into a good product. It doesn't work that way. You have to have good chemistry between the creative staff. You have to have people who know what they're doing together. Not just people who know what they're doing, who know what they are doing together to make something work. And it's only going to work as well as those people can make it work. The people who animated this is what they do. But I'm sure that whatever this is, this probably is much weaker in other aspects where the Clone Wars succeeds. Action wasn't the focus.
Else, because like most Japanese animation studios, they have a budget of basically nothing, and as a result, their action scenes quickly fall into a few large-scale magic spells
great.
or a few really wide strikes.
This looks awesome.
And that's about it. That's not really
No, that looked fucking awesome. What are you talking about? This was supposed to be an example of a bad
It really comes down to
fight?
budget, and that's what kneecaps trigger more than anything else, because like most Japanese...
This is literally cooler than any of those Star Wars fights that were just shown immediately. Look at the facial expressions.
Looks like. It really comes down.
Look at that guy who's just like, you
the
know,
budget, and that's what kneecaps trigger more than anything else.
Look
Because
at
like
the fucking desperation, the
most
rage, the changing, shifting emotions, defense, anger, intensity. Oh God, it's coming from my other side. I have to wince because it's coming. It's right in front of my face, so I'm wincing because it's right there.
Studios, they have a budget.
This guy, more desperate, can't believe that his strikes aren't connecting, getting angrier, trying to really force it.
Budget of basically nothing, and as a result,
that movement, blam, it's so fast but so high impact, so that previously you understand that we were watching in slow motion, but now we're going to watch it.
Their action scenes quickly fall into a few large-scale magic spells or a few really
fucking
wide.
Whoa! What the fuck is this crazy spin kick? This is fucking sick.
Strikes, and that's about it. That's not really anybody's fault, but it goes to show why action cartoons fell out of favor as the mainstream in recent years in favor of slice of life.
And that's also just not true. Action has always been number one. Action always will be number one. The number one anime have been Jujutsu Kaisen in reverse order. Jujutsu Kaisen, Demon Slayer, My Hero Academia, One Punch Man. I don't know how to go farther back from One Punch. Hunter x Hunter. Like these have been the last 5 biggest anime. Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. This is the last 6 biggest anime. All action shows, first and foremost. All shows known for their incredible action sequences. Actually, I would even go so far as to say revolutionary action animation that everyone has copied since in all of those shows.
Easier to animate and it'll age better. Drama and action generally don't mesh well with Japanese cartoons because the low budget animation means that there's a big focus on jumping quickly from one key.
It's not the budget.
Frame to the next, long hangs on a single shot, panning a shot over one frame, and lip syncing. What the fuck is that? But I'd argue that there's one genre that
lip syncing sucks. Lip syncing makes it look worse. Fuck the lip syncing.
Trigger is not only especially good at, but that most Japanese cartoons have always been good at. Pornography.
Who's that? Why are they drawn different?
Comedy. You see, the stilted and jump cut heavy animation style of most Japanese cartoons is silly by nature and thus lends itself really well to absurdity and thus to comedy. This is a big reason why the most well-remembered shows of the early 2000s emulated it so much, despite the fact that they didn't have to because they had a real budget. Comedy is built almost entirely around good timing, and the fast cuts and missing frames serves that really well. And Little Witch Androgyny was no different. The best
I'm just thinking about how yeah, the DC shows clearly had more money behind them, and they all went for smoother animation, with more frames in it than you would typically get from anime. But do I think it looked better? No, I think it looked worse.
episode of the entire damn show was one that took full advantage of all of this for the biggest payoff. And this is the reason why Susie was the best character they had, because her dry wit was only complemented by the way
Also, I would bet this show, just because animation is more expensive than it used to be, could easily have been as expensive to make as Teen Titans for at least a season, you know?
everything moves. Constance is another character who really shines in this regard, as because she's nonverbal, everything about her has to be communicated through animation alone. There's one scene in Stand Ship Takeoff where Akko looks at what she's drawing, trips, and you get a still shot of her mid-fall, and then a still shot of Constance's deadpan face like she's screaming internally. This is the best single shot in the entire show, and it's only 5 frames. The shot immediately afterward is a 15-second montage of Akko's—
I mean, it's a great shot, and you are explaining why the comedy works in this show so well. I just disagree with the overall premise that, like, other aspects are worse. I think the show just looks amazing, like 100% of the time.
terrible excuses for help that are once again all communicated in only single still images, or even then a few frames of animation. Very cheap to make, very easy to animate, very, very, very funny. The dramatic moments are often ruined by this, such as when Shiny Charmeleon and Kroiki are arguing and the tension of the whole scene is made unbearably cheesy due to the fact that Japanese animation still hasn't resolved its messy breakup with lip syncing.
I don't get why that is such a problem for her, but maybe I'd have to hear the voice acting in that scene. Like, sometimes a bad lip sync and voiceover can be distracting. It really comes down to the last minuteness of how all of this is done. They don't record the vocals until after the animation has, well, hopefully most of the animation has been done, but like they do voiceover last. So afureko, afterward recording, you know, they can't do the lip sync. They don't have time.
Really talk about how animation is small potatoes over writing, but the writing plays into this as
unless it's Kurenai and Red Garden, where the director, you know, did it deliberately that way. And even then, a lot of the time, the lip sync just doesn't quite look right because it's just not something they're really trained to do, you know? Like, there's a lot of focus on lip sync in American animation schools. And I just think I think it's too much. Like, it usually doesn't add to the show to have the lip sync be good. It doesn't like make it feel better unless you do it like how Ren and Stimpy or Max Giliardi does it, where they like really exaggerate every single mouth movement in order to make it at least entertaining to look at, you know,
as well.
And even then, like Max has said, the lip sync is like the worst part of animation by far. It takes so much effort and time, and you know,
deliberately write these action scenes with a tiny animation budget in mind, and that's where the problems start. It isn't just about the fighting, it also has to be a scene. One of the best fight scenes in history is the fight between Will Turner and Jack Sparrow.
This is so funny as an example to me. This is so funny as an example because to me, it is almost legendary that Roger Ebert reviewed, I think it was maybe not the first one. This might be from the first movie. In his review of Pirates 2, he was criticizing the way that there's just so many over-the-top, ridiculous scenes of swords flailing around and like nobody really, you know, even fighting one another. And gave as a counterexample the movie Rob Roy, which Ebert said had just like the greatest sword fight he'd ever seen in a movie. So I went and I watched that movie, and the ending sword fight is fucking incredible because it looks like they're really sword fighting. It looks like two guys really having a legit, like, skilled fencing with real swords, you know, intent to kill each other, and one of them dies, you know. It's like the final battle of the movie, and it's just so well done that I can like see it in my mind's eye almost, like, because every movement of it matters. So you feel like you can remember everything each person did in the fight. Whereas in Pirates, it tends to just be like 15 minutes of cling, 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 cling all over the place while their footwork is doing something exciting, you know? And the actual sword fight is like nonsense. That's also how I feel about the Star Wars fights. Like, I think they're the same category. Star Wars has the mild justification of oh yeah, well, they can both somewhat predict the future. So of course they're aiming for one another's lightsabers as opposed to looking like they would ever actually land a hit on one another, you know? But that's my least favorite type of sword fighting, is when it's like, it feels like they're aiming for one another's swords and not like trying to kill one another with the swords, you know?
In the first Pirates movie, because it serves as an establishment of their character through very little dialogue and a lot of action. From fighting around the forge to being sent up to the rafters to the ultimate win card of the fact that for all of Will's practice, Jack is a cheater, so he wins.
See, I feel like you're explaining why this is a good scene and not necessarily a good fight. You know, so the argument here being, oh, it can't just be a fight, it has to also be a scene. It's like, well, it has to also be a fight, though. Like, do I really think either one of these two is going to get hurt in this scene? Not even slightly.
This isn't a very flashy action scene, but it's a meaty action scene. Is there any scene in Little Witch Atlantica that does that? No, there isn't. There's a lot of Dragon Ball Z penis extension beams, particularly that freaking bow, but nothing really substantial. You know what Little Witch Macro...
That did not look like a Kamehameha in any way. Penis extension beams, really? We're going that far? Every energy blast is now a cum blast? All right.
Arena has in spades, though?
Akko, get away! Scouring the world for my beloved poisonous mushrooms will be a breeze with my...
Oof. English dub. Oof. 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 I know I recognize this voice, and I'm sure it's probably a voice actress that I don't even dislike, but Susie in Japanese is like iconic, and hearing her without that iconic voice, it doesn't register to me as the character at all.
New powers, and I can do it all without ever having to talk
She
to
sounds
any
nothing
other people.
like Sushi.
It isn't nice to kill people with such a barbaric weapon.
She's got one of these voices in
If you're going to
Japanese,
kill
you
someone,
know?
you should really use this.
If you're going to kill someone, you should really use this.
Like, she should have had like a more of an, you know, like a
Sign
Meowth
here.
voice.
If you break the contract, we can't guarantee harm won't come to you. Which one of you is supposed to be the devil again? I knew
You
you
know,
were
like
stupid.
Haru Haru Haruko.
Why don't you do something useful for once instead of running your mouth off? What now? Huh? You're just gonna let him go? Hold on! Get back here!
I like the cartoon sound effect.
Miss Lukic?
Okay, just why are we watching an infinite number of
Body
clips? from the show?
unbelievable. Hello. I wanted to say I absolutely loved your pies.
This really isn't the time for that, Susie. It must fall naturally or else it is rendered ineffectual.
Why is she playing like 20 fucking clips in a row?
Oops. It has to happen naturally, okay? You can't just go ahead and pull it
This is
off.
such an awkward
I
way to
hear
edit
ya.
a video.
What did I say? I couldn't help it. What's this? It looks cool.
Just like every single moment that she liked in the whole show or something.
This show is extremely funny when it wants to be, and it frustrates me that despite being some
Most
of
of those scenes didn't feel funny out of context because I didn't know what was going on. That was not a good way to prove that the show is funny sometimes. It was just frustrating. I was like, why are you showing me so many goddamn clips?
funniest people in the global animation industry, Trigger continues chasing action and drama. Hell, the fact that the main character is profoundly fucking stupid and never changes from that would be a
Temp Anon with $2 says, $1 a page, huh? How do I send a GDoc? You can send me a DM on Twitter. My DMs are open. Or you could go to the We Watch Anime Discord, which is linked on the We Watch Anime channel's About page. Or I don't know another way. If neither of those works, I guess email goldenwitchfire@gmail.com. That'll work.
great character trait in comedy rather than where Akko currently is, which is a gigantic pain in the ass. I've noticed this trend across Japanese cartoons.
Or if you send the money by Venmo or Cash App, that you could just include a link in that. So Golden Witch Fire on Venmo or Cash App.
For over a decade now. Of the two Japanese cartoons I watched as a kid, Hamtaro aged beautifully and it's still a lot of fun to watch, while Cardcaptors aged like milk. The only Japanese cartoon of the modern era I have even
Cardcaptors aged like milk? What are you talking about? Oh, I know. It's because of the teacher-student relationship thing, right? whatever. It's such a fucking tiny bit of Cardcaptor Sakura. And I don't even think that I don't think the show is presenting anything particularly upsetting other than like in the conceptual of like, well, okay, this is kind of like grooming, right? But I just don't think it's like presenting grooming. I don't think it's a show about grooming. You know, I don't think that's what's happening. It just is like, I get why people would think, oh, this is a little weird, you know? But I don't think it's like damning or ruins the show the way people act like it does. I'm sure Hamtaro's great. I haven't rewatched Hamtaro since I was a teenager, but I can't imagine thinking that Cardcaptor Sakura has aged like
to watch, while Cardcaptors aged like milk. The only Japanese cartoon of the modern era I have even been remotely interested in is a slice of life cartoon about a precious babu being a precious babu and none of the industry's other bullshit. But it's not localized in English, which means I'm basically shit out of luck. Japanese animation has never done adventure stories well because they don't have the resources to actually display it. A show like Avatar would have never happened in Japan because the industry has very low budgets and too insular an audience. It had to be made with Nickelodeon's money behind it. And even then, it still had to cut corners like it was crunch time at the Circle Factory. Action is so resource intensive that a region whose animation industry is surviving on starvation diets is just not going to be able to do it unless...
Again, it's not about budget, and I do think anime does action way better than anything Western does. Besides, like, maybe she means the dub for Cardcaptor. That's true. If she only watches dubs, it would be really hard to go back to the Cardcaptor dub, I think. I could see having a problem with that and thinking that Hamtaro holds up better because I'm sure that dub is fine. I can remember what those actors sounded like, you know, in those roles. But yeah, about the whole action thing, again, she keeps bringing up budget like she thinks that I don't know what she wants from an action scene other than that it be like a scene apart from being an action scene or like have implications about the story. But I want an action scene to be like cool looking shit happening, you know, and like anime does that just so much better to the point that, I mean, I don't know how old this video is, but like nowadays Western media has figured out how to copy anime, where we've got the Spider-Verse movies, we've got the Puss in Boots sequel, we've got the Mutant Mayhem movie. Like all of these have figured out what anime is doing to look so cool and are copying it. And it's really Trigger at the forefront of this. Like Trigger is the studio the whole world has been trying to rip off. Everyone's been trying to be Imaishi and Yoshinari, you know, like they toured the world teaching people how to do their animation techniques. I can't imagine thinking that like Trigger, that like Premiere or isn't considered like the premier action anime, you know, action animation worldwide until, again, films that literally copied its techniques like Spider-Verse and Puss in Boots, you know, these movies just look like Premiere. So like, it's crazy to me thinking that anime isn't literally leading action. Like Yutaka Nakamura, Utapon, is the most influential action animator, period. The most influential action animator alive, period. No one else has drawn cooler action than that guy. It's incomparable. Everyone agrees. You know, everybody agrees. Utapon is amazing. Except maybe Lily. I don't know if she's heard of him.
They get funding elsewhere. But comedy is not only something that Japanese cartoons have always been very good at, it suits their shoestring budget animation styles perfectly. A long-standing question people ask me is why I hate Japanese cartoons, and this is why. The things they're actually good at are the things they do very rarely, and if you don't want to watch another carbon copy of Sailor Moon or Dragon Ball, then you're not going to have a good time. And because I'm not a pathetic sack of
Sailor Moon, there's more Dragon Ball than Sailor Moon, but there's not that much Dragon Ball and Sailor Moon, guys. There's plenty of anime is not like this. Plenty of anime is not like this. Look a little harder. Watch my videos, Lily. I've got so many recommendation videos. Tell me what type of anime you're looking for. You want to watch Kaiba? You want to watch fucking... First of all, watch anything by Masaaki Yuasa. First of all, second of all, watch like a Rintaro film or something. Watch a fucking. What would you actually like? There was never a Yotsuba anime, but you should go read Yotsuba.
Human shit, the aggressive perv pandering in this medium only ever turned me off of it as I got older. I hear a lot of anime YouTubers talk about saving their favorite medium, even diehard fans.
Watch Akage no An, Anne of Green Gables. Go watch Anne of Green... Lily Orchard. I personally challenge you to watch Anne of Green Gables. I haven't even seen it. Make a video I want to watch about it. You'll love it. I promise. You'll make a video about how great Anne of Green Gables is, and then I'll be able to be like, wow, Lily Orchard did something great, you know?
Admit that they're holding on by a thread and are trying to find some way to revive it. A great place to start would be junking the perpetual money sinks that only appeal to a very tiny minority of hardcore fans. Maybe stop trying to convince pathetic sad sacks to hyper-consume expensive DVD packs with creepily misogynistic fetish fuel. Just buckle down, make a really good comedy series, release it in North America, and revel in the money you'd make from a funny cartoon and the fresh blood into your audience. That's basically what Crunchyroll is trying to do, suck in a new batch of viewers to generate more subscription money from people
that really did not work,
who previously avoided their service because it only supplied terrible perv pandering garbage that nobody actually wanted to watch.
It's not true.
That was ultimately the problem with RWBY. It was so in love with its tropes and cliches that it never stopped to think about if those tropes
There's a lot more wrong with RWBY, but that's for another day.
Cliches were actually good, you know, aside from just generally looking like shit. And that's the response I usually get when I complain about this stuff, especially in response to the Korra video. People tell me, oh, that's a common thing in anime. I know this is hard to grasp, but telling me that I'm right not just about a few shows, but about an entire medium is not the smart rebuttal you think it is.
You are very wrong about anime, but you're not all the way wrong about anime. Like the critics, I do think that anime's reputation for, you know, for fetishism is the biggest thing holding it back. And you know, H-Bomber Guy made the best critique video on RWBY. I don't think I've seen that. I don't remember that. Gary always, how long will I be streaming this morning? Probably all goddamn day. Because it's Sunday and I've got the office to myself. Why did I go to my Drive? I'm going to Google so that somebody else sent me something on Drive. I mean, Twitter. Did I say I'm going to Google? I mourn for this guy's present. That's funny. Where? Oh, it would be a DM, wouldn't it? Yeah. Okay. So this is 2 pages then? Oh, it's not even 2 pages. Okay, let's go. I assume you wrote this yourself. For infinite summer. My groan rumbles under the grinding of the dying engine. Scalding steam rises into the night air as we pull over on the I-35 concrete barrier. We walk over the day's cracks in the asphalt and lean over the barrier. The cars 20 feet below spin as vertigo creeps over me. Your arm, my shoulders, around my shoulder stabilizes. Your arm around my shoulder stabilizes me. Relax, you say as I close my eyes and tug me in. Just hate looking like I stood her up, I say back as the 90-degree night air makes our sweat drip. A hot bead trails along your reassuring smile. There's always next semester, other girls, you say, as you watch the car headlights crawl along down below. Whatever, I mutter into my palms as you wipe your brow with your t-shirt. The glint of your skin in the full moonlight glimmers in my tired eyes. Night's fucked. Your hand wrapped in your shirt rubs over my warm forehead, then down along my flushed cheeks and along my tight neck muscles. Still time to pick something up. My place is close. You say as you turn over with your bare back against the barrier. Your lithe body outlines the tow truck's headlights as it arrives. Sure, thanks. I respond after gulping down the lump in my throat. The sound of the tow truck hauling my car up masks my gasp as you take your hand in mine without asking. Our sneakers kick up bits of gravel as you tug us over the passenger side of the tow truck. We get in, Our fingers entwine, and I think I should try something different next semester, starting tonight with you. Okay. I'm trying to decide how I feel about this or what I should say about this. I guess I want to know what the intent is of it. LaFuchsia said kind of hot. I did not feel that personally. What is the word specifically lithe mean? Thin, supple, graceful. Okay. Your lithe body outlines in the tow truck's headlights as it arrives. Your lithe body is outlined in the tow truck's headlights. The arriving tow truck lines your lithe body in its headlights. I think a lot of these sentences just kind of need to be rewritten a few times. I don't understand the words "the day's cracks." That one confused me. Why are they the day's cracks? Like, are there new cracks that just came into the asphalt today? That was the one that really threw me for a loop. Very spur of a moment for a magazine called Infinite Summer / just kind of sprung out from there. Okay. So yeah, I think like I like a lot of the word choices and some of the places that there's like alliteration. But I feel like a lot of the sentences just need to be like restructured because they're somewhat confusingly phrased. Like when you say, "We walk over the day's cracks in the asphalt and lean over the barrier." Like, it starts with my, then we get to we, and then my, and then your, and then me. And I'm like, who? Who is here? Who all is here? Like, it takes till this moment that I'm kind of like, okay, so it's like probably two people, and one of them is like two people walking next to each other, you know, passenger, driver. But like, it feels a little confusing at first. And then, like, as soon as we get through these two dialogues, it's like, okay, now I understand the whole situation. You know, like this right here, we understand the whole situation now. If she's like trying to flirt with him, saying there's like other or her, I don't know, whoever the other person is trying to flirt, they're saying, you know, oh, there's always other girls. Like, it's very indirect of them. To then be like, well, my place is closed. You know, it's like, okay, so this was giving friend zone. This is now giving actually I'm flirting. So it's definitely some mixed messages. Also, like, your hand wrapped in your shirt rubs over my warm forehead. Like, you wrap your hand in your shirt and rub it over my warm forehead. You know, like that's the kind of thing where it's just a little bit of difference. But like, your hand does not, to say your hand wrapped in your shirt rubs, like, no, you rub. Your hand does not rub. You rub with your hand. So it would be, you wrap your hand in your shirt and rub. You wrap, you rub. The hand doesn't either of these things. That's just like the little stuff. But otherwise, I mean, like, the story itself is fine. There's nothing necessarily wrong with this story. It makes sense. I get what's happening. It's like a cute romantic moment on the highway. Again, I like the scene setting. 90 degrees, sweaty, summer night, you know, I-35. I think I drove on I-35 the other day. Hold on. Yeah, I drove on I-35 the other day, I think, on the way into Texas. It was definitely hot. that where it starts? I think no, I came in. Well, I didn't come in from this far north. I came in from over here. No, I came in on the 30. Okay. Yeah, I came to Dallas on the 30. And the 35 is the one that goes up to Oklahoma City. But I've been on the 35. Very hot road. Definitely a hot road going from Dallas to Kansas. Maybe even, does it continue down to... Yeah, it continues all the way down to San Antonio. So, and into Mexico, it looks like. So this story could be taking place on the Mexico border. It becomes the 85 in Mexico, I guess. So there you go. The 35. That's where the story takes place. All right, how much for the next chapter of Manhunt? Let's see. We're on chapter 3, right? I think we only did 2. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8. Boom, 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 boom. Very superstitious. Writing on the wall. 13-month-old baby. Superstition ain't the way. Lapusha with 5 toward Manhunt. The prize drawer. Chapter 3. Most prehistoric people who survived to die of natural causes, the fossil record suggested, died of tooth infections. Fran had read that in a yellowing issue of National Geographic that she found in a box in her great-grandfather's study when she was 9 years old, and the fact had never ever left her brain in the 2 decades since. The collapse of civilization had, if anything, shoved it closer to the forefront of her awareness. Sometimes she lay awake at night as it ran through her head again and again to the tune of the vaudeville song The Old Lawyer in The Aristocrats warbled while lurching around Madame Bonfamille's parlor. Madame Bonfamille's I'll read that again. Sometimes she lay awake at night as it ran through her head again and again to the tune of the vaudeville song The Old Lawyer in The Aristocrats. Sometimes she lay awake at night as it ran through her head again and again to the tune of the vaudeville song The Old Lawyer in The Aristocrats warbled while lurching around Madame Bonfamille's parlor. That's an oddly written sentence. I don't know the tune of this song, but I'll do my best. You'll die of tooth decay. 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 It was running through her head now as she trudged along the barren, crumbling black serpent of I-95 with Beth, her broken tooth aching like someone had stuffed a hot coal into her cheek and stapled it in place. I-95 goes pretty much all the way down the American East Coast. It was hot, and the day's aches and scrapes were pulling at her, making every starlit step an ordeal. As she walked, she chewed licorice root on the left side of her jaw, the sickeningly sweet taste coating the inside of her mouth. Shelved Spiro was mostly useless now, ruined by sunlight or water or simple oxidation. So, licorice root, spearmint tea. Some girls ate black co-host, but it gave Fran awful diarrhea. So I guess this is stuff that acts as natural tea blockers, licorice root and spearmint tea. I'll have to look into this. I don't know what black cohosh is. Black cohosh? I'll look into that too. Winter was dangerous. The dried shit started losing potency sometime in February usually, and even doubling up on dosage didn't always keep T-Rex at bay. 2 years ago, Fran had come down with the shakes so bad she'd begged Indy to kill her. The dreams were the worst part. Fever sweat nightmares of toothy little tumors wriggling under her skin and seams of glistening flesh blooming around the flexion of her muscles. Her body ached. Her bones felt as though they were burning from the inside out. And then it passed, and they hadn't talked about it since. It was just part of living now, like getting your appendix out. Except if you got appendicitis now, you'd just die in agony unless you were lucky enough to know a surgeon who'd survived T-Day and wouldn't harvest your blood and sell it to bunker brats for their vampire facials. What the fuck? Not that it had been better when she'd been uninsured and living over at Indy's garage. She ran her tongue carefully over her broken tooth, feeling the ragged flesh around it and the sharp, uneven fragments of its cracked surface. Hey, literally me. I wonder if there are any dentists left on the East Coast. I wonder if there's any Novocaine or laughing gas. There's a dentist in Seabrook, said Beth, apparently reading Fran's mind. The bandage Fran had taped over the other girl's wounded cheek was crusty with dried blood. We could trade with him, maybe. We have weed. You think he has weed? Fran absently transferred her wad of licorice root to the right side of her mouth. Only her absolute certainty that if a man got wind of them, she wouldn't be good for much more than lying down and rolling over on her back to die kept the scream of pain bottled inside her throat. She was on her knees without knowing how she got there, Duffel lying nearby and hands clasped over her mouth as white-hot barbs of misery crawled down through her jaw. She heaved and puked up bile and blood, both black in the darkness, onto the cracked pavement. Beth, kneeling beside her, rubbed her back as she retched again. Or I guess we could do it here. Beth walked her to a rusted-out minivan abandoned on the highway's shoulder just south of a cut where exposed faces of granite flanked the highway, seams of quartz catching the starlight. They sat on the car's moth-eaten floor carpeting, dangling their feet in the grass, pushing its way up through the pavement, and ate cold balls from the foam case in the duffel. Are they talking about just like testicles? They eating cold testicle balls? Just cold balls? Fran chewed the raw, springy flesh gingerly. She scratched her own in sympathy as she choked down the best source of estrogen 5 years of reckless experimentation and desperate medical library raids had been able to turn up. She could practically hear Indy's voice as she ate. Just pretend it's one of those fancy chocolates with the gold foil. You know, a Ferrero Rocher. She couldn't remember what Ferrero Rochers tasted like, and the pungent, gamey stink of the testicle coated her tongue like oil. How many of these things had she choked down since the last of the estradiol had oxidized? Hundreds, probably. She'd eaten more balls than she'd ever sucked cocks. Oh my god. The thought made her unexpectedly blue. Or maybe it was just the humidity. Sweating always made her sad. Pretend they're oysters on the half shell. She swallowed, fighting her gag reflex the whole way, and then sagged against Beth's side. Her jaw throbbed. It was starting to swell. I feel like shit, she mumbled, tearing up. I want ice cream. I want to sleep in a bed. I know, said Beth, but we're going to crash in a derelict car tonight, and tomorrow I'm pulling your tooth out with hand tools, so you probably shouldn't eat anything else because you'll just puke it up on me. Anyway, we only have expired power bars and jerky. Oh, and balls. Fran closed her eyes. Can you not crack jokes right now? A moment of brittle silence. Sure, said Beth, with forced good humor. Sorry. Most of the time, Fran thought later as she lay drowsing on the mildew-smelling car floor with her head pillowed on the duffel, things were good between them. Most of the time, they worked well together. Beth, the high school track and field star / dropout, and Fran, the pre-med fuck-up, hunting their way up and down the East Coast in search of testicles to eat and kidney lobes to process in Indy's lab so they could sell nice clean hormones to the menopausal cis ladies in Manchester and Seabrook, and sometimes Concord and Nashua if the roads were open. Sometimes, though, it felt like high school had never ended, like their terrible fight had happened yesterday instead of 8 years ago, and Fran would wish and hate herself for wishing that she had 2 hours of highway driving and a mute button between her life and Bethany Crick. You remember prize drawers? Beth asked, her tone light, conversational. It was just after dawn, and she was on her knees astride Fran's lap. She had a pair of rough-jawed pliers in her hand. Stickers, rubber finger puppets, those pocket mazes with the little ball bearings. Fran grunted her assent, oddly soothed at being asked an inane question while her mouth was full of fingers and metal. It made it seem more like she was 20 again and in a real dentist's office getting quizzed about her biochem major by a 50-year-old man with a waxed mustache as he checked her morals for cavities. Molars. Checked her molars for cavities. In reality, she sat with her back to the rusted-out car where they'd slept, her head pillowed on meths? Jesus Christ. In reality, she sat with her back to the rusted-out car where they'd slept, her head pillowed on Beth's smelly sweatshirt, waiting for the other girl to rip her tooth out. At least the heat had broken sometime in the night. It was cool and breezy today, the wind blowing the salt smell off the nearby tidal marshes inland. I was all about the prize drawer when I was a kid, said Beth. We had insurance I used to beg to go to the dentist just so I could get a shot at it. She squinted, peering into Fran's wide-open mouth. We didn't have a lot of money, and I was obsessed with toys. I've always loved tiny things, miniatures. The pliers' jaws probed gently at Fran's infected gum line. Fran groaned, her body tensing from her taint up to the base of her skull as her muscles bathed in a deluge of sour cortisol. When I was 6, our dentist got these little cars. Dragsters, cement mixers, all kinds of shit. My brother Derek got a little cop car, and I was obsessed with that thing. I used to pretend it had tiny cops inside it, drinking tiny coffees and complaining about their tiny wives. He said there was another one left in the prize drawer, and fuck, I wanted it worse than anything. The nose of the pliers found a shard of tooth standing at an angle to the root. Slowly, her face inches from Fran's mouth, Beth gripped at it and worked it free. The pain was sickening. Gray light washed over Fran's thoughts. She groaned at the sight of the bloody white silver, and Beth covered her mouth with her free hand. You can't scream, she said. I know it sucks. Fran sucked in deep breaths through her nostrils, fighting the urge to bite Beth's hand and then shriek her lungs out. How long had it been since she screamed? She imagined little Beth had screamed a lot. A horrible, fussy baby with a scrunched red face and jaundiced skin. By 6, she must have been a terror. The morning of my next checkup, I was practically salivating. The fucking adventures I was going to have with that car. She leaned in close, dark brown eyes narrowed to slits, and nosed the pliers back towards Fran's left rear molars, where the hot pulse of her broken tooth clutched at her jaw. Finally, there was one boy left ahead of me, this little ginger pute named Brian Finnerty I knew from school. I was losing my mind waiting for him to come out. I knew he'd take it first, that he'd somehow just take it just to fuck with me. The pliers' jaws found their mark, roots of pain unfurled through Fran's jawbone. When he finally strutted out into the waiting room with that patrol cruiser in his hand, I couldn't take it. I walked up to him and popped him right in the mouth, knocked out his filling. Fran laughed. She couldn't help it. Beth, who must have been waiting for the opening, pulled. Tearing, sucking pain, bone grinding against bone, blood welling up from the white absence of the socket, threads and rags of loose flesh waved in the sluggish flow. Fran whimpered, curling in on herself, flinching away from the gory little nub of broken bone clamped in Beth's pliers. The other girl leaned down to kiss her temple, then pressed something smooth and crinkling into her limp hand. Good job, Frankie, said Beth. Here's your prize. Fran looked down at it. A mini Snickers bar, the bite-sized kind people used to give out on Halloween, her favorite. She pressed it tight against her chest, tears threatening. Her jaw felt like someone had hooked it up to a corroded car battery and coated the jumper cable jaws with a chili powder for good measure. She squeezed her eyes shut and imagined kids in costume running down the sidewalk through dead leaves and misting rain, the streetlights coming on above their laughter. Thanks, Beth. Fran slept badly that night, alternately shivering and sweating, guzzling water whenever she stirred, and then limping around to the back of the van to piss every 15 minutes. Her clothes felt tight and itchy. Her skin was grimy, her hair tangled. She combed it with her fingers as she stood up at the stars. She combed it with her fingers as she stared up at the stars through the van's cracked and lichen-spotted windshield. Her empty socket throbbed with a sick, vacant ache. When she did sleep, she dreamed of the world that was gone, of her last few shifts at the Park Avenue Starbucks, and the sputtering progress of her FFS fundraiser on Twitter. She dreamed of refreshing the page again and again, only to find donations draining away, supportive comments deleted. She dreamed of the slender, elegant face she'd designed with her surgeon, Dr. Bakshi. I was so FFS is facial feminization surgery. It took me a second to remember. I was so close, she thought miserably, sitting down to a candlelit dining room table where on her plate an 8-inch cock sat crisped up beautifully under a thin drizzle of vinaigrette reduction. I was so close to being a girl. Across the table, shrouded in the gloom of the vast dining room, another figure stirred. Cutlery squealed against bone china. The sound of chewing, loud and breathy, squelched between the sharper sound. Blood dripped onto the edge of a plate just revealed by candlelight. So close. The outline of the face she'd made, the one she dreamed of pulling down over her own as though she could step into a dream and wear it waking, leered at her through flame and welting wax. Melting wax. Did I say welting max? Leered at her through a flame and welting... Wow, I almost said it again. Leered at her through a flame and melting wax. Blood and gore slicked its narrow chin, and behind its perfectly arched brows and Roman nose seethed great thick slabs of fat and bone and muscle pulsing in the dark, a huge rotten man body hiding itself behind what she would never have. She looked down at her plate. Blood spurted pitifully from the cock's bare head and pooled on the porcelain. The thing across the table smacked its lips, which should have been hers, and would have been if T-Day had come just a few weeks later. She'd been scheduled, hadn't she? The plague had snatched her finished self away. Except you wouldn't have been on your meds before or after surgery, and that beautiful face would have cracked open, and tumors would have grown behind it and eaten through it with their sharp little teeth, and there's nothing left of you at all. There'd be nothing left of you at all. She looked back up at those red lips, pouty and full. They parted. A thin trickle of blood ran from one nostril and into its open mouth to wash over a single sharp, perfect canine. Rags of flesh between its teeth. What was it eating? The face spoke. Fran, you fuck. Wake up. Fran blinked awake. For a moment she forgot where she was and felt a sense of clawing panic in her chest before reality closed back in. The van. The heat was back, thicker and more oppressive than before, and mosquitoes whined in the starlight. Her legs were bitten all to shit, and out on the highway a set of watery headlights cut the dark, washing over their scant shelter. Beth had crept into the front of the van, hiding her silhouette behind the remains of the driver's seat. Fran stayed very still. A flatbed thundered past them toward the notch. Someone had soldered a crude cowcatcher. Someone had soldered a crude cowcatcher to its cab's grill and had peaked canvas canopies stretched over a framework of steel struts like tent poles ran the length of its trailer. I have to read that again. A flatbed thundered past them toward the notch. Someone had soldered a crude cowcatcher to its cab's grill, and a peaked canvas canopy stretched over a framework of steel struts like tent poles that ran the length of its trailer. Under the canopy's shadow, Fran could just make out the orange pinpricks of lit cigarettes and the vague silhouettes of boots hanging over the trailer's edge. There's so many of them, Fran whispered. Another truck rattled out of the dark behind the first, its sole working headlight flickering on and off. More boots, more cigarettes, the gleam of metal and the pale candle flames of ghostly faces under its tattered canopy. Shuttered lanterns swung there. Suits of riot gear hung from hooks like empty body bags. A third came behind it, and a fourth. Oh, fuck my mother and forget her number, Beth hissed back, her eyes wide and frightened in the gloom. Fran saw it dancing in the fourth truck's strobing headlight before Beth had finished her sentence. 2 yard-high X's slashed in white paint on the passenger door of the third truck's cab, and repeated on banners flapping from the framework sheltering the bed. The turfs were headed north. And that's chapter 3. Jesus. Eating balls and getting your tooth pulled out. As somebody with tooth problems, that was a bit harrowing for me. I don't like to think about it. But, it is what it is. Great story. Continues to be fucked and awful. But just funny enough. Just relatable enough. Just trans enough. You could get through all of the absolutely disgusting stuff being described. Oh, man. Ah, fuck. What do I want to watch? Well, I wait to see if anybody wants me to watch or read something else. Stop doing this, B. I'm B. Let's see what this is about.
So two things. B, I'm gonna need you to stop fucking interfering. So here's what's going on. We have that excuse me, let me get the focus on here. We have that I don't know strategy, and the way that I don't know really works, the way that the forgiveness for a lack of understanding of knowledge really works, is that in your screen of response to every concept, how you're learning to be a real
The next
person,
chapter
you only got
is
so much room to actually respond to everything, and it'll continue on, and there'll be these areas of concept that you haven't had time or the opportunity to respond to yet. And so if ever you accidentally come across these concepts before you know how to
the next
handle
chapter
them,
is 7
your initial
pages.
reactions to them will actually you have an immunity to them because you genuinely don't know what you're doing. And that's what the I don't know forgiveness actually is. That's where it actually comes from. But the issue is people misinterpret this because sometimes they still want to kill a guy for not knowing what the fuck was going on, even though they're obviously a victim. Let me do this.
I honestly have no idea what the fuck he's talking about in this one. It's usually a crapshoot between whether I can tell what the fuck he's talking about or not in each video. Sometimes it goes a little too deep, and I feel like I need to see something else before I can understand it. What else do I want to look at? I've followed so many drama and clip channels now. I'm becoming a real drama tuber. Oh, yes. Buckley versus the top 100.
230 exclusives with a new one every week when you support The Habit at patreon.com/doseofbuckley. What do BuzzFeed, Watch
how much is the
Mojo,
chapter
and
after
Oscar
that?
Schindler have in common? They're all famous for their lists. No, but people love lists. And more so, they love to hate lists.
Only 5.
Because opinions are like assholes. And if I told you that I had a
7
ranked
and then
list as
5.
to those particular reasons, and at number 1 I put everyone's got one, someone would debate that actually number 1 should be they all stink. And so, it's in that spirit that I tell you that Apple Music decided it needed some extra attention and released its list of the 100 best albums of all time. They have the balls to call it our definitive list of the greatest albums ever made. They don't call it what it actually is, which is a survey of a bunch of musicians and experts, which after I saw this list...
Wait, you said wow in an intro. I wasn't paying attention. I have to hear what he said. Oh.
That I had a ranked list. One would debate that actually number 1 should be they all stink. And so...
Okay, enough of that. We've gotten money for some more Manhunt, so let's do that instead. And also, Hiyarat with $2 says, I'm requesting the first bit of JR by W. Gaddis. All right, we'll do that after we get through these couple of quick Manhunt chapters here. Chapter 4 is Chad. They passed by Foxborough without leaving the interstate. Crows and turkey vultures circled the town in ragged spirals and perched on the eaves and chimneys of the buildings closest to the highway. Gas stations, strip malls, part of an office park crumbling under the assaults of creepers and overgrowth, the slim lances of new beeches and evergreens rising here and there from the shapeless green sprawl of it. A McDonald's with a gaping, char-edged hole in its side. Bird shit clung to all of it in waterfalls of crusted white and gray and brown. I'm just going to put a picture of Manhunt on screen instead of this video real quick. Not the video game. There we go. Twice they heard men scream in the distance, and the second time, just after dusk, a pack of coyotes and half-breed coy dogs howled in answer, their voices high and wild and lonely, rising and falling like the wails of mourners at a funeral. Fran complained about her blisters, and every few hours she would start to wring her hands and sniffle and wonder aloud if Seabrook was on fire yet, or if the TERFs were breaking down doors in Boston and dragging trans women out into the night like she'd heard they did in Baltimore. Beth tried not to listen. Fran had grown up with money, back when money still meant something, and she had that middle-class brain disease that makes people think calamities can be controlled. It had been that way since they were kids. Beth knew better. No matter how prepared you were, some things just rolled over you on a hot, sticky black tide, and you were lucky if they left you standing. Beth thought again with a rush of shame and guilt of the girl she'd plugged with an arrow at the edge of the woods. She'd felt so confident lining up her shot on Teach. It would have been perfect, right through the turf's nose and out the back of her stupid fucking head. Someone else would have taken over, sure, but it would have felt good to ventilate that bitch's sinuses and watch her groupies lose their narrow little college girl heads. Also, she might have been able to get her grandpa's wallet out of the basket of her bike. She'd been carrying it around with her old cards and IDs out of sheer force of habit since the beginning of the end. Oh well. Fran's voice snapped her out of her morbid daydream. Are you listening to me? She sounded hurt. We need to find somewhere to sleep. It was hot out, a muggy, oppressive kind of heat that lay over the long shadows and red light of sunset like congealing stew. Beth had peeled her hoodie off earlier, and her undershirt was soaked and sticking to her back. She could feel the beginnings of a sunburn tightening the skin of her shoulders. Mosquitoes boiled in the gathering dusk, and Beth realized they'd bitten up her arms and legs. She hadn't even noticed. Yeah, she said, scratching her forearms. There's a rest stop in a few miles, I think. We can sleep on the roof. That's a fun idea, sleeping on the roof of a rest stop. A man's scream rose up from the woods again, not far off this time, and by unspoken agreement, they paused to watch the birds fly in whirring convoys from the trees. Not for the first time, Beth wondered if they were lonely, those things that had been men. If they missed their wives, their mothers, their daughters, and girlfriends and dominatrixes. Or maybe they were happy now, free to rape and kill and eat whomever, free to shit and piss and jerk off in the street. Maybe this is the world, maybe this world was the one they had always wanted. The rest stop was set back from the highway behind a break of pine trees. A few rusted-out cars sat abandoned in the parking lot by the low, boxy silhouette of the visitor center. I have such a clear vision of this, because this is the kind of place I find myself at constantly. Vending machines lay tipped over and smashed beside the center's plate glass doors, which were spiderwebbed with cracks and skinned with spots of lichen. The sunlight had faded to a blood-colored smear over the distant mountains. There was a groundskeeper's shed half hidden by sumac across the parking lot. Beth kicked the door in and, after some fumbling through the moldy interior by the scant illumination of Fran's penlight, found a folding aluminum ladder hidden behind bags of mold-speckled fertilizer. She dragged it out and across the yard back to the center, then waited as Fran knotted their climbing rope to the top step so that they could pull it up after them. The new men were stupid, but they could still use a ladder. New men, she thought, gripping the gutter and bracing a foot against the wall, like Coke Zero. Same great vicious disregard for our lives, none of the socially enforced restraint. The roof felt like another world. Moss grew thick around the tin-plated boiler vent and spread out in a dark green carpet over the half of the flat tar paper expanse, stopping at the low wooden retaining wall, half rotten, that edged its perimeter. A line of fat brown sparrows sleeping on the south eaves eyed them coolly as they laid down on their sleeping mats in the starlight. Beth thought about trying for a shot at one, but it would be a mouthful at best, and they'd still had power bars and trail mix. It made her think of the girl, too, the turf she'd shot. She hadn't knocked an arrow since. Another fun thing to have PTSD about in the post-civilized wasteland of New England. Beth couldn't sleep. The stars were out, a brilliant sea broken up by the soft, dark continents of drifting clouds, and she lay staring up at them a yard from where Fran slept, curled on her side in an undershirt and bicycle shorts, snoring softly. We'd be back in Seabrook now if it weren't for me, she thought, if I hadn't taken that stupid fucking shot. That girl screaming, straight bangs and big brown eyes, with the shaft buried deep in her shoulder. Beth shook her head. She passed a hand gingerly over her face, brushing light against the swollen skin around her stitches, and wondered if she'd have time for a quick shave tomorrow. It felt stupid to still care about it. It wasn't like she'd ever passed, not at 6'2" and 200 pounds with her long horse face, broad shoulders, and blocky jaw. Why bother scraping another few days of stubble off something no one with eyes would ever think was a real woman? She made herself exhale. A self-pitying spiral wasn't going to help anything. A shave would make her feel better. She didn't need to put any more thought into it than that. Thanks, though, depression. This was fun. Minutes ticked by. Beth timed her breathing, trying to ease herself into drowsiness, to relax her muscles one by one until whichever of them held her wakeful finally unclenched. The stars turned overhead. The shadows of clouds swept over them. The heat was terrible, a smothering weight lying skin to skin with her no matter how she tossed and turned. Sweat poured in rivers over her tight, sunburned skin. A sound jerked her bolt upright in the jerked her bolt upright in the starlight. A muted thunder of crunches and snaps from the forest to the north. Underbrush rustling in a distant susurrus. I've never seen that word before, susurrus. Hold on, I have to look that up. The fuck does that mean? Is it like this, susurrus, or was it 2S? Susurrus. Whispering, murmuring, or rustling. Okay. Susurration. I didn't know about this. She shuffled on her knees to the roof's retaining wall, squinting at the distant smear of Boston's lights beyond the trees. Before T-Day, it would have looked like a beacon. Now it was only a pale yellow-white smudge, a porch light someone had forgotten to turn off. The crashing grew louder. Across the parking lot, a doe burst out of the dark under the pines. She was full out, lathered like a racehorse, her shadow sweeping smooth and fleet over the broken pavement with each bound. Behind her, mouths gaping, eyes luminous in the faint silver light, came a tide of men. They ran on all fours, calloused feet and knuckles making the visitor center shake under Beth's knees. She glanced at Fran, still sleeping, and then back at the oncoming wave. Their eyes glinted in the dark like the eyes of animals caught in car headlights. The deer ran on. Beth wondered what had happened to the rest of her herd. Torn flesh, gristles stretched by rotten teeth, a scrap of dappled hide, a gory hoof. The men streamed after her, backs heaving, limbs scything through grit and dust and flying pine needles. They poured past the visitor center, their packs stretching out as stragglers fell behind, and the doe opened up a lead. Beth dared for a moment to hope the creature might make it. Then the second pack came boiling quick and quiet from the woods beside the area where the trucks had parked so that their drivers could catch a few hours of sleep before. Their drivers could catch a few hours of sleep. They got the doe near the on-ramp, it sounded like, and she screamed just once, a high hoarse sound Beth wanted to forget as soon as she'd heard it. And then there was only the crunch of breaking bone and the wet ripping noise of the men worrying at her flesh. By dawn, the pack had moved on, dragging the deer's half-eaten carcass back into the woods, and Beth had snatched a few bleak hours of sleep, shot through the nightmares of screaming women whose bodies crumbled at the slightest touch. She felt greasy and faintly nauseous, her stomach clenched around a knot of half-digested power bar and jerky. She stood up and stretched, blinking, bleary-eyed in the soft, wet heat. She got her shaving kit and vaulted from the roof, leaving Fran to sleep. A backed-up drainage cut near the west edge of the parking lot had flooded sometime recently. The water didn't look bad, Beth thought as she drew closer. Not drinkable, but fine. She knelt in the soft soil of its bank and bent to splash some on her face, lukewarm. Too cloudy to see the bottom, her reflection swam in the brown churn. Big brick face, all scarred up and bandaged. Brick, brick, brick. She took her razor from her belt and ran it a few times along its loose stretch, slack grown notch by notch over 5 years of constant travel and infrequent meals. She didn't really know if it helped keep the razor sharp, but she liked the shushing sound it made. Stropping, that's what it was called. He came at her out of the cut, exploding through the placid surface in a cloud of sparkling droplets, and she saw with a thrill of terror that he was erect, his cock standing hard against his concave belly. She dropped her razor and went for her knife, but slowly, so slowly. It felt like she was moving through stirred concrete, like someone had filled her arms with steel ball bearings. Her hand closed on the knife's worn hilt. He crashed into her, and they fell together, rolling through the tall grass. She stabbed at him. He was bigger than she was and strong, hideously strong. The smell of his breath was cum and rotten meat and old forgotten gym bags where the accoutrements of manhood festered unseen in the sweaty dark. A rat walled up dead behind new drywall. His teeth snapped inches from her face, held back only by her straining forearm. She stabbed again, hot blood gushing over her hand, and lost hold of the knife as he twisted atop her and wrapped his claws around her throat. His filthy nails dug into her neck. She looked up at him, breathing through her flesh, fighting the urge to shrink into a ball and go away until he'd finished what the thing between his legs wanted to do to her. I can take him. I can take this piece of shit. When he was a person, I'd have whipped his ass at pool and gone home with his fucking girl. Warm drool dripped onto her upturned face. His nails broke skin. Her own breath hissed in her ears, thin and strangled, and she thought for some reason of Fran's hesitant mouth on hers, not opening, and of the other woman's soft, husky voice tickling her neck. You make me feel so delicate. He was going to kill her. She couldn't hold him off. He was going to kill her, and if she was lucky, he'd do it before he raped her. Her forearm trembled under his crushing weight. She could see his chin and his gnashing teeth, and his spit ran into her eyes, stinging and vile. Spots formed and burst like blackheads in her vision, then running footsteps, a dull, solid thwack of impact. The man rolled off of her with a gurgling moan. Beth lay gasping in the mud. Fran stood over her, breathing hard, a blood-stained brick clutched in her hands. "Are you okay?" Fran asked. Beth levered herself up onto her elbows, coughing. "I'm great," she croaked. "I was about to focus my key into the first 2 fingers of my right hand and liquefy his entire spine with a single strike, but you threw off my technique." The man let out a kind of snarling whine. He was bent double, his wounded head resting against the ground, claws digging furrows in the dirt. In 3 somehow incredibly faggy steps, Beth had never met anyone else who minced like that. Fran was at his side. Her face screwed up in distaste. She brought the brick down on the back of his head. Skin split, bone crunched. The brick came up, Fran's arms trembling with its weight, then down again, up and down, hammering his face into the mossy ground. Finally, Fran stumbled away from his still form, the brick falling with a splash into the muddy water. She was shaking. Beth, still breathing hard, got up and hooked the toe of her boot under the dead man's shoulder. She flipped him over onto his back. They both stared. With his cleft chin and relatively unmarred face, the worst of the split skin and scarring confined to just behind his ears and the soft flesh under his jaw, he seemed disconcertingly normal, like a stock image of a high school football player or a Ken doll. Beth burst out laughing. "Oh my God," Fran squealed. She clasped her bloody hands over her mouth. "I killed a Chad." Chapter 5, Not All Men. Robbie knew a lot about how to fight someone bigger than yourself. The first and best way to do it was to avoid them completely, to never be where they could find you, to give them no reason to realize you existed at all. The second was to be as brutal and unfair as humanly possible. In his sophomore year of high school, he donned a burlap sack with cutout eye holes for a hood and caught Dane Kimball, the football captain, on a stretch of empty dirt road between school and home. He'd walked right up to Kimball and fired a nail gun 8 times into his hand and arm. Dane had kept away from Anna and her friends after that. It was the same with what the cis men had turned into. You had to kill them before they knew you were there, preferably during the scant 2 or 3 hours a day that they slept, or else when they were eating or at a watering hole. Ideally, you found one of their caves and just rolled in a sheetrock bucket full of gasoline with a burning rag stuffed through a hole in the lid. Smoke did most of the work. You just had to stand over the cave mouth and shoot the survivors as they crawled out. Just now, with no fuel on hand and nothing else to occupy his time, he was sitting halfway up a 30-foot maple in the crotch of 2 thick branches with a sour apple gumball in his mouth, a rifle across his lap, and 1,600 rounds of ammunition neatly slotted into the cubby holes of a vinyl laundry organizer he'd hung from a higher limb. In the clearing below lay the carcass of a dog he'd found, the smell of which he'd amplified with a rotten cut of venison and a liberal splash of his own piss. He was pretty sure they could smell estrogen. The first man showed itself near noon, loping like a wolf out of the shadows under the trees. He approached the dead dog warily, snuffling at the air and snarling to itself before it thrust its face into the carcass's open flank to feed. Robbie raised the rifle to his shoulder and squinted down the iron sights. He took his time, waiting to see if another might join the first as it ripped mouthfuls of rotting meat off of the carcass and choked them down with its head thrown back, snuffling and snorting for breath. None did. Near 1 o'clock, he'd eased pressure onto the rifle's trigger on his exhale, just like he'd watched his grandfather do 100 times shooting crows in the pumpkin field. The rifle bucked against his shoulder. The thing in the clearing gave a funny sideways leap, half of its head blown off, and sticky black coral ridges of brain showing through the shattered skull and then collapsing face down, legs kicking spasmodically at the dirt and dead pine needles. Screams rose up in the distance. Robbie worked the rifle's bolt to a chamber a new round. Most automatic firearms were seized up and useless at this point, and repairing them was outside his wheelhouse, but anything they'd used in World War II you could break down, grease, and put together in working order in a few short hours. That reliability was a plus when you needed to kill 40 or 50 extremely angry things that used to be people in the space of about 15 minutes. He held the rifle slanting down across his thighs, swinging his bare feet idly as the sounds of bodies crashing through the underbrush drew closer. It made him think of his last summer on the farm, and for some reason, of the night his grandfather, uneasy, not understanding, but with love, had shaved his head at his request with a pair of ancient clippers. If that's what you want, Tiger. The men came out of the woods. Robbie raised the rifle. He tracked the scything motion of their long, lean arms and legs, the ripple of thick muscle under their broad shoulders. He led the fastest of them, letting out a long, slow breath, and he fired. He walked home late that night beneath the dead and silent power lines, entangled now beyond hope of extraction with the limbs of half-grown pines. Creepers hung from the sagging lines and coiled like pythons up the few remaining telephone poles and over the rusted transformers. His cramps were coming back, and he badly needed a new pad. For a moment he felt a twinge of dysphoria, a sense that someone might have heard his thoughts and sneered at them. It passed. He smiled to himself in the moonlit dark. It felt like half remembering a funny dream to think back on how insecure he'd been, how he'd pissed and moaned at Tess over every picture she took of him, too feminine, and every time she put her arm around his waist, emphasizing that I'm smaller than you was fucking transphobic. That venal, frightened voice inside him had shriveled up and died 5 years ago when he'd sat drugged in his adjustable hospital bed, chest numb and eyes bleary, watching the world burn on TV and trying not to cry because if the doctors on the news were right, he'd never be able to take tea again, and his entire family was going to die. Now he was the only man he knew. There were others. He'd met one on the outskirts of Manchester a year or so ago, a scruffy man in his 40s or 50s named Reggie, who'd been at the low point in his dose cycle when the plague hit, and he guessed fresh trans men still came out sometimes. People who hadn't known before the plague or who'd been closeted, they were out there making their own manhood in the wreckage of the world. Sometimes he thought he should find them, link up and hunt together, but he never did. It was safer being alone. He was a dozen yards from the edge of his campsite, rifle resting on one shoulder, his gumball reduced to a malleable, crusty paste of tasteless sugar when he heard voices. He sank into a crouch among the spreading ferns, suddenly conscious of the heat that lay like a blanket over the woods at the river's edge, and where he'd been staying for a week now. Mosquitoes whined in the humid stillness. One settled on his shoulder, wings falling silent, and began to drink. Telling you, whoever lives out here has more than she needs. Who the fuck's gonna hunt us down over some mushrooms and dried fish? It was a rough voice, high and strained, with a hint of crackling vocal fry and a pronounced Boston accent. The speaker sounded as though she were in the middle of something difficult. The reply, which came from somewhere near his tent, was sweeter, milder, more New Haven than Dorchester. I don't feel good about this. I want to go. We should go. Robbie crept through the underbrush in silence. He could see a penlight's blue-white beam and the slender shadow of the person who held it trained on a second figure, much larger, halfway up the big wind-stripped spine where he'd hung his bear bags. She was rifling through the largest of them, transferring canning jars and wax-wrapped parcels to a duffel slung over her shoulder. It was too dark to see what she was taking. He took a mental inventory of his stockpile as the larger woman zipped the bear bag back up, adjusted her duffel strap, and began shining down the tree. She couldn't have taken much, and he had a safety week built in. He could fish the river, gather late berries, maybe bake acorn bread if he could find eggs. The thought of shooting the intruders flitted quick and red across his mind. The big one first, then the one holding the light. The tree climber dropped the last few feet, landing lightly and swiping sweaty hair out of her face. She had a gap between her two front teeth and a blood-crusted gauze pad plastered to one cheek. A scar tugged at the other corner of her mouth, which was soft and round in contrast with the long-jawed weight of her features. Her blunt, choppy bangs were plastered to her forehead. She blew out a breath. "Can we go now?" asked the other. She'd moved closer, and Robbie could see her now, silhouetted in the moonlight. Trans, but he could only tell by the very slight swelling of her Adam's apple. With her long, straight nose and narrow jaw, a mandible shave, maybe, she looked sad and waifish, hunched, elbows drawn in. A sudden pang of homesickness closed his throat and brought tears to his eyes. "When was the last time you spoke out loud to another human being? When was the last time you touched someone?" He watched them for a while as they talked, imagining the things he'd say to them, the places they might go together once they came around to the advantages of strength in numbers. He nearly stood, and then thought of the Midge and the winter after the collapse and the cabin where they'd stayed, rationing canned beans and peanuts and drinking lemon juice because Midge, who loved to read about Franklin and Shackleton and all those other idiots who got themselves and all their men killed exploring the poles, kept insisting they'd get scurvy. The taller woman raked a hand back through her hair. She said something to the shorter one, who looked uncomfortable. Robbie thought of the day the Spiro had run out. He thought of the basement and the rusted lock and the handgun buried somewhere in the woods outside of Durham. He thought of those things and watched and waited and didn't move until the sound of the woman's footsteps faded into the soft, humid stillness of the night. That was a great chapter. Whew! All right. Let's see. What was that other? Hereat said, requesting the first bit of JR by W. Gaddis. Okay. Okay, where do I find this to read it? Read online. Here we go. I've never heard of this, so I don't know what I'm in for. All right. So I guess we'll read 2 pages of this. Oh, I have to borrow it for an hour, of course. All right. This looks interesting. Money in a voice that rustled. Paper, yes. And we'd never seen it. Paper money. We never saw paper money till we came east. It looked so strange the first time we saw it. Lifeless. You couldn't believe it was worth a thing. Not after father jingling his change. Those were silver dollars. And silver halves, yes, and quarters, Julia. The ones from his pupils. I can hear him now. Sunlight, pocketed in a cloud, spilled suddenly broken across the floor, through the leaves of the trees outside. I loved that phrasing. Sunlight pocketed in a cloud. Spilled suddenly. That's cool. Coming up the veranda, how he jingled when he walked. He'd have his pupils rest the quarters that they had brought. He had his pupils rest the quarters that they brought him on the backs of their hands when they did their scales. He charged 50 cents a lesson, you see, mister. Cohen, without the H. Now, if both of you ladies... Why, it's just like that story about father's dying wish to have his bust sunk in Vancouver Harbor, and his ashes sprinkled on the water there, about James and Thomas out in the rowboat, and both of them hitting at the bust with their oars because it was hollow and wouldn't go down, and the storm coming up while they were out there, blowing his ashes back into their beards. There was never a bust of father, Anne, and I don't recall his ever being in Australia. That's just what I mean about stories getting started. Well, it can't help repeating them before a perfect stranger. I'd hardly call Mr. Cohen a stranger, Julia. He knows more about our business than we do ourselves. Ladies, please, I haven't come out here simply to dig into your intimate affairs, but since your brother died intestate, certain matters will have to be dealt with which otherwise might never come up at all. Now, to return to this question of... I'm sure we have nothing to hide. Lots of brothers don't get on after all. And do come sit down, Mr. Cohen. You might as well tell him the whole story, Julia. Well, father was just 16 years old. As I say, Ira Cobb owed him some money. It was for work that father had done, probably repairing some farm machinery. Father was always good with his hands, and then this problem came up over money. Instead of paying, Father Ira gave him an old violin, and he took it down to the barn to try to learn to play it. Well, father heard it and went right down and broke the violin over father's head. We were a Quaker family after all, where you didn't just do things that didn't pay. Of course, Miss Bast, it's all quite commendable. Now, returning to this question of property, that's what we're discussing, if you'll be a little patient. Why, Uncle Dick, father's older brother, had walked all the way back to Indiana, every step of the way from the Andersonville prison. And after that business of the violin, father left home and went to teaching school. The one thing he'd wanted all his life was to own as far as he could see in any direction. I hope we've cleared things up for you now. We might if he came back here and sat down. He won't find anything gazing out the window. I had hoped, said Mr. Cohen from the far end of the room, where he appeared to steady himself against the window frame. I expected Mrs. Angel to be with us here today. He went on in a tone as drained of hope as the gaze he had turned out through evergreen foundation planting just gone sunless with He went on in a tone as drained of hope as the gaze he had turned out through evergreen foundation planting just gone sunless with stifling the prospect of had just gone sunless with stifling the prospect of roses run riot, only to be strangled by the honeysuckle which had long since overwhelmed the grape arbor at the back, where another building was being silently devoured by rhododendron before his eyes. What the fuck? This motherfucker is tripping. Mrs. Angel? The daughter of the descendant. Oh, that's Stella's married name, isn't it? You remember, Julia. Father used to say, why, Stella called earlier. You told me yourself, Anne, to say she was taking a later train. That name was changed from Angel somewhere along the way. I'm afraid I'll miss her then. I have to be in court. I scarcely see the need for that, Mr. Cohen. If Stella's husband is so impatient he's hiring lawyers and running to court. You're losing a button here, Mr. Cohen. Thomas had the same trouble when he got stout. He couldn't keep a crease in anything either. Miss Bast, I'm afraid I haven't made myself clear. My court appearance today has nothing whatsoever to do with this matter. There is no reason for any of this to ever come up into court. In fact, believe me, Miss Bast, both of you ladies, the last thing I would wish to is to see you with ladies in court. Now, you must understand that I am not here simply as Mr. Angel's attorney. I am here as counsel for General Roll. This is very strange. I guess I'm reading more of it. Hi, Rat just gave me another $5. All right. You remember back when Thomas started it, Julia, and we thought it was a military friend he'd made. Of course, it was James who had friends in the military. Yes, he'd run off to war, you know, Mr. Cohen, a drummer boy in the Spanish War. The Spanish War? He murmured vaguely, braced against the back of the Queen Anne chair before the empty hearth. Yes, he was only a child. But the Spanish War, that was 37, wasn't it? Or 38? Oh, not so long ago as that. I think you mean 97 or 98. Was it, Anne, when they sank the Maine? Who? That's one I never heard. Do you feel unwell, Mr. Cohen? Yes, Thomas ran off right after James did, but he was too small for the war, of course. He joined a Tom show passing through town, playing clarinet in the entry act. And they also let him look over the dogs, finding livery stables to put them up in. You might have noticed his scar, Mr. Cohen, where one of the bloodhounds tore open his thumb. He carried it with him right into his grave, but you're not leaving us so soon, Mr. Cohen. Of course, we've answered all your questions. I know you must be a busy man. Mr. Cohen, might a nice glass of cold water? No, it isn't water that I need. If you ladies, just for a moment, if you'll give me your undivided attention. We have no objection at all, Mr. Cohen. We're telling you everything we can think of. Yes, but some of it is not precisely relevant. If you'll simply tell us what it is you want to know, instead of wandering around the room here waving your arms, we want to see this settled as much as anyone. Yes, thank you, Miss Bast. Precisely. Now, as we are all aware, the bulk of your brother's estate consists of his controlling share in the General Roll Corporation. Share? I think Thomas had at least 40 shares, or 45, was it, Anne? Because we have... Precisely, Miss Bast. Since its founding, General Roll has been a closely held company owned by members of your family. Under the guidance of the descendant, and more recently that of his son-in-law, Mr. Angel, General Roll has prospered substantially. You certainly wouldn't know it from the dividends, Mr. Cohen. There simply have not been any. Precisely. This is one of the difficulties we face now. Since your brother, and more recently his son-in-law, have wished to build the company larger rather than simply extract profits from it, its net worth has grown considerably, and with that growth, of course, have come certain obligations which the company right now is being hard-pressed to satisfy. Since no buy-sell arrangements had been made with the descendant prior to his death, no cross-purchase plan providing life insurance on each of the principals, or an entity plan that would have allowed the company itself to buy up his interest, in the absence of any such arrangements as these, the money which will be required to pay the very substantial death taxes. Julia, I'm sure Mr. Cohen is complicating things unnecessarily. crowned by the complications inherent in any situation which the descendant dies intestate. Julia, can't you, further complicated by certain unresolved and somewhat delicate aspects of the family situation, which I have come out here today to discuss with Mr. Cohen, please do sit down and come to the point. Yes, after all, Julia, you remember, Charlotte died without leaving a will, and father simply sat down and parceled things out. Of course, I think that James always felt. Yes, James made it quite clear how he felt. Do sit down here, Mr. Cohen, and stop waving that piece of paper around. It's simply the waiver I mentioned. He said giving it up and seating himself in the Queen Anne chair, whose arm came off in his hand. Julia, I thought Edward had fixed that. It was the side door latch he fixed, Anne. It didn't work when I let Mr. Cohen in. He had to come round by the back. I thought you came in at the side, Mr. Cohen. Well, I let him in, Julia. After all, I thought Edward had let him in. No, fixed the latch. Mr. Cohen finished fitting the arm of the chair back in place, leaned carefully away from it. That is the waiver I brought for your nephew Edward to sign, he said, resting his elbows on the scarcely more firm support of his knees. A mere formality in this case, of course. Where there's a will, there's a way. You're quite witty today, Mr. Cohen, but believe me, Anne, I think this is Thomas's will. The tangle things are in right now. Yes, just look at these obituaries, and why Mr. Cohen ever brought them out unless to tangle things up still further. To read them, it's hard, even knowing who's dead. Did you see this one? It's all about James. James, and no mention of Thomas at all. I simply included it because he began in a tone that seemed to echo the deep, as he fixed the newspaper streamer flown between his glazed eyes. Word comes into a newspaper of a death. If someone there is in a hurry and just hears the last name, he might grab the obituary that's already written on someone like your brother James, as prominent as your brother James. They keep one written and up to date against the day. But James isn't dead. He's just away, abroad, accepting some sort of award. Yes, in fact, I think if you'll read that clipping, that seems to be about all James does now, going about to accept awards. It's not as though he didn't deserve them, Julia. Don't give Mr. Cohen the wrong idea. There's no telling the stories he'll carry back with him. Ladies, I assure you, all I wish to carry back is this waiver with your nephew's signature. Since your brothers were not especially close, and the descendant died intestate, the cooperation of the survivors is... You make us sound like a shipwreck, Mr. Cohen. Well, now that you speak of it, Miss Bast, I think I know what he's trying to say. He's going to drag up those old stories about James and Thomas not getting on. I don't think he could sit there and name two brothers who went out of their way for one another as often as James and Thomas did. Neither of them had a single job that the other didn't claim to have got for him. The Russian Symphony. And Sosa's band. Of course there was a certain competitive spirit between the boys. No one denies that, Mr. Cohen. We had a family orchestra, you know, and they practiced 3 or 4 hours a day. Every week, Father gave a dime to the one that showed the most improvement, from the time they were 6 until they left home. Yes, Julia played the... Where you are going now, Mr. Cohen. If you'll just still for a moment, I'm sure we can find some black thread. I can sew that button back on while we're chatting. While I wait to talk with your nephew, Edward. Whatever that paper is you've brought there, I don't think he'll be in any hurry to sign it. Yes, I remember Father telling us never to sign anything we didn't read carefully. But, ladies, I want him to read it. I urge him to read it. I urge you to read it. It's only a few lines, the merest formality, a waiver to permit the appointment of the descendant's daughter, one Stella, Mrs. Angel, as administrator of her father's estate, so that we may submit to the court. Mr. Cohen, you distinctly said that you hoped to keep us all out of court. Didn't you hear him say that, Anne? Yes, I certainly did, and I'm not at all sure what James will say about these goings-on. James had a great instinct for justice, Mr. Cohen, and in spite of being a composer, he knows more than a little about the law. If we're all obliged to end up in court in order to settle what's right and wrong here... Madam, Miss Bast, please, I implore you, there is no such issue at stake, and there is no reason there ever should be. The law, Miss Bast, let me tell you, the law. To be careful of that lamp, Mr. Cohen. There's no question of justice, right or wrong. The law seeks order, Miss Bast, order. Now, Mr. Cohen, if you'll just sit still, I've found some black thread right here in the basket, and an agreement within a legal framework is made for the protection of all concerned. Now, perhaps you would like to take off your jacket? I'm just afraid you will spill those papers. Yes, thank you. No. Now, It's carpet thread, and it should hold quite well. It will probably outlast the suit itself. Let me assure you that signing this waiver will not in any way affect the claim your nephew may have upon the estate of the descendant. But because of his somewhat equivocal position, I got it for father's overcoat buttons. It always outlasts the coats themselves. I don't know what you're inferring, Miss Cohen, but this is as I understand it, Miss Bast. Your nephew Edward's position in the family. His mother, who was known as Nellie, she wasn't simply known as Nellie. That was Nellie's Christian name, even though a lot of people thought it was a nickname. But I see no reason to start prying. I think when James has done his memoirs, can you raise your arm a little, Mr. Cohen? A lot of prying people will have surprises, and after all the gossip that followed. Ladies, I am not here to pry, but in the legal disposition of your brother's estate, his relationship to Nellie and your nephew Edward is extremely pertinent. Now, as I understand it, your brother Thomas had one child, Stella, by his first wife, who then died. I wouldn't really say who then died, Mr. Cohen. Why, she was still alive when... Of course, forgive me. At any rate, Thomas remarried one Nellie, who in due course appears to have separated from him in order to to marry James, precisely. But I would hardly say in due course, Mr. Cohen. I think we were all rightly quite surprised. I don't know, Anne. Nellie was flighty. I remember James using that word, now that you say it. It was when Rachmaninoff was visiting. I remember because he'd just had his fingers insured. Hand me those scissors, please, Mr. Cohen. However, yes, thank you, here. Now, however, in the absence of any record of legally contracted marriage between the said Nellie and James, my dear Mr. Cohen, or indeed any evidence of legal and binding divorce between the aforesaid Nellie and the descendant, it scarcely seems necessary, and although it appears to have been known that this Nellie aforesaid was living as the wife of the descendant's brother James at the time she bore her son Edward, and had been so living for some indefinite time prior to that event, nonetheless, in the continued absence of a birth certificate attesting to those circumstances of his provenience, Edward is in a position to exert a substantial claim upon the estate in question, and therefore, I scarcely understand a word you said, Mr. Cohen, and where you got that piece of paper you're reading from, but I wrote it, Miss Bast. His glasses are rather like the ones that James lost that summer up near Tannerville, aren't they, Julia? And the idea of digging up all this gossip again. Why, Edward's been perfectly happy here, and James has been a fine father to him. There's never been any question at all, really, why? But I don't question that, Miss Bast. The point is simply that in regards to your brother's estate, until his position is clearly established, just a little thread, it's still hanging here. If you hold still... Yes, thank you again for the button, Miss Bast, but are you leaving so soon? No, I simply hope I think he maybe think better on my feet. He's spilling those papers there, Julia. Miss Bast, and yes, thank you, Miss Bast. And therefore, after Nellie died, Mr. Cohen, to the contrary notwithstanding, James brought him here then, and we've practically brought him up ourselves. James's work has always made such demands. That's his studio there at the back. You can see it right at the side window. And we'd often miss him for days at a time. But the point, Miss Bast, the point of law at issue here is... I don't think we're ever going to get to the point at issue here, are we? Gary always with $2 said Zoros II's controversial eulogy for Digibro. Oh, you read that tweet? The comment that I tweeted earlier. Yeah, we could do that. I think that's what you're talking about. Yeah, okay, here we go. All right, I have not actually read this all the way through yet. I skimmed it here and there. This, first of all, for context, because this is fucking hilarious. This guy just said, "You used to be cool, and now ... I replied, "I'm fucking awesome," because what a great setup, right? You used to be cool, and now I'm fucking awesome. And I even hearted my own comment because I thought that would just double down and make it even funnier. And then he responds with this fucking full, like more than a page of text here. So let's go through it. At Trixie the Golden Witch. In your old age, you will have nothing but misery and regret. You have sold yourself a lie, And it comes with very real consequences for you, personal quality of life and mental fortitude. When I was younger, I loved anime because it was the kind of thing that inspired bizarre and unusual thought experiments and compelled me to challenge my own logic and reasoning, and it provided some comfort to a lonely and neglected child. But as time went on, so now he's talking about himself and not me at all. I don't know why he's suddenly writing an autobiography in the middle of his criticism of me. But as time went on, new anime, in general, became less thought-provoking and innovative, even going so far as to create waves of series who had no other purpose than to allow weak-willed people to live vicariously through generic characters devoid of any redeeming qualities or uniqueness. None of that is a changed thing. None of that's new. This has always been the case. This has always been the case. Proportionally, Sturgeon's revelation, 90% of everything is crap. Keep this in mind at all times. At any given time, only 10% of anything is being made is good. You have to find the 10%. You cannot allow other people to try to tell you what is the 10% of good shit. You had, and perhaps still do, amazing sense when it comes to analyzing these works. Perhaps still do. You could go watch my new videos, my new analysis videos. Determine definitively that I still do. Not just the works themselves, but the underlying intentions and the real-world influences that promoted the development of anime. I don't know why you put the plural of anime is anime. You don't need the S in the parentheses. To their conclusions. It was generally thought-provoking to listen to most of your videos, and I almost felt like on some level you were a bit of a kindred soul, someone who would go on to achieve things in real life outside of anime-related content, and someone that could pass on the kind of reasonings. I was supposed to be this guy's avatar. I was the chosen one. You were supposed to be the chosen one. That could pass on the kind of reasoning skills necessary to utilize anime in productive ways. Anime is becoming something that is more often than not terrible for children, and if it is a bad influence on children, then all that will be left is dying generations of healthy adults and new generations of unhealthy child anime lovers. My brother in Christ. Talk to a billionaire about this. I have nothing to do with this. I didn't fucking cause this. I'm not responsible for this shit. I can't do anything about this shit. I tried. I ended up with people like you. This is my influence? This sucks. But you become so lost as a person that you can no longer separate emotion and fantasy from your own personal life. What does that mean? Many, if not most, mentally sound adults will see you as... Well, not respectable, to keep it simple. What? Why? First of all, what is a mentally sound adult? I've never heard of this. And second of all, I'm out in public every day where I am seen by adults and I've never been disrespected. Well, I have once or twice, but not by people who I would describe as mentally sound. And what of your personal legacy? What do you have to pass on to a child? Well, I don't have a child. So, and how will that child develop with the kind of characteristics you have as a person? I don't have a child. You could say maybe you don't want children, and that's all and well. But that means you die to the world after you're gone, and that all you have learned and understood about life, not just anime, is lost forever and gone. What about everybody else? What about the adults that I speak to? Why the fuck do I have to talk to children? I don't care about fucking children. I don't want children to be learning from me. Children should be learning from, like, responsible, like, caretakers and shit. That's not my job. That's not what this channel's ever been about. This isn't for fucking children. This is for adults. Adults need to learn and grow. Adults like you who need to actually learn how to communicate and be an adult, you're the one who need me, not children. Not you when you were a child who learned nothing clearly from me. You have a lot more to learn, Zoros II. That's why you need to be subscribed to my channel. You have a lot more to learn. You, not some kid. You, who is still a kid. Jesus Christ. You don't have what it takes to raise a child and be a parent. I agree. That's why I haven't done it. Why would I do? Not many people do. Not many people do. Where was I? And that saddens me. I know I'm mostly just projecting my own desires for competent role models for society onto you, but a part of me is also truly saddened that there will be one less person who both enjoys anime and maintains a healthy, logical mindset productive to society and seeing through ill will and corruption. Again, just because my content is not for children does not mean that it's not like socially responsible. If anything, I would consider my content to be deeply socially responsible. So this just rings as fucking horse shit to me. Anyway, I barely watch anime anymore, but there is still a few good ones in my opinion. Oh, really? It's in your opinion? I couldn't have guessed from the fact that you fucking wrote it, dude. That I enjoy from time to time. And I have created the kind of life and family for myself that I truly wanted when I was younger, even though I was ignorant to what I really wanted as a boy at the time. I have a good job. My income is substantial. Hey, give me that wife. Give me that money, I mean. I have a loving and beautiful young wife of 22 years old, is pure and innocent, and a phenomenal wife and what the fuck? What the fuck? Why are you talking about how pure and innocent your 22-year-old wife is? How old are you? What is going on here? I have a loving and beautiful young wife of 22 years old, is pure and innocent, and a phenomenal wife and mother, and a child of 2 years who is already making complicated conversations and speaking at an elementary school level. Bro, why are you typing all this shit in my comments instead of taking care of your child? This is not how you behave as a parent. I don't care that you have a kid and I don't. I can tell you this is not how you behave as a parent. You don't go around writing long comments on fucking edgy YouTubers' videos about how you wish they had children for some fucking weird reason. It sounds like you need advice on how to raise your kid better and you wish that I could give it to you. And lucky you, I can. Stop writing comments on YouTube videos. Stop watching anime. Stop being on the internet. Be with your fucking kid, not online. You don't need to be online at all. Actually, you clearly don't need to be online. It's doing fucked up things to your mind. You need to see a therapist. You need to see a fucking expert in child rearing, and you need to talk to any woman other than your wife so that when you say the phrase pure and innocent describing her, they can give you a weird look that tells you that you don't describe your wife that way. It's weird. Anyway, the kind of fulfillment as a man that most men in the US desperately crave and desire, even if they are not aware of it themselves. How? What do you mean by that? How can you desperately crave and desire something and not be aware of it? Like somewhere deep down, it turns out there's been this hole in my life, and as soon as I ate this peanut butter and jelly sandwich, I'm like, I can't believe it. All this time, I had no idea that I was craving this thing, but subconsciously, this has been missing. It's this fucking PB&J right here. This is madness. This is total madness. So many people will never have it at all because of how divided the U.S. has become and the lies that have perpetuated to destroy the nuclear family and turn us all into submissive taxpayers beholden to the 1% celebrities and politicians. How does destroying the nuclear family... Your nuclear family is the reason you have to pay so many taxes. You have to have a house. You have to pay property tax on your house. You have to pay for your car. You have to pay property tax on your car. You have to have a job to make money for them, and you get taxed on your job. You could literally not pay taxes and live by yourself and be a totally free agent. You do not need to participate in the government at all, except that you have to because you have a nuclear family you're trying to raise as normal. You are so fucking out of your gourd wrong about how the world works. It's unbelievable. When I die, my child, and probably more soon, idiocracy, people, only idiots have children. It's really true. Will still inherit all my wisdom and skills. They won't inherit shit, dude. You have to teach them all of that. You don't just inherit wisdom and skills. It's not in your fucking DNA. Your kid might be dumber than shit, dude. You have no idea. But will be more complete than I ever was because they will have social calibration I lacked. How? How are they going to get that? And a healthy and loving, nurturing childhood environment to always embrace. how do you know that? What about you? Will your children make society better? Help keep the infrastructure running and raise more healthy and fulfilled children? I think not. Motherfucker, I don't have kids! What are you fucking talking about? You have fallen from grace, Digibro, but thank you the wonderful content you used to make, and I hope it continues, but I mourn for your future. Bro, get off the internet, take care of your kid, don't have another one until you've seen how this one comes out, because you should be a lot more worried. You should be way more worried about how this kid is going to come out. You should be worried about your relationship lasting through this kid's life. You're calling your wife fucking sweet and innocent. You need to have a long conversation with her. Jesus Christ, dude, you sound like you are not from the planet Earth at all. That was wild. That was a lot weirder than I thought it was going to be, because I hadn't read the like meat of it yet. I'd only kind of skimmed the first like sentence of each paragraph. My response to that on YouTube was, you should probably like not like do this. You should probably speak to a therapist instead of me, who is definitely going to mock your comment on a show. Like the main thing I do is mock people's shitty comments. And so to leave a comment like that, like, do you not think this is just going to lead to mockery? Like, you clearly care. You wrote all of this. You clearly care. You need to speak to somebody who cares about you, not somebody who is going to laugh at you and tell you that you need to raise your kid better. Like, how much for the next few chapters? I tell you what, I'm going to come back. I'm going to take a short break because I'm hungry. I'm going to make myself some chili. And I'll just like play a video that you guys can watch while I'm gone. Because my back is also starting to hurt from sitting in this chair. So I need to stand up and move around a bit. I've already been going for almost 3 hours. What should I put on while I'm gone that lasts just long enough to make sense for you to watch by the time that I get back? I tell you what, we'll just see how far you can get into this hour and a half long unhinged recap of Winx Club.
There's a new season of Winx Club coming.
Incredibly beautiful person, Negative Legend. All right, just listen to this for a bit, I guess.
Now, and I need to catch up. I haven't made a video on Winx Club for years. Here's a super fast review and recap of all the seasons of Winx Club. And I didn't check which dub I used, so I may be a heathen and I may not be using the RAI English. Go ahead and burn me at the stake after you like and subscribe. Bloom acts like she should be on r/main character. Going to the park just to eat an apple under a tree. I don't know how good the forests are where she lives, but I doubt it would prevent everyone from hearing a magical spell battle. I've seen enough hentai to know where this is going.
Come get me! Wait, did I just say that?
Oops, did I just say that out loud? He's right behind me, isn't he? I like how Bloom straight up tells her parents that Stella is a fairy. I never understood why they always hide it from their parents. My parents would never believe me. No, really, it would be, I am a child and don't know what to do. This actually gets the parents out of the way. Just show them that fairies are real, stay quiet, keep it secret. Now we don't need to deal with all the annoying parent tropes. They don't beat around the bush. The girlies want magical fairy school. Get them to magical fairy school. Oh my goodness, boys, but like not in the creepy way that makes me want to walk on the other side of the street. You know, I think the existence of the magical school genre is proof that learning is fun and that public school is just really bad at doing their job. Bloom lies and pretends to be someone else in order to get into the school immediately while also meeting the supporting cast. A plan that would only work in a cartoon. On the first day of school, what do? Go around the room and introduce themselves? No, they play hooky and go hang out.
Everyone here knows magic, and unlike us, they get to use it for anything they want.
They can use it for anything they want, including almost hitting people with their car. The bad bitches are also witches hunting down a special ring.
And we're seniors. Nobody messes with senior witches. But if you tell us...
I see we're upholding the tradition of seniors preying on freshmen.
It's okay, Stella. My name's Bloom and I come from Earth.
From Earth as in planet Earth?
Her lie lasted all of one episode.
We just had a great idea.
Princess Musa should perform a hip-hop number for our guests.
You think you can perform a hip-hop number at a ball? We need classical music. Taylor Swift Bridgerton covers.
You pathetic Earth girl. How'd you even get into this school? You don't have any winks at all.
Yes, she does. She's just a late bloomer.
Boo! You stink!
My foot's asleep and I got an itch I can't scratch.
Ugh, he's rank.
There's no ventilation in here.
If he doesn't do something about his OBO,
I think I can see why he stinks. Look at those eyes.
Something tells me these plants don't just survive on water alone.
And what? I've seen enough hentai to know where this is going.
Well, don't be a stranger. Get over here and pass out hugs.
Yeah, bro, where my hug at? They kidnap Stella because for some reason she never brings her magic ring with her anywhere. So Bloom gives the Budget Hex girls the ring. The ring is also her scepter and is made from starlight, and that starlight was also used to make a great dragon, giving us clues as to why the witches want it.
The Great Dragon is supposed to have created the entire magical dimension. We can cast a hypnosis spell on the witches while they're sleeping, and then we can make them give us the ring.
You're going to roofie them. You just described a magical Mickey. They literally just sneak into their room the next episode and steal it back. No protective spell, nothing. Why does no one just wear this ring? Do they not know that you can just keep it on? They get themselves into trouble, and then Bloom starts hearing a mysterious voice in her head telling her to trust the voice. If this wasn't a magical world, I would assume she was crazy. And listening to the voice reveals a portal for them to leave. The principal suspends their magical powers for sneaking out at night. Literally 1 episode later, they get their powers back. Jeez, guys, can you actually commit to any amount of risk? Creepy voice keeps being creepy. Destiny, chosen one, main character syndrome. Season 1 really focuses on interpersonal drama between the 3 primary groups. That being the Winx, Witches, and the dude bro frat dude heroes. There's more of a focus on the high school drama with the flavor of magic rather than the reverse. If anything, it's the witches that are hyper-focused on progressing their magic without them. The plot wouldn't even move forward without the witches. The witches are probably the most titular part of this entire plot. While the Winx Club is focused on living their lives, the witches are pushing them to discover their powers and their true capabilities.
I think Darcy'd like to make him her pet project. Emphasis on the pet.
Dang. I didn't know you were kinky like that. Do the guys just have a private jet? They got that super rich money. I wonder how much tuition is at their school. I would argue that season 1 is less of a magical school genre and more like an urban fantasy with established magical world building. There's too much of a blend of technology to keep it feeling hip and modern for it to properly feel completely magical. Surprisingly, it works really well. I'm not knocking it, but it's very painfully clear that the magical school aspect is running second fiddle to everything else going on. I sometimes forget they even go to a school. The school setting is really just a convenient way to get the main cast to meet each other and to establish the fun school rivalry. Edgy boy who just can't be changed is brainwashed and working for the witches now.
This is strange. I'm going to analyze the air composition. Everyone, stop breathing!
Stop breathing. Oh, yeah, sure, no problem. I'll just suffocate. Bloom starts unlocking more weird powers, and while a fire was destroying her mother's flower shop, she got a vision of the past. Apparently, her father found her in a fire protected by a force field and then adopted Bloom, which explains why Bloom has magic powers and they don't. I think the most impressive part of the show is how they managed to juggle so many characters and have it work for the story. The cast is pretty large, and there's definitely characters that are flat and not very fleshed out, but the primary players of the story and the secondary characters feel like there's enough that it flows together naturally. It feels like a proper soap opera for kids, which I think is why it's so appealing. Every character has their own something that they want, whether it's big or small. And that makes them all feel like they're not forgotten. They don't fade into the background. Everyone has a certain stake into what's going on. The principal catches wind of Bloom's visions, and so she astral projects them to Daphne's resting place, the person who's been giving Bloom visions. And Daphne talks about how there's a tiara that belongs to Bloom and that the dragon fire is still burning inside of her, and that's why she's randomly so powerful. After getting caught by Althea's principal, the headmaster gets so upset with the witches that she actually expels them, not because she doesn't agree with what they're doing, she just gets upset that they keep getting caught.
Brandon, You worthless fan! His name isn't Brandon. This is Sky, Prince of Heraklion, and my beloved fiancé.
Of course, they just had to make him a prince. We can't have main character falling in love with some normie. Bloom feels so upset with the principal getting angry at her and her boy toy being betrothed to prissy princess that she just decides to go home.
My turn now.
Electric booty kick!
Dang. I wish someone would use that spell on me. The witches explain that their witch coven tracked the dragonfire and turned the planet to ice. And Daphne, the guardian, put the dragonfire into Bloom, and that she's also the heir to the throne, meaning she's a princess. Gasp, I know, shocking. Who would have thought? And then they overpower her and steal the dragonfire from within her. They use the dragonfire to summon an army of decay, which they never talked about until right now, but you know, there's a scary army hell-bent on destroying the world, so a big, evil, scary threat.
You ready to take over the universe for Mama? Are you, pumpkins?
Yes, mommy. The plan is for Bloom to go to the Kingdom of Sparks, the origin of the dragon flame, and that'll basically recharge Bloom's powers. She needs to throw herself into the volcano. Inside the castle, Daphne guides Bloom to the super special tiara, and it shows her what happened all those years ago. Straight up, Bloom was Naruto'd. People just keep throwing ancient magic powers into babies. Who keeps thinking that this is a good idea? Sky tells Bloom that he called off his arranged marriage. Can you do that? I thought an arranged marriage wasn't their choice. That's like the whole point. A lot of stuff happens that isn't really important. There was this one witch that was transformed into a pumpkin that they finally reversed, so that's a thing. Maybe she'll be important later. Plot twist, she's not.
They don't teach us how to do this in heroics class, but I gotta say I really like you, and now I gotta go. Bye.
I can't tell if that's really cringy or really sweet. Oh yeah, Riven got better, by the way. Bloom gets an awkward pep talk from Daphne, basically telling to just believe in herself. And Bloom goes, you know what? Yeah, you got a point. And she gets her magic back. They really stumbled through this part. Icy learns that fire melts ice. I kid you not. That's it. That's how she beats Icy. They don't show anything else. This is it. She just sweeps down with Icy's body, and that's the grand finale. A big bright light, and it's insinuated that she beat up Icy. That's season 1. Really good season, except for that ending, if I'm gonna be frank. Okay, moving on. They're sophomores now, officially 1 year older. They call these weird flying seahorses with bedroom eyes a fortune fly that will tell you your fortune if you catch them. Pixies aren't just a slur for fairies, but also an actual magical creature. Oh, that's terrible. I wonder how pixies feel. That's like when gay was an insult. I hope you like Tomb Raider because we got a new character and she's trying to save all these pixies. I guess this is when anime started going mainstream and chibi characters were popular, so they forcibly injected them into the show. Here's your brand new villain, the Phoenix Darkar. Really? That's his name? With a waistline that supermodels would die for. Literally in this case. This new fairy is Layla. Or is she Aisha? And she only managed to rescue one pixie from the clutches of the Phoenix Darkar. Also, there's a monk-like Reformation colony that's all hippy-dippy, except this one guy wants to leave, which you'd think they would be going somewhere with that, but they don't. And the witch trio is stuck here being happy brainwashed, which isn't really working. This is actually super dystopian. Dorkar frees the witches from their torturous existence in paradise. This part is where it gets weird. Only Bloom, Stella, and Layla, along with their boy counterparts, are going to the dark underrealm to save the pixies. Only because everyone else sucks so bad and is so weak that they said you'll die if you go there, so you can't go. I'm certain this is just to whittle away the supporting cast to focus on the new character. I hope you weren't a fan of Flora or Musa. I mean, nobody's a fan of Tecna, so that's not a big deal. Unsurprisingly, Stella is pretty useless. So her and Brandon get separated from the party. And they're...
Enough. I'm back. I was hooking up Bird's Beefy PC. I'm thinking about Beef PC. I don't know if y'all know about Beef PC. It's one of my favorite internet videos of all time.
そのさ、ポルタトちょっと待って、なんていうのその、Hey guys! What Potato? What? Potato PC, thank you! くそ
fishy. Big fishy.
Oh my god! No hungry! Big Mac busy! Oh my god!
Big Macapishi. Oh my god. That's one of the all-time greats. Not hungry. Very good. Very good. The Amazing Digital Circus. I haven't seen it yet. We'll look at what y'all have been talking about for a bit. That reply that guy made about how trans people are mean was wild. That was really funny. I thought that was hilarious. I should show that to y'all. Clarify. Some people can do transphobia funny. It's possible. It's not impossible to do transphobia funny. I'm going to tell you right now. As soon as I can find this. I tweet a lot, so I could easily get buried. I was being very mean. Oh god, I can't find it. Somebody had said something like, do you think Null is going to troon out, as they like to say? And I said, no, I think he's going to kill himself. And they responded like, I'm glad he's not going to be trans because you trans people are mean. I thought that was fucking funny. Oh, man. China banned homework? That sounds based. Oh, man. So many clips from so many other people who I don't want to watch at all. Anything interesting happening on this here YouTube? Hope Riley's all right. As far as I know, he's doing okay. You know, he's not really able to talk on the internet anymore because he's now in a lawyer situation. So, you know. What is happening here on the YouTubes? Is anything... Ooh, new Ichikanita. Always a classic jam. Oh, this is I don't need it as a short. I guess they're all kind of the same. I don't care about Polyphia. I like your original compositions. The E corner. I just need something to watch while I eat my chili. Manele, sure. It's like reggae and salsa got combined. Yo, peep the style, then the kids check it for it. The number one question is how could you ignore it? Drop right back in the cut over basement tracks and rap stats. Got me dropped with the sass like rewind that. This video though.
Ne-am găsit jumătate, tu mi-ai alungat singurătate. Sunt 7 minuni pe lume, tu ești a 8-a minune. Ne-am cunoscut și amândoi ne-am plăcut și acum ești o parte din mine. Mi-ai cucerit sufletul, inima, ochii mei te priv.
I really like the bass line in that one. Okay, so even more of a hip hop vibe here.
Tu știi că nu-i fi să nu mă gândesc, oriunde aș fi doar la tine. De zi ce trece mai mult te iubesc, ești tot ce vreau pentru mine.
Tu știi că nu-i fi să nu mă gândesc, oriunde aș fi doar la tine.
Yeah, this stuff all makes me wanna groove for sure. I like that first one the more, that bass line. It's like deep in the groove. Let's hear some new Manele. Got a sexy chick with a snake. Yeah. Okay, so this sounds indistinguishable from American pop music pretty much at this point. Wait. I think what I like about this genre is that they still remember the mid-tone bass. Like the biggest problem with American pop music is that it's all going for like the deepest bass possible, all sub bass all the time. I'm glad to hear some mid-tone bass. You know, I think Eminem was bringing that back with Houdini. He's like, hey, let's make it sound like it did like 20 years ago, where like we knew what a mid-tone bass was. Yeah, more of that. More of that fun. I want the bass melody to be memorable, you know? Think about some of the greatest songs of all time, you know? It wasn't about having the deepest bass line. It's about having the most memorable. Why doesn't every bass sound this good? Yoko Kanno always hits the bass extra hard. Any pop song she makes, it's gonna have more bass than, except for the ones that aren't like pop songs. Oh, come on. Where's some of the Give me Yoko Kanno with Maya Sakamoto. That's more like it. Oh, this one's got Steve Conti in it too. I want like a pop song. God damn it. Well, you can definitely hear the prominent bass there.
People hide in darkness, watching the shadows grow. Tears of golden.
This is the same song. It's the same
Maybe this time tomorrow, the rain will cease to follow, and the mist will fade into.
This would be a great hip hop sample, that song. Sounds like an acoustic bass. God, that is gorgeous. I gotta listen to more Yoko Kanno, Maya Sakamoto songs. Yeah, listen to that bass. Boom, 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 boom. The push-up, I cannot give you a full Manele deep dive. And the reason is I'm not going to speak about like a cultural type of music that I don't really know anything about or I don't know any of the history. I don't know any of the social implications. I feel like my take I gave earlier is as deep as I possibly could get. You know it can't be me. Okay. You're looking for somebody else to do it. Somebody out there, this is the call. The call has been put out. We need a Manele analysis. No. Manele. Or did you maybe mean this channel called Deep Dive? Is this what you meant? Like you need them to make a video? I guess nobody's done it yet. Manele explained. This seems like it could be close.
Romania has some weird fucking music, man. The entirety of the Balkans has some weird music, but Romania especially. In the Balkans, the primary music genre is turbo folk, or locally known in Romania as Manele. Turbo folk is one of those genres that almost nobody outside of the Balkans enjoys or performs. But what exactly is turbo folk? It is a genre that started up in the 70s in Yugoslavia.
I mean, turbo folk sounds like a genre made for me, so.
Parts of rock, electronic dance, and or hip-hop music with it. And it basically sounds like this.
Yeah, it's like one part dance hall.
Heavily influenced by Turkish and Greek music. There's also a shit ton of plagiarism going on. A lot of artists will steal a track from another one in a different country.
I'm gonna go
and then translate the
reheat this
lyrics
chili.
or make up some of their own and then sell it as their own song. Like here. Or here.
Moju lepšu stranu voliš li me? Kad sam mrtav pijan voliš li me? Κι ο καημός δικός μου λίγη καρδιά, να ξέρα να βάλω λίγη καρδιά.
It was first coined by the Montenegrin artist Rambo Amadeus. Yes, his name is Rambo Goddamn Amadeus, which tells you how really wild this genre is. The lyrics of turbo folk usually cover the themes of love, sex, adultery, alcohol, flexing, and being an egotistical prick. Some of the most popular artists include Lepa Brena, Ceca, Mila Kitic, Aca Lukas, Severina, and many others, which all create terrible music in their own regard. But there is a country that has been overlooked when it comes to turbo folk. Welcome to Romania, a country in Eastern Europe and or the Balkans, depending on who you ask. It is home to just under 20 million people, and this man, the legend, the meme, Sandu Ciorba, aka Sandu Soup. Sandu is one of many Manele/turbo folk artists in Romania, but one of the more infamous ones. Despite coming onto the music scene relatively not too long ago with his hit single Pe Cimpoi, Sandu Soup became a hit overnight in his home country of Romania and also Poland. How did this happen? Well, my dear viewer, take a listen.
Denakori, I don't think this is as weird as this guy thinks it is either.
Right off the bat, you got 3 young girls dancing with some very awkward choreography in front of a green screen, while you got 5 ugly-ass men encouraging them, while one wears a
the
gold
video's
chain
hilarious.
and looks menacingly into your soul. And it only gets better from here. You can see that the women are really trying to give their best and look enthusiastic and love it, but you can clearly see that they're actually dead inside. At the top of that they added some grandpas in there as well. And voila, a masterpiece. You got the women showing off their asses and thighs, but at the same time doing some childish dances, and it's just great. It's sexist and trashy. It has no self-awareness.
I promise you the
makes
reason
it
they're moving like
hilarious
that is
and
that
a national
they are
treasure at
occupying
that.
all of the
But
green
there's
screen
more,
space that they have.
Next up in
Like
Romania,
between the 3
greatest
of them,
hits,
they
there
are
is
right at the edges of the green
again,
screen.
made by
I
Sandy
guarantee it.
Soup. But this time, instead of just some girls that responded on Craigslist for a shoot, we also got a group of 5 muscular men taking off their
Dio.
shirts and slapping their knees. You got pretty much everything that made
7
the first
pages,
song
Lapusha, for
and
the
video
next
so
chapter.
great. But this time, they're in a 20-meter squared room dancing awkwardly. You know, man, is it great? I don't speak Romanian, but I can infer
Gary
he's
always
probably
with
singing about
$8.
having a good time, which the man clearly.
Punch Punch Forever Pilot, if you haven't seen it, or if you have already, then Kaizo Trap by Guy Collins. I've never even heard of Punch Punch Forever, so. What am I looking for? This English dub? Or is there an original? Is this an anime? Like, where do I find this? I spelled it wrong. That probably doesn't help. Was this it? Why didn't this come up in my search? YouTube blocked the search. Why? Why would they do this? Is this controversial or something? Well, that's incredibly strange. Let's check it out.
ザ・インフィニットトーナメント。
インフィニットトーナメント。
人間と悪魔の残酷なデスゲーム。ここは悪夢外界の悪魔に支配される前の地球。デスアイ。
人間と悪魔の残酷なデスゲーム。 ームが行われていた。無数の魔物どもを倒すトーナメントを勝ち抜けば、主催者である悪夢界の帝王、コロが願いを叶えてくれる。しかし、この大会が始まってから50年近く、人間たちはいつも失敗し、悪魔たちを楽しませてきた。
I feel like I might have seen something else from this animator, maybe? This looks like the style of it looks familiar. The plot and everything happening doesn't, but like the style feels very familiar to me. It looks awesome.
だが、今年は松本高校という勝負が大きな変化をもたらすのか。
早く支度しなさいよ、ノノ。
It's me.
ババ、どうしても見なきゃいけねえのがあんだよ。
I love her.
普通の家族みたいにみんなで行くの。
I feel a lot. I feel a powerful Hiroyuki Maishi directorial influence here. I would be shocked if whoever made this was not a fan of like Orochiban Ebichu and Re Cutie Honey and anything else anything that Imaishi had his hands on in his early career.
Let's fucking go! Yeah. What? Oh, motherfucker, all up at this place, trying to give me your disgrace. I got all of their face. I said, bitch, you better be up out of this place, or you're gonna get that feisty face. Y'all know what I mean? I'm talking that shit. I'm making shit. I'm just trying to spit. I love this beat. I can rap all day. If I listen to this, I'm gonna go gay. Then I already was. That's a she, her, with a lot of cousins, and they're all getting killed by this karate chick. Punch, 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 punch. Yo. Hmm.
この番組はご覧のスポンサーの提供でお送りします。よかった。
紳士淑女の皆さん、はじめにお手を出してください。イベントの主催者であり、
Also, Kill La Kill.
魔王でもある皇帝コロによるスピーチです。
よう人間ども、お前たちが闘技場で血にまみれ内臓の山ができていくのが楽しみだ。頑張れ。間もなくトーナメントの初戦を始める。貴様らの頭をかち割る権利を得た最初の悪魔はそいつの名は老眼鏡を
かけなさい。あ、いや。
あ、そうか。悪夢がヨーガだ。バラバラになるのが楽しみだ。
あ、用事思い出した。
おい、悪魔！人間のとこで何してんだ
Oi, Akuma, literally, hey, devil. They translated, hey, freakazoid.
思い出した。
おい、悪魔！人間のとこで何してんだ出てけ！
おい、私はここにいる他のやつと同じ人間だ、見てろ！早く次からはちゃんと人見て言え、この野郎。
お尻。
松本ゴーゴン。
マジで？
頑張ってね、ゴーゴンちゃん。死ぬんじゃねえぞ。
なんて怖い人間だ。助けを呼ばないと。
これいいんですか？
何言ってるじん、もちろんだ。情報はすべてここに。おっと。
鬼野球チーム全員と11歳の少女1人はちょっと不公平だけど、別に始め。
別に Oh, hello. Damn. Looking Ranma style. That's fucking awesome.
頭がここどこだ？
めんどくさく考えんな、ゴーゴー。あいつら魔物、冷酷な奴ら。
俺たちの代わりの相手はてめえか。おい、バカども！私の妹はな、この大会に出るために一生懸命練習してきた。できるやつと私は知ってんだよ。
ありがとう、姉ちゃん。
やっぱり信じてくれたんだね。ほら、さっさと行け。
That was such an Oni cartoons moment there. Or psychic pebble. Huh.
くそ、よし、怒ったぞ。
Oh fuck.
なんなんだ。
Oh. Get fucking absolutely shitty. Why the fuck did I bring this? No, not the hot Ow.
あったあった。
That's from when she
1回戦の勝者
I
は
kicked that out at the start of the episode.
すごいな、ゴーゴー。
すごい。こんにちは、
Oh
皆さ
my
ん。
god.
俺様だよ。日本のエンペラです。お知らせします。
わあ、校庭ってこんなに大きいんだ。
大きい画面だからよ、ゴーゴー。
あー。
ゴゴさん、お疲れ様でした。頑張ってくれ。
Holy shit.
Can they still see me?
今のうちに生きている喜びをかみしめろ。戦う悪魔はどんどん強くなっていくのだからな。
ああ、ホテルの部屋に戻って休んだ方がいいわ。ほら、
あの負け犬のどこがいいんだろうな。ママを心配させてよ。
はやっぱり大きいから怖いの。
画面がでかいんだよ。
Yeah, yeah. What? Say what? Yeah! This song needs some Lil Jon screams over it.
Let's go. Oh yeah.
Oh shit, what's happening? Oh, of course, it's whatever else was on the VHS tape. Kick that motherfucker's eye out. Incredible. That was goated. That was pretty much as good as it could imaginably be. Okay, looks like it's got other episodes now, or at least one other episode. What have I seen from you, Speedoru? Snail Chan Adventures. That's what I saw before. I knew there was another like anime style show they had done. And it looks like they've worked with Oni, so that explains the influence there. Yeah, I for sure have seen the Snail Chan Adventure. Good shit. All right, I've also been paid for the next chapter of Manhunt. So let's get on to that. Go ahead and open up another okay. Chapter 6. Delicious. The day after they found the strangers' camp, they cut through Middleton, heading northeast towards Seabrook on an arc that kept them well away from Boston's suburbs. That was strange. Fran disliked the city. Too many cold stares through the gaps in heavy curtains. Too many empty, gutted buildings where anything might be lurking. It was a hard place, a cis place, and she'd never forgotten her friend Lizzie's story about seeing a trans girl hustler hanged on New Year's Eve from the traffic light in front of South Station. Besides, for all she knew, the TERFs were there already. There had always been rad femmes in New England, enclaves of sneering middle-class white women who talked a lot about performing gender roles and appropriating lived experience. They curated incestuous little social media cells where they repeated the same 6 talking points to the same 30 other women, while cis men came sniffing around their hindquarters, venting pent-up hatred on trans women and making sure real women saw them doing it so they could get accredited as feminists and maybe, if they were lucky, catch a whiff of pussy. After T-Day, it got worse. Fran could still picture the viral video of the trans girl succumbing to the virus while under observation at St. Vincent's after bottom surgery, her skin splitting along her shoulder blades in the camera's shaking frame, bloody foam dripping from her chin as she lurched through a privacy curtain and someone out of sight started to scream. She could still hear the pick-up fuzzed whisper of spotless green linen against antiseptic tile. In the year before the internet collapsed, that video had been everywhere, spreading like black mold over Twitter and Facebook. XX had slipped into the vernacular not long after, a way for cis women to signal safety to one another, a little shibboleth to warn off the specter of the wolf in woman's clothing, and then after a while, a catchy icon to scrawl in Sharpie on the baseball bat you kept by your bed or the gun under your pillow. Don't worry, citizen, I have the right chromosomes. Boston PD and the city council turned a blind eye to the trans women who went missing. There were buildings to demolish, nests of men to root out, and a whole city falling down around them as the shadow of long-term reproductive viability whispered in their ears that time was running out, that ovaries were going stale, that any pregnancy could go wrong if some fluke of body chemistry doused the fetus in too much testosterone. Fran had heard of a woman in Vermont whose boy twins had eaten their way out of her. Who had the time to make sure the estrogen thieves were safe? Even if someone had wanted to help the poor, benighted transsexuals, there was Maryland and its armed and watchful matriarchy to think about. Down there, they didn't bother with trials. They just dragged your pants down and put 2 in the back of your head if they found a dick. There were 6,000 diehard soldiers in the Maryland Women's Legion, not the kind of enemy Boston needed. Fran had heard rumors of TERF death squads in New York and Connecticut, even in southern Massachusetts. Baltimore's reach got longer every year. Fucking get off the East Coast. God damn. I would not be in the East at all by this point. Well, it hadn't mattered in the end. The TERFs were here anyway, and Boston would probably have to kiss the ring or else wind up some kind of feudal protectorate. The local XX chapters would be over the moon. Maybe we should go west, thought Fran. Yeah, no shit. Kicking idly at a loose chunk of asphalt. It went skittering over the highway, skipping up when it struck a tilted chunk of road and spun to a halt in the sandy earth under the guardrail. We could get through the Rockies somehow, make it to California by winter. I don't know about all of that, but she imagined her shoulders peeling and her shirt stuck to her back with sweat, the dry heat out there in the California desert, the molten sunsets, and the cool waters of the Pacific. It would be perfect. A chance for all of them to start over without the threat that at any moment they might be dragged out of their beds and shot against some lonely wall. Except Indy couldn't do it. Her knees, her back, she'd fall apart before we left New Hampshire. Get us caught, get us eaten. Okay, so that's why. And without Indy to extract and refine E for them, they were just another pair of manhunters. No one wanted to buy bags full of ball sacks from unshowered transsexuals, but tidy glass vials of estrogen from stern, no-nonsense, and most importantly cis Dr. Idhiresh Varma in her office on Main Street was another story. Maybe we could make it north, heading through Vermont for Canada. We could get a car running good enough before fall. Lost in thought, she almost walked into Beth when the taller woman stopped dead in her tracks. In the gathering dusk, a herd of goats was crossing the highway a few dozen yards on. They poured through a gap in the guardrail where a car must have run off the road, though there was no sign of one in the long, waving grass that covered the shallow slope of the hill running down from the highway to its southbound stretch. They moved in silence aside from the clop of their cloven hooves against the pavement, their kids trotting faster to keep up. Whoa, no, it's a man. That means I'm going to get eaten.
Is that what we do?
That's what happens in this book. Everyone with testosterone becomes a zombie. Anyway, where was I? Their ears look so soft, Beth murmured. There were tears in the big girl's eyes. Fran glanced at the tree line on the far side of the southbound, watching for any sign of movement there. A herd this big, 30 or 40 animals. It was a miracle they weren't trailing a whole swarm of men. Maybe they were lucky, or all the loud goats were dead, and these were the quiet, unassuming wallflowers. Fran wondered what they did all day. The goats went over the far guardrail in neat little hops, hooves together and necks arched, and streamed uphill toward the sumac and leaning beech trees on the ridge. One, a shaggy white nanny with a dangling udder, paused to look back at the lonely stretch of road. Her square pupils looked alien to Fran, like little copies of Kubrick's Monolith suspended in the amber jelly of her irises. She imagined throwing her arms around the nanny's neck and burying her face in her soft coat, inhaling the warm, musky smell of her, and knowing those strange eyes were watching over everything. I want to feel safe again, she thought, as the herd melted into the trees and the shadows under their branches. The nanny trailed after them, last in line, just for a little while. Fran sat perfectly still while Beth shaved her, penlight in one hand and razor in the other. They'd camped for the night in what had once been someone's living room, a mildew-smelling cave in a tasteless McMansion off the highway. The ceiling was rotting, a huge water stain bulging at its center so that the imitation crystal chandelier hung askew, its mounting displaced and one of its chains snapped. The furniture hulked dank and rotten all around, mold colonizing armrests and cushions, whose squadrons of moths deploying from the musty drapes. The blade tugged slightly at the skin of Fran's right cheek. Fran flinched at a jab of pain in the empty socket where her broken tooth had been, and Beth drew the razor back, leaning in close to look for cuts. Shadow flowed over the other woman's scarred and bandaged face. The swelling around her mutilated ear had gone down at least. Out here, the chances of recovering from infection were virtually nil. Fran swallowed, trying to imagine her dry, soft-spoken therapist's advice about deflecting anxious thoughts. Do you remember the girl they hanged in Boston? I think it... Oh, this isn't that what they said. Do you remember the girl they hanged in Boston? I think it was on New Year's Eve in 21. Probably not a deflection Dr. Fielding would endorse. Delicious, answered Beth without a moment's thought. She wet the razor, dipping it into the collapsible rubberized cup of water she'd set between them, and returned to where she'd left off. She used to be a cam girl. Then she was a daddy in the South End for a couple years after T-Day. As steel skated along her jaw, Fran tried imagining it. Letting her beard grow, pitching her voice low and gravelly, holding a cis woman in her arms after a fuck and stroking her hair, telling her she'd be all right. It made her sick. To step into that vacant skin curled somewhere, dank and grimy in the corridors of her memory, it made her think of eating her own puke. I will never live another second as a man. Never, ever. Beth swished the razor through the water again. It clicked softly against the cup. Why did they kill her? Asked Fran. Beth pursed her lips. Jenny Greenberg told me once there was this party on the common, she said as she brought the blade up the curve of Fran's throat, hardly grazing the skin. They'd just zoned it clean, and the city's grid was back up mostly, so it was huge, like thousands of people. Jenny and Dee was there with friends, and around 3 a.m, Jenny heard some drunk girl saying it'd be funny to tell someone, a client of Dee's I guess, that Daddy was there. She says she tried to find Dee to warn her, but the crowd was too thick. A whole gang grabbed Dee while she was dancing and dragged her out of the common. They beat her. Jenny heard they broke her legs. They hung her up with an extension cord outside South Station. What did she look like? A client did it. Was she like you? A brick? Never passed? Never gonna? Too slow, even passes over her right cheek. Yeah, that's what everyone thinks. Maybe it was someone else, but Jenny heard those people talking. Or was she like me? A beauty with a few hairs in the wrong place. Jeff Goldblum in The Fly. Done, said Beth, smiling back. Fran made herself smile back. The world is over, and the only way I can know myself is by hating other women. You know, I don't know why, when I was reading the first few chapters, I had thought that Beth was supposed to be, like, fat, and it seems like, or Fran rather. I thought Fran was supposed to be fat, but it sounds like she's, like, the skinny one out of the two of them, and Beth is just, like, big overall. I don't know why I had been under the impression that they were both big at the beginning. Do you want to fuck? Asked Fran after they'd lain in silence for a while, facing away from each other on their bedrolls, though what she really meant was, do you want to fuck me? Beth said nothing, and at once the curled black sewage of rejection began backing up inside Fran's stomach. The seconds ticked by with torturous slowness. Then the warped floorboards creaked as Beth rolled over and came to Fran on hands and knees. She always came when Fran asked, though she never asked herself. Fran didn't question this. It felt too dangerous to question it, to ask why her body was a gift to be given or received, while Beth's existed only when she wanted it, and otherwise remained a tightly shuttered thing, devoid of its own desires. Beth's strong arms slipped around her from behind, encircling her waist. A hand pushed past the elastic waistband of her shorts, stoking the curls above her stiffening cock. Fran snuggled back into Beth's solid, reassuring warmth, parting her legs to wrap them tight around one of the other woman's thighs so she could grind against it. I'm doing coke with Gabe, she thought. We're at Element to dance, maybe to find a third, but not on trans night. That's another choice that I don't want to look at, because looking at it would break the glass, and I would get out, and everyone would know that I can't even tell myself. What I can't even tell myself. She closed her eyes and made Beth into a pair of hands. A muscled leg. Chapped lips ignored the scar, brushing the nape of her neck with incredible disembodied tenderness. Small breasts rubbing against her back. She missed the freight train roar of coke, which she'd stopped doing shortly before she and Gabe broke up. Like her mind was hurtling down a tunnel through the dark, not trapped on the floor with another woman's hands between her legs and the hot, sticky air laying cheeks to cheek against her. She missed Gabe's long, lean body against hers. It could be a man's hand, she thought, hating herself for thinking it, and for the white-hot throbbing of the base of her cock, and the arteries fluttering around the delicate skin where her inner thighs met the tense, aching muscle of her pelvis, fingers parting her lips, flooding her mouth with the taste of dirt and sweat and sour, unwashed skin. How many of the men I've fucked are still alive? I would imagine none of them. Afterward, Beth went back to her mat and lay down. I guess they could be alive, just, in feral form or whatever. Afterward, Beth went back to her mat and lay down, facing away from Fran. The house was alive with the sound of mice and squirrels in the walls, little claws on joists and sheetrock. Fran lay awake, cum drying on her inner thighs, her stomach complaining. I want pancakes, she thought. Sour cream blueberry pancakes cooked in bacon grease so the tops are all golden and crunchy like Dad made for us. Except he'd never made them for her. They'd been for the boy whose name she fantasized about deleting from her brain with an ice pick or a designer drug, whose face she'd first covered with lipstick and highlighter, then later with contouring and pale concealer, and which would have vanished altogether under a surgeon's careful touch, if not for T-Day. They'd been for the son he loved, not the daughter he'd stared at with anger and disgust across the kitchen table at the Laconia house when she'd told him her name at the end of a long, fumbling, circuitous speech. He didn't pull me out of school, though. He could have done that, but he didn't. Driving back to Boston that day in her little Elantra, she'd thought again and again of pushing the pedal down to meet the carpeting, of blowing through the toll booth at 110, watching the lights of state troopers flash in her rear view as she rocketed through Acton. She thought about it, but that was all. It had remained safely locked away inside her, another boyhood to grit her teeth and endure, glancing at concrete embankments as she passed them at a reasonable speed. She scratched at the flaking scabs of cum along her thigh, wishing for a shower, for a therapy session, for making out in the back of a deserted movie theater while trash flickered 30 feet high on the screen. She wished for 1,000 stupid things that would never come back. She dwelled indulgently on little miseries, on ineradicable humiliations, crying after her first lay in college, a joke she'd made about a fat girl in 3rd grade, until unconsciousness stole in through the holes in her empty thoughts. She could still hear the mice scratching in the walls. Fran slept and dreamed of screeching brakes and fire and twisted metal. Damn. All right, we got a couple of other things going on here. Cosmic Blue with $5 says to watch 5 minutes from a certain point of The False Horror of Immortality by Hello Future Me. That sounds like it'll be terrifying. And Hirat also with $5 more to read more of the JR book. All right. Well, we'll watch the thing Cosmic Blue said first. And then I'll have a chance to eat more of this chili. The False Horror of Immortality. Okay. Oh boy. That thumbnail looks like what was happening in Fran's mind in that last chapter there. Ellen Hurai, I also wish for a therapy session. Yeah, especially after that, right? 36:31. Okay.
The Transmuters were only conscious of their fate so long as they needed to be. But other stories offer that no, there is another way to go on, that death is not the only option. In Alistair Reynolds' Zima Blue, which I recently learned was a Love, Death and Robots episode, an immortal artist becomes obsessed with a color he only faintly remembers.
I've seen this episode.
His art becomes saturated with it as he tries to divine exactly where he knows it from, why it's so special to him. His art grows larger and larger till the pieces can't even be hosted on planets anymore. Zima uses these 10,000 kilometer across canvases in space, with whole stellar economies competing to host his work. Zima achieves everything an artist could ever hope for: money, fame, influence, revolutionizing the industry, and he finally finds where that color comes from. The color of the tiles in a pool he used to clean when he was a child. See, Zima was once a robot vacuum cleaner, of all things. Over the years, he was built out, made more advanced, and evolved until he acquired sentience and intelligence, a cyborg from the other direction. But it's the end of Reynolds' story which matters most to us. Having achieved everything he could ever dream of in his immortal life, Zima decides he is finished with consciousness. He decides to revert back to his childlike form as a vacuum cleaner and clean the pool with those blue tiles forever. If the tragedy of Sisyphus is being so conscious of our boulder as Zima was, then the tragedy ends here. If, as Borges says, it is only divine and terrible to know oneself immortal, then he has achieved a kind of enlightenment.
But something would remain. A little kernel of being, enough of a mind to recognize its own existence, enough of a mind to appreciate its surroundings, and to extract some trickle of pleasure and contentment from the execution of a task, no matter how purposeless. The near-mindless euphoria of a pollinating insect. That was enough for him.
Zima here has accomplished what the Transmuters have. He has played out every variation of himself he can. He's 100% of the game, gotten all the trophies, but he takes a different path. Zima chooses to become something else, to transcend the human, and in that, find a new happy existence. Literally change into a new kind of life with a new consciousness, a new way to continue the revolt, to construct new meaning when stamina runs out, even if this is only putting off the eventual end. A lot of these stories focus on how a longer life makes us inhuman, but sometimes the better question to ask is, what's wrong with moving beyond the human? Zima sought out a lower level of consciousness, but many of these stories focus on technological augmentations that give them a different kind of existence, perhaps one even higher than what humanity has. But maybe these don't make us worse. Maybe they just make us something new, a new way for us to find meaning and identity. And this might sound strange and alien and frightening, but the truth is...
Does he talk about Ghost in the Shell in here?
Becoming something new as we grow and age. The joys we had as children
I
are
guess
not the
not.
same joys we have as adults. The fears and desires and modes of existence we had at one time in our life are not the same as the next. The meaning I have now is not the meaning I will have in my old age. It won't even be the same body. And so we ask, what
Oh, sorry that the video is quiet for you guys. I turned up the volume on my end, not realizing that the volume was low on the...
might we become? What new existence might we seek out? What new conscious reality might we continue our revolt in? Maybe we ascend to a higher level of existence, of cognition, of awareness, and in that, new joys, new identity, new rebellion. All of these stories, in one way or another, are about decay, about the inevitable decay of everything you have known and loved, about which decays we allow to happen and which we have no choice in, whether we live 100 years or 1,000. But I don't know if I'm convinced death is necessary to being human, as if our imaginations are so limited. I don't even know if I'm convinced death is what we're truly afraid of, as if that's the thing we're trying to run from. Death is just a final symptom of a very specific kind of decay we all have to grapple with. A decay these stories speak to, more real than the Hollows, more devastating than saith the Scaleless, more universal than Zima Blue, and more certain than the Troglodytes.
Okay. Yeah, I agree. I kind of said something similar about Ghost in the Shell once.
You are changing, and there's nothing you can do about it. The circumstances of your existence are in constant flux, as every action sends ripples through existence, and the universe is always in action. All data is both reality and fantasy, says Bato at one point in the seminal 1995 Mamoru Oshii classic Ghost in the Shell, a film that uses the setting and characters of the beloved sci-fi police procedural manga to refocus one of its stories into a meditation on the nature of identity and what it means to change as a living organism. What does it mean for all data to be reality and fantasy? Just simply that the data we reference to contextualize what is happening is merely memory. It's constructed by our own perception of our sensory intake and heavily corrupted as it's recalled over time. Even our present tense existence is only held together by the data transfer between constantly moving molecules. It is structurally shaky and questionably not a projection. Bato also points out that there is a ton of data in existence, and any one person has only a small amount. There is no one that you can ask what's going on and get an accurate answer, only what they happen to know, which could easily contradict someone else's understanding. We operate on understandings that we are convinced of, but we are never anywhere close to the full picture. And even as a species on the whole, we never will be. In the universe of Ghost in the Shell, technology exists to have your entire body and most of your brain cyborgized, and the net is accessible directly through the brain. As a nearly complete cyborg at the start of the film, Motoko Kusanagi has pondered the question of how much of what she currently considers to be her reality is actually real. Besides the fact that her body was mostly built by the government, who could easily have planted false memories into her brain, as we see happen to someone else in the film, she has also spent so much time deep diving and radically affecting the culture of the net that she can hardly tell how much of what she thinks of herself comes from her own thinking anymore. Even if she didn't have that unique problem, though, memory can be just as tricky for regular people. We are constantly having our own jumbled thoughts and feelings, as well as all of the fantasy and information being pushed at us at all times, skewing our worldviews into believing that the world operates on a wholly fabricated idea of social paradigm. We learn in the film that when a brain is dubbed into a cyber brain, there is a loss of information in the process. But this is already true of when we form a memory out of the sensory data which we were exposed to at the moment of the memory's formation, just as it is for recompressed data in a computer. We are always in a constant stream of gaining and losing information as it beams through the senses. What we pack away into our memories is only what seemed important to hold on to, information that is going to affect our behaviors and understandings going forward. No one in this film understands the flowing nature of identity like the Puppet Master, a program which achieved sentience and a feeling of self-justified existence from gathering data on the web. As per Puppet Master's argument, there's nothing which really makes them unworthy of being considered as a life form, but they do have a couple of regrets: the inabilities to die and to propagate themselves as a normal human would. When Motoko first sees the Puppet Master, her immediate thought is that they seem exactly like herself. This suspicion holds water when we learn that a big part of what created the Puppet Master's identity was their exposure to Motoko's net presence. In some strange way, the Puppet Master was already partially her own creation, which is what led them to come to her for the sake of fulfilling their goals. What does it mean to propagate yourself, and what does it mean to die, absent of being actually able to literally have children, thus passing on your genetic information, or ceasing to live, silencing your consciousness? Metaphorically, at least, we do both things constantly. Every action we take has a rippling effect which cascades through the net of interaction. We are constantly producing the offsprings of our ideas, merging our thought processes closer as we communicate and become the people that we make one another into. Every time something affects us, we are no longer who we used to be, even if we still carry the half-deteriorated memory of what we think we used to be around with us. It is out of fear of having these effects on the world or of being changed ourselves that many of us retreat from society. We don't want to have an effect on anything or to be affected by anything because we fear the unraveling of consequences and our inability to handle them. But we are always having an effect anyways on a level above our view. We are creating problems that we haven't thought about, and we are furthering the wealth of people we will never know. It is impossible to have existed and to have been ineffective. But most people can't let go. We want there to be something real, something core to us that we trust and rely on to get us through. All throughout Ghost in the Shell, Bato is combative with Motoko's existential thoughts, preferring to rely on his assured sense of self. Once you doubt, you can't stop, he warns, as Motoko pines on whether everything is fake or not. But, as is also warned in the film, over-specialization leads to death. In an ever-evolving world, you need to be ready for the rug to be pulled out from under you. You can't simply go on being the same person you always were in a world where that person can no longer exist, unless you're willing to die for it. At that point, you're working in denial of the present, lost in the memories that aren't real anymore, just like any other daydreamer. At the end of the film, the Puppet Master and Motoko are sharing a direct mental link between unmovable, broken-down bodies, as snipers ready to end their lives from helicopters above. Puppet Master tells Motoko that her desire to remain the same is what limits her, and that she needs to join the higher structure. After all, the more information you allow to pass through you, the better a node you can be, a better meeting point of the threads of the web. There is nowhere to go but forward. The ground is moving under you, so what's the point in standing still? What are you so afraid of losing? Your life? Good luck keeping that one up forever. At the end of Ghost in the Shell, both Motoko Kusanagi and the Puppet Master are dead. The body that their merged consciousness now inhabits might be thought of as the child born of their merger, but neither was ever just themselves in the first place. They were always so many experiences of so many people and will only become even more things as they move on. After all, the net is limitless.
Hey. Yeah, I like that video. Glad I rewatched it. That's kind of, I guess, in a way, my response to that other guy's video, but mostly in that they're kind of saying something very similar. Vic with the absolutely accurate take on Zoro II's comment, which is that it looks like copy pasta. Like, it looks like a legendary copy pasta. This is the brain rot that comes from the success of breeder propaganda in anime. That's fucking hilarious. Oh my god. He's so right. Oh my god. Zoro II literally ended that rant with PS, we should be together too. Yeah, pretty much. Renzo Koda wondering why. Got out of bed at all. The morning rain round out my window. And I can't see it all. And even if I could, it would all be great. Watch your picture on my wall. It reminds me that it's not so bad. It's not so bad. Dear Tricks, I know you get your kicks saying all that shit on the internet, but it's wrong what you're doing. You should be having kids and shit. Did you read that, or did you hear me read that comment?
I read some of it.
It ends with, like, a lot of it is about the guy having like a 2-year-old kid and basically being upset that I don't.
That's weird.
Because he's looking for role models, like. And the way he's framing it is like he's looking for people who could be good role models to children. And I'm like, no, it sounds like you need help raising your fucking kid. Like, you needed somebody to have had a kid.
If you're not confident and you know how to raise a kid, you probably shouldn't be having a kid.
Right? Yeah. I mean, he said that too. So I guess he had a kid with confidence. But he feels like he needs good role models for his child. And I'm like, well, you can just do that. Just be a good role model.
So why can't you be a good role model for my kid?
It's like, your kid's fucking 2. That's why. Like, show your kid my video when they're 18, and I'm sure I'll be a good role model for them. But fucking, I'm not here to appeal to children. It's just not everybody has to appeal to everybody. Just watch the first 30 minutes of that last vid. Oh, you're talking to Shivity. Yeah. Oh, just watch all of it. That whole thing is fucking amazing. It's probably my best live stream, my most rewatchable live stream ever, for sure. Consider that this stream's been going on for as long as that one went. And this stream has been mostly, you know, me reading books and fucking around and just kind of existing. This is a 4-hour podcast. This is 4 hours of me screaming at Joshua Moon and Eric July. Who, by the way, I will say these are not new enemies. They might be new to some of you who haven't kept up with the lore, the deeper internet lore. But I explain it in here as well. I'm the reason Null left the Dick Show. And Eric is a new enemy for me, kind of. I have thought he's a piece of garbage ever since he started his beef with Eric and Dick.
Eric, you thought Eric was.
I mean, sorry. I don't know why I always fucking get his name mixed up when I try to explain this shit. But no, when he started his beef with Dick and Riley, I realized Eric was a piece of shit. Is what I'm trying to say. And so 4 months ago, I did a whole verse on one of Riley's diss tracks.
Eric July is just a
One of
black
Riley's
guy
diss tracks
without
about
much
Eric
to
July.
say and mostly just lies.
About
Like
how he's just the
Isom, I
token
know
black guy
there's
for
no
the
way
right-wing
he
grifters
writes. He
sphere.
barely can speak. His podcast is
Literally
mostly
got no
silent.
talents. He cannot speak. He cannot write. He's just like the only black guy that's willing to say all the anti-woke shit and make the few people on that team, like the few anti-woke people who are worried about being seen as racist, like the ones who like black people but hate all the other woke stuff, they've got Eric July now to tell them like, hey, you know, you can be black and still be mad about being woke, you know. Yeah, it's true. I can't go back to Texas anymore because I've talked too much shit about Eric July already. Yeah, Texas sucks. Fuck Texas. I have no real desire to go back. I have some friends in Texas, which makes it kind of suck to not want to go there. But like, I would rather meet them anywhere else. I'll pay for someone's flight to get out of Texas so we can hang out somewhere else. I'm not a fan of
pay for
Texas.
someone's flight under the condition that they don't return to Texas.
Yeah, they can't go back. They have to stay. Yeah, I'm not a fan of Texas. There's nothing there. There's not been a place in Texas I've been a huge fan of. Their fast food is good. They have a good fast food selection.
I mean, I guess Brahms is from Oklahoma.
Yeah,
and the best fast food
That's
anywhere.
the thing though. Everything that's good there you can get elsewhere. So like Brahms, you got is essentially to
You can get
Oklahoma.
Whataburger, you can get Golden Chick, you can get all kinds of like
Yeah,
I don't know.
Velvet Taco probably exists outside Texas somewhere. I think most of the good stuff you can get outside Texas. They do have all of the good fast food places.
I've come around on Velvet Taco. I don't think it's actually that good.
No, it's not amazing.
It's just that they have fun, kitschy tacos.
Yeah.
And that's, fine. But just, someone else start a business where you can make fun, kitschy tacos for things that shouldn't be tacos. It's not that hard.
Mint and Riley are indeed okay, Shibity. We literally got there 10 minutes before Riley was released from jail.
That is not true. We were sitting in that waiting room for like an hour and a half.
Whatever. It was 10 minutes before the bail. Like we got there right when Mint had given the bail money over. Like we showed up, bail money's been handed over. We're now waiting for Riley to leave. We sat around in the waiting room for like an hour and then, we saw them off. We took them to a safe location and hung out for a couple of days, and then we split ways. We now know they've been home because they talked about when they got home, they immediately got a wellness check summoned on them.
Because
So
Eric July and Yellow Flash are lying about them on the internet.
yeah, Eric July and Yellow Flash, who I haven't even started looking into that guy yet. I'm sure I'm gonna have
He's
to
had me
start.
blocked for years, and I don't know why.
I'm gonna have to start figuring out why I need to come at this fucking Yellow Flash guy now. But him and Eric keep lying about Riley and Mint's relationship, so they got a wellness check as soon as they got home. Annoying, waste of time. Obviously, they passed the wellness check, so that's good. Is Yellow Flash a Naruto reference? Probably. He's just some dipshit, another right-wing comic writer guy who sucks. I know that Ethan Van Sciver's really been beefing with them hard because they're about as popular as one another, I think. But just another guy who sucks. Another in the long list of guys who suck with money flowing into them from the Blaze Media, from the Glenn Beck trickle-down effect. All right, where was I in this JR story? I got paid to... Hey, good morning, Sarah. I got paid to read the next, I think, 5 pages of this. Yeah, where was I in it, though? Was I just on this page? Yeah, I don't remember reading this big-ass paragraph, so I'm probably here. I have to apologize if I keep fucking up the voices, because it's always like left to implication who is speaking among the 2 women and the guy who's like trying to talk to them, and they keep interrupting him. It's a confusing and strange story. So if I fuck up the voices, that's why. All right. Julia, I think I heard something. It sounded like hammering, someone hammering. The presumption, you see, the presumption of legitimacy, while not conclusive and rebuttable in the first instance, remains one of the strongest presumptions known to the law and will not fail, Miss Bast. Yes. Where is it? Hubert versus Cloutier. It will not fail unless common sense and reason are outraged by a holding that it abides. There is no question that at the time, Julia, we all thought James's behavior outrageous. In general, this presumption is not even overcome by evidence of the wife's adultery. In regard to your nephew's claim, even when this adultery is established as of about the commencement of the usual period of gestation, as held in Basel versus the Ford Motor Company. Mr. Cohen, please, Edward has nothing against the Ford Motor Company or anyone else now. I am merely stating the legal position open to him, Mrs. Bast, in the event that he should elect to pursue. Hammering, didn't you hear it? Possibly your testimony and that of your brother James regarding the period of his cohabitation with the said Nellie prior to Edward's birth, since there is merely a prima facie presumption that just a moment here, yes, that a child born in wedlock is legitimate where husband and wife had been separated and the period of gestation required, in order that the husband may be the father, while a possible one is exceptionally long and contrary to the usual course of nature, you see. Now, in bringing a proceeding to establish the right of the property of a deceased person, the burden is on the claimant to show his kinship with the decedent, where kinship is an issue, of course, is in this instance of basing a claim on the alleged fact that claimant is decedent's child, and yes, that while in the first instance, where is it, yes, proof of filiation from which a presumption of legitimacy arises will sustain the burden and will establish the status of legitimacy and heirship if no evidence tending to show illegitimacy is introduced. The burden to establish legitimacy does not shift, and claimant must establish his legitimacy where direct evidence, as well as evidence of potent, is this word potent? Potent, yes, potent circumstances tending to disprove his claim of heirship is introduced. Now, regarding competent evidence to prove filiation, Mr. Cohen, I assure you there is no need to go on like this if, ladies, I have no choice. In settling an estate of these proportions and this complexity, it is my duty to make every point which may bear upon your nephew's legal right absolutely crystal clear to you and to him. Now, it is kind of him, Julia, but I must say, you understand that to proceed without taking into consideration your nephew's possible rights to this estate would be to jeopardize the status of everyone concerned, since to hold a child a bastard is not permissible unless there is no judicial escape from that conclusion. Mr. Cohen! And it is incumbent upon the party assuming the fact of illegitimacy to disprove every reasonable possibility to the contrary, and as apparently obtains here, in the case of a child conceived or born in wedlock, it must be shown that the husband of the mother could not possibly have been the father of the child. Crystal clear indeed, Mr. Cohen. Crystal clear, and while I am aware that you ladies may find certain legal terms somewhat obscure, nonetheless, in pursuing other evidence tending to support illegitimacy, a declaration of the deceased mother, for example, might be admissible, or any similar characterizations of family relationships tending, as part of a series of res gestae, to throw light. Nellie was never one to write letters, or photographs. He came on in a flourish of papers at the wall behind him. Or photographs, he came in a flourish of papers at the wall behind him, for the purpose of comparing the physical characteristics of the child with those of the husband and such other man. Just behind your left shoulder, Mr. Cohen, that's always been my favorite picture of James. There, the two men sitting in the tree. The other one was Maurice Ravel. It shows James's profile off so nicely, though he always felt that our Indian blood... I don't think that's anything to get into now, Anne. It's quite all right, ladies. I have it here somewhere. Really, Anne. Yes, here. Even where territorial statute provides for the legitimacy of the issue of marriage null in law, the issue of a white man and an Indian woman has been held illegitimate. It is Cherokee blood, you understand, Mr. Cohen. They were the only tribe to have their own alphabet. Notwithstanding that the alleged marriage may have been conducted in accordance with the customs of the Indians and on Indian reservation within the territory, and that, I think, should settle that. It's not an area to meddle in, Miss Bast. He might like to see that picture of Charlotte in the headdress when she was touring with... Now, there appears to be another sister somewhere, Carlota. That's precisely who Anne is talking about. She's right behind you there, Mr. Cohen. She what? Who? Do be careful, you're going to break something. She's there just above the building with the dome. That's one of James's Masonic lodges. Charlotte's wearing a green felt hat, but of course the color doesn't show in the picture. She bought it to get married in. She did this place over, you know, Mr. Cohen, after her stroke, which is why she left the stage. She made quite a name on the Keith circuit, where she introduced... What was that song, Julia? I know the sheet music is around somewhere, probably over in James's studio. She's wearing a hat made to look like a daisy. That was why she took the name Carlota, of course. And she died of the stroke? Why, certainly not. She carried right on, with a beaded bag on her withered arm, and except for a slight limp when she was tired, you'd never know what she had gone through. She spent most of her winters in Cairo. Cairo. That would be Egypt? Perhaps... The tremor seemed to pass through his voice, right out his arm snagged in midair upon his wristwatch. When I've talked with your nephew, Edward, will be down. When I've talked with your nephew, Edward, will he be down? If Mr. Cohen would just come to the point here, we might not need to bother Edward at all. Yes, Mr. Cohen, if you'll just tell us how we can work things out for him. Work things out for him? He's not an infant, is he? Infant? He's bigger than you are, Mr. Cohen, and you scarcely need shout. Taller, Julia, but I wouldn't say bigger. I just took on in the waist on those gray trousers. By infant, I meant merely an infant-in-law, someone under the age of 21. Edward, let me think, Julia. Nellie died the year that James finished his opera, and... No, she died the year he started it, Anne. Or rather, he started it the year she died, and so that would make his opera Philoctetes. Maybe you know it, Mr. Cohen. There's no way he could, Anne. It never performed. Well, there was the winter when James was in Zurich. Perhaps Mr. Cohen was... Oh, dropped his glasses. I hope they didn't break. That's a good way to take off weight, Mr. Cohen. Bending up and down from the floor like that. I met the woman who told me about it in the ladies' room at A&S's. She was doing it with a deck of cards. She threw the whole deck out on the floor, and then she stood up and picked them up one by one. I'm sure some of the weight goes in perspiration, but perhaps, Mr. Cohen. Mr. Cohen seems to perspire quite freely. If we're patient with him a little bit longer, I think that all he really is after is Edward to sign the piece of paper. You have nothing else up your sleeve, Mr. Cohen? I thank you for your patience. Yes, all I need is a copy of his birth certificate. There, you see, Anne? To establish his parenthood and his age. I assumed he had passed his majority and fervently hoped so that I won't have to inconvenience you ladies further. The validity of his signature, you see, of course, on this waiver, depending upon his legal capacity to contract, although, of course, a minor may be emancipated. Emancipated, I assure you, Mr. Cohen, which entitles him to keep his own earnings, but every penny that Edward earns in no way enlarges his capacity to contract, as in Mason versus Wright. Yes, the contracts of an infant being violable by him but not void, though this may not apply to necessities, these, however, being relative. Now, comparing the voidable contract, which is in itself not void, to that of a lunatic, when, of course, his contract is made before he had been judicially declared incompetent, you ladies deserve... Oh, Julia, poor Edward. You see, you ladies deserve every protection because the infant himself is the only one who can take advantage of infancy. The defense of infancy is not available to the adult, and this infant may disaffirm any time he likes. His mere intention to disaffirm is sufficient, and an action brought against him by creditors, assignees, by purchase, or in the bankruptcy, sureties, or anyone else with a collateral interest in the contract, the mere setting up of infancy as a defense is sufficient, and none of them has available the defense of the infant, which is that of infancy. As far as his age goes, Edward himself, for your own protection, ladies, this birth certificate, because this infant, ladies, this infant may disaffirm any time he wishes to, even if he has misrepresented his age in the first place in order to get the other party to contract with him. Remember that, ladies. Remember Danziger versus the Ironclad Realty Company. I think he's going for a glass of water, Julia. That door, Mr. Cohen. Failing any adoption papers, which could, of course, change the picture substantially, since the adopted child has the same legal rights as the blood child. Therefore, if the child were the natural child of the decedent's brother, but had been adopted by the decedent, he would, of course, have every right to participate in this estate. If, on the other hand, he's going to get into Reuben, Julia. James never really adopted Reuben. In the distribution of this estate, that is to say, since in order to satisfy taxes as part of the estate will have to be sold. They're after our trees right now. Loading. Oh, my loan expired. I gotta borrow it again.
Your loan?
Yeah, on Internet Archive, you can borrow books for an hour at a time for some reason. I don't really understand why, how it works. I suppose it does look like an estate to them, Julia, stuck in their tiny pasteboard houses on little shirt tails of land, forcing your holdings to go public. They take for granted everything's for sale. Proper evaluation will have to be made, of course, in terms of the prevailing market. That's what the water people said when they went into court and swore up and down that back in our trees was the only place they could possibly put up their pumping station, since no part of the estate involved has ever been offered publicly before. I heard hammering out there last night, Julia. I thought I heard the sound of a truck myself, or a tractor, the kind they knock down trees with. Would they do that? Even the water people come in knocking down our trees at night? They were there this morning. The water people? Why didn't you call me? No, the trees, Anne, the trees. I'm glad you saw them. I didn't really look. I can't say I did either, but I know that passing the kitchen window, I would have missed them if they'd been gone. Perhaps Mr. Cohen looked when he came in. The oaks, Mr. Cohen? And some locusts? It's the oaks, though, Anne, that really stand out. Before the advent of such a sale, you would, of course, receive adequate notice. What Mr. Cohen considers adequate, I can't even read them without a glass, Anne. Have you seen the latest one? I had it here just a moment ago. It's right here on the mantel, a picture of a castle. James's hand has never been easy, Mr. Cohen, and he tries to get so much on one postcard. And I'm talking about the local paper. Mr. Cohen means these legal notices. They took off in the back in type so small that no one can read it, in language no one can understand. In fact, if he has a moment now, he might be willing to translate something. But Julia, he's just broken his glasses. Here it is, yes, this second column here, Mr. Cohen. No, right down here. It looks to me like they're up to something with the old Lemp home. Do they have a picture of it there? It was always the most grandest in town, house in town, and when we were just girls, Mr. Cohen. This is simply a legal notice, Anne. They don't print pictures in a legal notice. Can you see through the breakage, Mr. Cohen? I do believe that was 5 pages. Yeah. Are they like vampires or something? Are they some kind of like immortal demons? What's going on here? It seems like they're draining this man's life force. That or he's just intensely nervous about the situation. This whole scene is very strange. It does a great job of creating this odd sense of tension where these two women, who I assume are quite old, but it's hard to tell. Like just the lack of setting, like the lack of detailing anything other than the dialogue and what is happening, you know. Hire out with another $2. All right. It's a shame that Mr. Cohen can't see it. A white Victorian with a tower and a porte cochere along one side, and those copper beeches on the lawn. When Julia and I were girls, Mr. Cohen, we used to imagine living there. We dreamt that some great stoke of fortune would... So far as I can make out here, Miss Bast, this is simply a petition for a zoning change to turn the place into a nursing home. Old Mrs. Lemp never was well, of course, was she? It's her son we mentioned earlier, Mr. Cohen, the attorney you should be talking all this up with. But Julia, someone should warn Mr. Cohen when he says the law has no interest in justice. Ladies, I seem to be having difficulty making myself clear, but I assure you, he made himself quite clear, didn't he, Julia? But I think he should be forewarned. If Mr. Lemp took no interest in justice, father would never have chosen him. Even James holds him in high regard, and James can be most critical. Yes, and Thomas, Julia, after all, he had Mr. Lemp begin the suit against that dreadful little man who started that musical instrument company and stole every idea Thomas had. They're not instruments at all, Mr. Cohen. The Jubilee Musical Instrument Company is what he calls it, but all they make are machines that play tunes. In that lawsuit, Anne, I think it was really James's idea. He was someone James held in great contempt. He had something to do with that awful family, that politician out west somewhere whose family owned stock in the little company Thomas took on there. May even be some there in the drawer when he was looking for sheep's intestines to... We needn't go into that right now, Anne, if Mr. Cohen has no more questions. But ladies, this newspaper here, I understood it was the local paper. Well, of course it is. It comes every week. It's the only way we keep up with things. But I just noticed it's from a town in Indiana. I'm afraid when you said local, I thought your attorney, Mr. Lemp, is in Indiana. Did you think he would be in Timbuktu? No, I simply meant that a nearby lawyer who might be more familiar with local situations. He's quite familiar with them, thank you, Mr. Cohen. I wrote him last week about this bingo parlor, Anne. But I meant to go back to your nephew, ladies, some clue possibly regarding his age, just on your income taxes, for instance. Do you recall listing him as a deduction? You talk about adequate notice, Mr. Cohen. This went right up under our noses. The holy name of something or other, they play there every Wednesday night and park their cars right up in our hedge. Yes, I see, yes, because if he is, that would indicate he is still a minor, though. I trust he is not disabled. We'd better be thankful to still have the hedge. It deadens the noise from the road, James says. You might tell Mr. Cohen about those two women who came pounding on the door last week, staring in through these living room windows. They thought it would make a nice teen center. I see, yes. You see, your nephew, ladies, your nephew Edward, in the event he is still a minor, looking in from the road, they said it looked empty. Just what were they looking in from down the road? What were they doing looking in from the road? To protect his interests as well as your own, recalling Ignazzi versus Rowland, where the infant sought to recover his car and disaffirm the repair contract, the infant lost out in the case, ladies. The defense of infancy in this case, ladies. In this case, the court refused to permit it, using infancy as a word instead of a shield. There, I heard something. Don't I hear him now? Your nephew coming downstairs at last. Edward? Hammering. Yes, it couldn't be Edward. He left long ago, didn't he, Anne? I think I heard him leave when I was sewing that button on. He has class today, you know, Mr. Cohen, at the Jewish temple, rehearsing Wagner. He's left? You mean, while I've been waiting, you just let him go? I don't understand. We don't interfere with his comings and goings, but don't think we haven't wondered ourselves why he wants to teach at the Jewish temple. And what's gotten into them doing Wagner? That table, Mr. Cohen, do be careful. You're not leaving us? Yes, leaving. Leaving this waiver for him, for you, somebody to sign, and his birth certificate. Here is his card. If you'll give it to me, if you'll give him my card, Miss Bast, and urge him to get in touch with me so I won't have to inconvenience you further. Our counterfeit quarter, Julia. We wanted to show it to Mr. Cohen. It was such a crude job, Mr. Cohen, the copper showing right through at the edges, and one of our own tradesmen passed it on to us. Can you see it? There on the mantel. I don't think you can see a thing, Anne, but it wasn't on the mantel this morning. That's how far we are so far. Laputia with $5. How much for the next chapter, Trixie? I assume you mean of Manhunt. I thought you went to bed. Let's see.
What exactly is happening in this book right now?
The one I'm reading, the JR book, I have no fucking idea. This guy is trying to tell these two ladies that I think he's trying to tell them that their son may or may not, or their nephew may or may not be the inheritor of this massive fortune. But it all depends on whether he's like of age or not. And they're just trying to like fuck with the guy and distract him and keep him away from the kid so that he can get away with whatever he's trying to do, I assume. It's just an unimaginable level of caginess, basically. You can't sleep.
It reminds me of that one Atlanta episode.
Which one?
The free piano episode.
Oh.
Where Darius goes to get a free piano.
Oh, this chapter is way longer. Okay, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. It is 16 pages. It's 16 whole pages, Laputia. So we can do this. I'll start it off. You already gave 5, but it's a long one, so it's going to take a minute. And Jeff with Ron 10 said, when is the next stream where you watch stuff for dollars? We can just do that too. Yeah, I don't really mind. So, yeah, I guess that wasn't a request in and of itself. So let's read this chapter. 16 pages. Bowstring, chapter 7. They woke early the next morning and ate smoked fish and hard acorn bread, which tasted like shit, from the stranger's camp, as the fingers of pale sunlight coming through the moth-eaten drapes crept across the carpet. Afterward, Fran repacked the duffel, kneeling in front of it to rearrange its contents. Beth tried not to look at the smooth, tanned skin between the other woman's shorts and t-shirt. She tried not to think about the freckles on Fran's back or the fine corn silk hairs at the nape of her neck. You make me feel so delicate. She ran her thumb absently over the blood-stained gauze taped to her cheek. The cut still hurt, but it no longer throbbed, and the ridge of scabbed-over flesh beneath was only warm to the touch, not burning with infectious fever. She always scarred like that, as though her body had known ahead of time that it was going to be torn open, as though it were prepared for mutilation. The scar at the corner of her mouth pulling her face into a sardonic leer. The deep cut across the bridge of her nose, still scabby but stiffening fast under its soiled band-aid, and of course the checkerboard razor cuts on her upper thighs that once upon a time had brought her so much hell. You think Bay Path's gonna give that scholarship to a head case? A dish broken against the wall, a red smear of spaghetti sauce on the yellowing wallpaper, like blood. You're throwing your fucking life away! They had, in the end, given the head case that scholarship, and they hadn't pulled it until sophomore year when everything came out. Her, namely, but also her thing with the coach. She could still remember how gently he'd touched her, the glistening trails of his tears down his wind-burned cheeks. She put the thought from her mind and cleared her throat, glancing over to where Fran was still rifling through the duffel. "Oh, bellhop," she drawled. "How's it going with those bags?" The crack of a gunshot cut Fran's answer short. The other girl's eyes widened. That's a rifle, Beth thought as she scrambled for her bow, propped against the near arm of the rotting sofa. It's not far, half a mile. She hefted it. She saw the frayed fibers bristling from the string near its lower V-hook. She thought of the mice she'd heard in the night, of their sharp little teeth at work on the waxed string while she slept just a few yards away. Her thoughts raced as she buckled on her quiver. The screaming started before the gunshot's echoes faded. High and cold and somehow unmistakably randy, like a pack of Tex Avery cartoon wolves bugging their eyes out and stamping their feet. "Fran," said Beth, backing away from the windows, the doors, the rotten membrane of the outer wall that seemed all of a sudden so pitifully fragile. Her mouth was dry. It was hard to talk above a whisper. "Fran, I need you to help me restring the bow. Now. We need to do it now." Fran stared up at her, uncomprehending. The screaming grew louder, closer. Beth stood the bow upright, forcing herself to breathe. "You don't have time to freak out. You have to restring this fucking thing. You have to restring it before the men are here." "The socket wrench." Fran's mouth hung open. "What? This is not the fucking time to make a point about how femme you are," Beth snarled, squatting in front of the staircase with the bow standing on end between her thighs. "Get me the socket wrench from the duffel's front pocket, then get the spare string and wax it now." Fran bent over, shoulders hunched, and fished through the duffel for what felt like half an hour before passing Beth on the wrench. Beth loosened the bow's limb bolts one at a time. The bow's limb bolts one at a time. First the lower, then the upper. She tried not to think about what would happen if the arm snapped straight. 300 foot-pounds of force per inch, give or take. It would be like getting slapped by a grizzly bear. She'd be lucky if it only broke her collarbone or an arm. Maybe it'll kill me, she thought, fitting the wrench's head to the upper bolt again. Her palms were sweaty. She's paused to wipe them on her shirt one by one. Then I'd have nothing to worry about. So I can't help but notice that the word spaghetti showed up merely a page before the phrase "her palms were sweaty." I'm just saying. I think a certain song might have worked its way into someone's head while they were writing this. The floor began to shake. The windows rattled. The screams were getting closer. Beth loosened the lower bolt by a second turn. Fran, sitting on the stairs, had found the polyethylene replacement string. She had one end pinned under her shoe, and she was rubbing a hunk of wax along its length, her breath coming in short, panicky gasps. Her cheeks were flushed, her brow glistening with sweat. Time seemed to pass in spastic flashes. Maybe they'll go straight for the gunshot, Beth thought, knowing they wouldn't. They'd smell girl funk and come right through the walls. She rose into a crouch, turned the bow parallel with the floor, and set her boot against the chewed and fraying string. That's good enough, she said to Fran, holding out her free hand as she slowly drew the bow to half extension, praying that the old string wouldn't snap. I need you to hook it. A low rumbling grunt came from the outside of the north windows. Something rubbed against the house like a bear scratching itself on a tree trunk and let loose a long, inquisitive whine. Fran squatted beside Beth, her eyes wide, following the sound as it rounded the corner and moved closer down the east wall. All at once, mice poured out from the rotten sofa, wriggling free of its fungus-covered cushions and disintegrating arms, scurrying from beneath its fetid skirts. Fran pressed her knuckles to her mouth to muffle her squeal of distaste as she picked her way across the seething floor. Beth pulled up, shoulders burning with the strain of the bow's arms bent inward, the cams squeaking. She spoke through gritted teeth, pitching her voice low. You see where the dud string is anchored down? Those arrowhead-shaped hooks attached to the cams? Fran, on her knees beside Beth, looked at what in her bewilderment, tears welling down in her big brown eyes. The what? I would give anything to slap you right now, just once, right across your perfect little face. The pulley wheels, you dumb bitch, Beth hissed, watching a punched shadow move across the gap between the east-facing windows' drapes. Another scream, this one close enough to rattle the windows. Beth's chest felt tight. Her arms and back ached with the strain of holding the bow at extension. Fran fumbled at the string, hooking one loop over the upper cam's teardrop, then the other to its mate. I got it. Double check. Fran's slender fingers slid up and down the length of the string. Her bitten nails probed at the teardrops. It's on tight, she said. What next? A crash, flesh thudding against rotten wood. Beth looked up, squinting in the gloom at the half of the front door visible through the hall off the living room and the mud room beyond it. Another crash. The door shook. Dust boiled through a band of light out in the hall. The next scream, when it came, was so close it nearly made her flinch. That's not going to hold, Fran whispered. Detach the old string, said Beth, speaking through her gritted teeth. Her traps were on fire, her lats trembling. I can't get it, Fran whimpered, scrabbling at the dud string where it looped over the teardrop's hook. It's too tight. The door shook again. There was a dirty groan of metal tearing free of wood. Beth sucked her breath in and hauled back on the bow, not looking at the string trapped underneath her feet, not thinking about the hundreds of foot-pounds of force that, if they broke the string, would whip back at them before they even knew they'd fucked up. Fran got the string off and flung it aside. She stood and held the socket wrench out to Beth, but her face was the color of milk, her eyes fixed on the trembling door and the splintered trim around its lowest hinge. Beth lowered the bow back to resting and rolled her shoulders, wincing at the hot ache of torn muscles. She took the wrench and sagged onto the second step of the carpeted staircase. It's not going to hold, Fran repeated. There's an attic, said Beth, tightening the bow's upper bolt. I saw it when we came up the driveway. Go find the door. She dropped the wrench as Fran scampered up the stairs. She forced herself not to dive after it, not to drop the bow and risk torquing one of the cams. She took a breath and bent down to retrieve it. The metal felt good against her sweating palm, cool and solid, reassuring in its weight. It felt like she must feel to Fran when they fucked, big, heavy, and threatening. She tightened the lower bolt, then returned to the upper. A rhythmic impact shook the door. A framed picture made illegible by mold fell from one of the entertainment center's cubbyholes and broke with a bright tingle on the floor. Muted thumps and braying from the far side of the house, the front door splintering, claws scrabbling in the gap where the uppermost hinge had pulled loose. Fran's footsteps flew up the stairs. The mice had vanished. Beth rose, letting the socket wrench slip from her fingers, and drew an arrow from the quiver at her hip. The door fell inward with a thunderous crash, men boiling in through the gap, clawing and biting to fight their way past one another. Beth loosed and broke for the stairs without seeing which one of them she'd hit. She could hear him screaming. Glass shattered somewhere. Your nerve is going. The stairway was solid, the hardwood cracked and splintering, but not yet spongy with dry rot. She took the steps two at a time. Something crashed against the wall on the landing below, grunting, hissing, pictures of a long-dead family blurred by grime and dust, smiling, Disney World, graduation, cap and gown the color of blood. At the top of the stairs, Fran leaping wildly for a pull chain hanging from the water-spotted ceiling, her face a mask of desperate misery. Beth barreled past her at a run. She jumped and caught the ring at the end of the chain, yanking it down with her in a shower of dust, dead flies, and mouse turds. The ladder unfolded with a scream of rusted hinges. Her boots hit the floor and she staggered, banging her shoulder hard against the mold-spotted wall. Go, she yelled at Fran. A crash echoed up the stairwell from the landing below. Flimey tea kettle hissing. Fran went up the ladder quickly, shaking loose a fresh shower of dust and mold. Beth slung over her bow over one shoulder and followed, her nose halfway up Fran's asshole. Screams behind them. Up into the dusty gloom of the attic, the roof slanted over rotting cardboard boxes, spilling panicked mice out of their nests. Something furry scampering over her arm, sharp claws scratching her bicep, and then the crash as a man struck the ladder headlong. Dry, brittle wood broke. A hinge pulled free off the ceiling with a rusty shriek, and Beth dropped, her stomach lurching, and caught herself on her elbows on either side of the trap door, legs kicking at empty air, a humid breeze washing over her bare midriff as her hoodie rode up. Straining to push herself up into the attic, away from the snarling, snapping things below. A low moan of black terror bubbling up from somewhere deep inside her as something grazed her ankle. Fran scrambled to her, grabbed her by the wrists, and pulled, sneakers skidding over the dusty floorboards. Please don't let me fall, Beth begged in silence. Please don't let it end like this. Something seized her right calf. An awful weight pulled down on her, and there was a bright, sharp pain that went on, and then she was on her back and sneezing in the billowing dust, and Fran was a few yards away, breaking in one of the dormer windows with her elbow and kicking the glass out onto the roof. Beth sat up, the attic swimming around her, and looked at the back of her leg. 4 long red furrows ran from just below her knee to just above her ankle. Blood soaked the top of her athletic sock. She swayed where she sat. She imagined falling back into the hall below, being torn apart, half-conscious, fought over like a chew toy slathered in meat juice. A man burst up through the trapdoor, howling and clawing at the floorboards as he struggled to pull himself into the attic. He had her blood on his hands. She lurched into a crouch, the roof too low to stand upright, and one hand drifted to her quiver by reflex to count the arrows. 8. She backed toward Fran, who was shouting something, half in and half out of the dormer. Glass crunched under her boots. No time to aim in here, not even room to stand. Her injured leg felt like someone else's limb, a glitchy afterthought fizzling in and out of communication with the rest of her body. I'm not going to die. I'm not going to die. Out onto the roof in the hot, sticky morning air, Fran pulling her arm over her shoulders, the beams creaked under their weight as they retreated back along the steep incline. A massive, messy bird's nest eclipsed what remained of the house's chimney. Loose shingles, soft and tacky underfoot. The overgrown lawn below, sumac and fiddleheads, dandelions and clover, fat bees zigzagging through the air. The drop. A few men raced through the underbrush below on all fours, heading for the gunshot source like chimps on the warpath, shoulders hunched and heads low, chins against their chests. Another shot echoed. No wind stirred the trees, which were encroaching on the house's lot and on the rest of the development, built just off the highway on a sunny hillside. This one sounded closer. She must have misjudged the distance. Please, she thought, extricating herself from Fran and unslinging her bow as the other woman drew her knife. Don't let it be the fucking turfs. The first man prowled out through the dormer, bellowing a challenge, the raw corners of his mouth dripping nameless dark fluid. Beth put the shaft through his neck. His own momentum carried him off the roof in a kind of lazy somersault. He landed with a sickening crack. Below, the frenzied and immediate sound of feeding. Beth took sharp, shallow breaths, trying to block out the pain in her legs as she knocked another arrow. 7. Gunshot. The flat crack echoed off the hillside. Beth glanced in the direction of the sound. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw a tall pine swaying. Men in the lower branches, someone higher up. The shooter. Another man came through the dormer, and she put it from her mind. This one was thin, almost starved-looking, with a thick mane of black hair swept back from his brow and running down his spine. When he screamed, she put her arrow in his mouth. The head burst out the back of his. He fell, more chum in the water. 6. The next one came out fast and low. She missed her shot, the shaft zipping away into the woods on the far side of the house. 5. She knocked another as he caught himself just short of the roof's edge, claws skittering over the shingles and sprang at her like a mountain lion. She put the arrow through his heart. He hit the roof and rolled before the shaft caught in the gutter, and he jolted to a halt, one arm swinging loose in empty air. 4. A big one, shoulders so broad he brought part of the window frame with him. The first arrow didn't even slow him down. 3. Fingers bloody on the string because she hadn't had time to find her glove. From the tree line, the pop, pop, pop of something smaller, a handgun maybe, as she loosed again. Through his eye, 2. He slid boneless down the incline, loose shingles going with him. Somebody's daddy, probably. Pop, pop. She fumbled another arrow to the string. Her leg felt as though it had been dipped in molten metal. Her boot, half full of blood, squished when she shifted her stance. The air was thick with swarming gnats and black flies, so tiny they were only visible as moving motes, dead pixels blinking in and out of being. She imagined she could feel them in her wounds. Her scars ached. Her breath came in ragged, heavy gasps. She tried not to look at the feeding frenzy below, where 5 or 6 men were tearing down their own dead apart, choking down huge gobbets of bloody meat and fighting over the soft tissues of the face and belly. There's someone in that tree, Fran hissed. Oh my God, Beth, she's right at the top shooting, like down through the branches. They're climbing after her. Beth ignored her. A man had appeared in the dormer, half hidden by hanging panels of wet insulation. His beady black eyes were narrowed. He hesitated on the threshold, something dripping from his scabby chin. Come on, whispered Beth. Come on, you stupid fucker, you leg-humping, crotch-sniffing. He stuck his neck out to scent the air. She got him. She did it perfectly, a shot that would have put her on the Olympic team if countries, professional sports, intercontinental travel, and ranked competitions still existed. A smile broke across her face as she watched him lurch up onto 2 feet, claws swiping at nothing. His eyes rolled up to show their whites, and he tumbled off the roof and landed on his head with a sound like a green branch breaking. Fran was shouting something about the woman in the tree. Beth reached for the last arrow in the quiver, fingers shaking. 1. She didn't see the other man until he was on top of her. He must have come over the ridge of the roof, come out another window, or climbed the trellis she hadn't noticed. Something. His eyes were the yellow of old teeth, and he smelled like rancid cum and expired deli meat, and he slammed into Beth at a dead sprint. They went off the roof together, the bow lost, Fran's scream chasing them for the single nauseous, heart-stopping breath before they hit dirt. No air, men screaming, knife, yanking it free of its sheath with sticky fingers, stabbing fast and desperate at his breast and neck, like top surgery, she thought, and a braying, phlegmy laugh burst from her mouth along with a bubble of blood. She was on her back. There were bodies all around her, and warm, dead flesh beneath her. One of the men she'd shot must have broken her fall. The one on top of her had his hand over her face. His claws found her bandaged cheek, pushed under it, and into the half-healed fissure of the scar left by the crossbow bolt. She moaned. His blood dripped hot onto her tits, her throat, her mouth. He shuddered, caustic bile drooling down his chin, and she jerked her knife out of his neck and squirmed out from under his convulsing bulk. She could hear Fran screaming, no, 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 like a scratched record speeding up. Claws tore at her hoodie. She got up into a crouch, and her bad leg gave out the second she put weight on it. Then they were on her, slaving and pawing, sniffing at her crotch. Exhaustion broke over her in a towering black wave. Her chin in the dirt, her body crushed under the weight of the snarling men. She watched a small brown mantis pick its way along a blade of grass. Clawed fingers slid through her hair and pressed down, forcing her face into the wet earth. Her arm and the knife were trapped beneath her body. She thought that if she could just find a way to keep the mantis in her field of vision, she might slip out of herself, dissociate completely from the hard cock, barbed like a cat's, scratching at her inner thighs, from the clawed hands tearing at the seat of her shorts, and the frantic, stupid flash of embarrassment that she hadn't shaved her legs in months. But she couldn't see it. She thought instead of the little cop car, a black and white Crown Vic that she'd slipped into her pocket while Brian Finnerty cried, bloody-mouthed and red in the face, in the waiting room of Manchester Family Dental. She'd taken her beating gladly when she got home, knowing the whole time that it was coming, that her mother might not care about a little boy's split lip, but that she'd surely care about the embarrassment of it, the exquisitely white trash stench of pulling your child off someone else's. Maybe she was still taking that beating. Maybe the nails digging into her scalp and shoulder were still Roxanne Crick's. Maybe the agony in the cleft of her ass and the treacherous stiffening of her prick were happening 20 years ago in their house on 2nd Street. She still had the little die-cast car. It was on a shelf in Indy's guest room. It was hidden under a loose floorboard by the bed she shared with her little brother David. There was a flat, hard crack, like someone slapping bare flesh with an open palm, and the man atop her spasmed. Hot fluid coated Beth's thighs and taint as the man tore free of her, the barbs of his penis ripping her open inside with a pain so hot and clean and overwhelming she could hardly feel it, even as her anus clenched in terrified retentive reflex. He let go of her scalp and fell across her legs, thrashing and screaming. One of the others scrambled over her, a shriek boiling up from deep within his chest, his weight forcing the air out of her lungs in a great wheezing exhalation. Another followed. Claws scored her back just above her ass. She heard herself scream, crack. The man lying across her legs had fallen still. She crawled away from him, dragging her injured leg, elbows digging into the soft ground. She saw the mantis flying, translucent wings thrumming, and the gnats and butter hoppers rising from the undergrowth around her. A dead man lay not far off, a little dribble of blood, bone, and brain laid out beside his head. 2 more were screaming from atop the carcass of the big one she'd shot. They'd already eaten most of his face. His thighs were pockmarked with bloody bites. Crack. One went stumbling back and hit the wall of the abandoned house. An eerily human expression of shock painted across his smeared and twisted features. Deep fissures in his lips wept some kind of lymphatic fluid, clear and thin. Crack. He fell with a thumbprint hole in his breast. The other broke and ran, bolting like a roach into the brush. Ferns and wild brambles swallowed him. There was a thump, a grunt, and then Fran was next to her, helping her sit up, asking if she was okay, but that was all a long, long way away. Beth leaned into Fran's shoulder, inhaling the sweat and skin smell of the hollow of her neck, and closed her eyes. I hope I die, she thought, as she slipped slowly into the black oil of unconsciousness. I hope I don't have to wake up to this again. I hope I never have to see any of it. Please.
Hello.
Hello. Feeling something about this incredibly bleak story I'm reading here. Still got a couple pages left of this chapter. That was like half of it. All right.
Do you have anything else after this?
No, not yet.
Okay. What if we went for a walk on the beach?
We could do that. I will end this stream after this chapter, so nobody send any more recommendations. We're going to go walk on the beach.
But do send money.
But do send money just because, I guess. This is still going to be like another 10 minutes of reading.
Oh boy.
Robbie skinned his elbows coming down the tree, though he wasn't quite sure when or how. His flannel should have stopped it, but it was hot out and he'd rolled the sleeves up. The raw skin stung where his sweat touched it.
How is he not?
Trans man.
Okay.
He ran across the overgrown field, rifle slung across his back, briars tearing at his clothes. He crashed through reed-thin saplings and ferns that grew waist-high in the wet, enveloping heat. The air was thick with flies. He told himself again he hadn't shot her, that he hadn't misjudged it. They were on her. He burst out onto the open lawn, grass swiveling around his knees, and slowed, panting. The girl, she looked a little older than him, late 20s or 30s, big and broad-shouldered with half an ear missing and scars crisscrossing her still oddly innocent and childish face, lay unconscious or dead in her friend's arms. The men he'd shot were all around them. Jesus, he thought, anxiety digging its fingers into his stomach as he came close enough to see her pallor and the ugly gashes on the back of her right calf. Don't let her be dead. The other woman saw him. Her eyes widened with disbelief before the "oh right" trans men switch flipped, and she collected herself. She was pretty, petite, his grandfather would have called her, with ever so slightly crooked teeth, the front two overlapping, and freckles on her shoulders and across the bridge of her long nose. Dark hair fell pinned straight to her shoulders. Is she all right? He asked, not knowing what else to say. By the way, I had been confused about this because I had thought Fran was not skinny at first when reading this, but I remember that Gretchen Felker Martin said that Fran would be played by Hunter Schafer in an adaptation of this. So I just am now imagining Hunter Schafer as Fran. There's a duffel bag in the living room. It has my first aid stuff. I need to keep pressure on her leg. Can you get it? Robbie looked down at the blood welling between her fingers from the unconscious girl's calf. He took off, rounding the corner of the house to where a man lay dead in the ruined front doorway, an arrow buried in his face just under his nose. The living room was trashed, furniture broken, rotten carpet ripped up by the claws of running men. He found the duffel bag by the wreckage of a moldering, overstuffed couch. One of his own jars of canned mushrooms stared up at him from between the zipper's parted teeth. Are you kidding me? He ran back, trying not to let the cosmic irony of rescuing the idiots who'd robbed his campsite get to him, and dropped the bag beside the brunette. She snatched out a scrap of cloth, sniffed it, and then doused it in hydrogen peroxide from a half-liter bottle and set to cleaning the other girl's wounds. She started with the leg. Robbie squatted beside her to watch. She had steady hands and strong, slender fingers. Get a t-shirt out of the bag, she said, not looking up from her work. She swabbed each cut with business-like efficiency, bending low to inspect her work before setting the girl's leg across her lap and twisting at the waist to fish for something in the duffel. Robbie stared at the thing she drew out, a surgical stapler, a white plastic rectangle with a fat handle and adjustable jaws. The girl pinched the sides of one of the gashes on her friend's calf and positioned the stapler's teeth. He felt the world start to close in. His mouth was dry, his heart hammered. Shirt, she repeated, now. He shook himself and found a grimy shirt in the duffel, which was weighted down with unwashed clothes and layers of old newspapers over what smelled like dry ice. He sat down to work in silence, his back turned. At regular intervals, the ka-thunk of the stapler raised the hair on the back of his neck. Black flies crawled over him. He wondered when he'd gotten so used to being covered in insects. The t-shirt, half rotten with years of soaked-in sweat, tore easily. Sorry, he still felt a little faint. I'm not great with open wounds, surgery, that kind of thing. He sounded ridiculous, he thought, his voice hoarse and high and creaky. Sometimes he muttered to himself just to think out loud, but other than that, he hadn't spoken to another living person since last February when he'd gone through Worcester and stopped to trade for a real winter coat. So don't look. Ka-chunk. He laid the strips of cloth over his thighs, checking them against one another. The seams around the sleeves were giving him some trouble. He pulled harder. I had no idea anyone was around. I was just trying to clear them out, the men. The seam parted with a satisfying pop, pop, pop of stitches ripping. I'm sorry you got caught in the middle of it. There was a long silence except for the stapler's action and the buzz of flies in the morning air. They were swarming over the dead bodies. Birds, too. Crows on the eaves of the house and in the branches of the nearby trees. Turkey vultures sketching lazy circles in the air, their ragged shadows drifting over the long grass. By tonight, the wild dogs and coyotes would be at the bodies, or other men would. I'm Fran. Robbie. I need to move her once I'm done. She held her hand out, and he passed her the strips he'd torn, glancing at the injured girl out of the corner of his eye. She looked bad, her skin waxy, her eyes sunken. Fran wrapped her leg quickly, pausing every now and then to wipe away fresh blood that had welled out of her stapled cuts. We have a friend in Seabrook we can stay with. If we rig a stretcher, we should be able to make it by tomorrow morning. Will you help me get her there? He thought of Midge, and the gun, and the house in Durham, and the sound of the key and the rusted padlock on the basement door. Other people aren't safe. He thought of his sleeping bag, of the paralyzing loneliness of a silent orgasm alone in the dark. They stole from you. He thought of the men coming up his tree, poorly chosen, limbs too near the ground, and firing down at them beneath his feet, wondering if he'd picked a bad one on purpose. You saved them. Now you walk away. He looked the girl in the eyes. Okay. Beth dreamed that she was running from someone. He was hard to make out, an amorphous form of hot black flame and grinning teeth, skin and clothing nebulously interchangeable. His silhouette eddied like a burning candle in a breeze. He giggled, a falsetto titter that echoed from the kitchen walls. The house on 2nd Street, nicotine-yellowed wallpaper and black mold creeping along where the ceiling met the walls. Her every step was tortuously slow, as though she were running through a thick gelatin or knee-deep water. She felt weak. Her joints ached with a hot, sticky pain. She slipped on the peeling linoleum and fell, pitching slowly to the floor. Tiny figures watched her from the shadows underneath the kitchen table and the crack in the cupboard under the sink. Their eyes were bright as jewels. The burning thing came closer, the sick heat of him washing over her. She couldn't get up. Her arms were like dry sticks, her shoulders limp and nerveless. I don't want it. The little hidden creatures shook their heads and waved their hands. The thing approached, and she saw with horrified fascination that the flames of his body formed a pair of new black wingtips polished to a high sheen. That was worse than anything somehow, the way the leather creaked with every step he took, the billowing, crackling hell of him rising from those shoes. He lay down on the floor beside her, hands clasped against his breast, teeth shining sharp and crowded. His body mirrored hers precisely. The toes of his wingtips nearly brushed her feet. Please don't touch me. He squirmed closer. The heat of him blew over her, harsh and dry, raising blisters on her lips, reddening her skin. She tried to scream, but her chest was tight, her throat constricted. Only a faint croak emerged. Her hands twitched limp and boneless at the ends of her trembling arms. She tried to sob, but no tears came. He reached out and took her face in his flickering hands. His fingers seared her cheeks, melting her scars, opening red fissures in her flesh. He kissed her, white tongue sliding over her teeth, the sting of lemon on an open cut. It felt so good. He wrapped himself around her, sliding an arm under her waist and another over her side, pulling her flush against him, his legs sliding between hers, his thigh pressing hard against her stiffening cock. Tears of molten fat ran down her cheeks. The little things in the dark under the cabinets withdrew into the shadows, covering their eyes. Beth's hand scrabbled of its own volition down between her legs, pulling itself spider-like along the ravine formed by their twining bodies. The flesh of her thighs and pubis was wet and sticky to the touch. Beads of thick fluid welled up from her pores, and she knew without looking that the same substance was dribbling from her cock. Heat built at the root of Beth's sex, a raw red murmur growing louder by the moment. Get your tongue out of me. Her fingers crept lower, her arms still dead and limp, dragging behind her hand like a severed umbilical cord. Please, please, no, no. She dug her fingers hard into the soft skin of her pubic mound, into the short wheat-colored curls that grew there, and the gummy flesh of her scrotum. The head of her penis split open against her palm, and between its weeping lips. It was near dark. She lay on her back under a spreading tree, her head propped up on something soft, and every breath she took felt as though it put a fresh crack in her ribs. Her thoughts were slow and sticky, clinging to each other like hard candies in a jar left in the sun. Not far off, Fran sat on a rock, knocking dirt and pebbles out of her ratty sneakers. A trans guy stood beside her, short and slim with a shaggy mullet under his sun-faded Red Sox cap. He had a faint mustache and a deep tan, or else maybe he was black or kind of black or whatever. Little crow's feet branched from the corners of his dark eyes. He and Fran were talking in low voices. Beth wet her dry, cracked lips. Oh, shit, she croaked, the taste of blood thick at the back of her throat. It's the last man on earth. How's it hanging, pal? They both turned toward her. The stranger looked caught between amusement and annoyance. Fran just looked tired. You're awake, she offered a watery smile. How do you feel? Bodies on top of her, fingers in her hair. Beth's asshole hurt like someone had bitten a chunk out of it, and for a moment her throat closed and tears welled in her eyes. Shitty, she choked out. I'm sorry, Fran. I'm sorry I fell. She sobbed suddenly and then bit back a cry as the convulsion of her diaphragm sent shooting pains through cracked and bruised ribs. Her right leg felt like a bag of meat and needles. I didn't mean to. Fran came to kneel beside her. She took Beth's hand in hers. Beth squeezed her eyes tight shut so that she wouldn't see the awful look of pity on Fran's face. It's not your fault. Beth whimpered and wished at once that she could put that silly nasal sound back in her throat. Robbie saved us. He picked them right off of you. Fran squeezed her hand. And hey, I got a bunch of disgusting, smelly balls from the men he killed. We're way up on the hunt. I saved you, you cunt. She bit the inside of her cheek until it hurt before she trusted herself to meet Fran's eyes again. The first stars glittering through the branches of the tree. The moon was waning. I'm sorry, she said flatly. I just feel like garbage. Try to get some sleep, said Fran, her hand slipping from Beth's as she straightened up from her squat. We'll get to Indy's tomorrow morning. You can rest there for a while, unless you're feeling better. You need antibiotics and shit, I think. Beth looked past Fran to where Robbie stood with his hands in the pockets of his old fatigues, silhouetted by the setting sun's last light, a faceless clot of boy-shaped darkness. Thanks, Fran. Beth drifted in and out of sleep that night, the staples in her leg waking her every time she neared unconsciousness. She found the urge to scratch the scabby, inflamed wound. Fought the urge to scratch the scabby, inflamed wound. Moonlight swept in a rough time lapse over the long grass. No road. Smell of salt in the air. Not far away, the folded stretcher they must have used to carry her. Sticks and dirty clothes. Beyond that was Robbie's bedroll and Fran's at the edge of the tree's shadow. Beth could see her bony ankles and her long, pale toes. A stretch of almost sleep, and Fran's legs were gone. The moonlight had jumped to the edge of Robbie's pallet. Am I dreaming? In the silver light, she saw Fran's hand uncurl at the bedroll's edge. Robbie laced his fingers through hers. One of them sighed, the sound of it soft and gentle in the stillness. Their joined silhouette undulated against the deeper darkness of the woods, two nymph-like figures twining, clutching at each other. Near silent moans stifled against flesh, the wet sucking glide of fingers into holes, everything fitting like it was meant to. I will never look that right with another person. She thought of the man grunting atop her. That was the only way she would be touched. That was what the end of the world had in store for her. They would tear and claw and thrust at her until she was nothing but a drooling hole, and then, when they figured out she couldn't knock her up, they would eat her alive, starting with her belly. She closed her eyes and listened to the sound of fucking. Jesus Christ.
Wrong book.
Oh my God. That is dark. Ugh! Okay. This chapter makes me think Gretchen has watched Belladonna of Sadness. I know for a fact she has, because she does the Deadlights Theater, which is basically where every weekend she streams movies to her patrons. And I'm almost certain that I've seen her post about her posting about watching that. So yes, I am certain she has seen the Belladonna of Sadness. They just did The Handmaiden the other night. So yeah, this is it's a thing. It's a whole thing. Okay. Not the kind of read for when you're feeling depressed. I mean, I guess it depends. Depends on how you take depression. Some people feel like reading something much worse than what they're going through is helpful, you know? Personally, I knew this story was going to be really, really fucked, which is why I've been afraid to read it, you know? So getting paid to read it is probably the only way I actually will. Because I know it's going to get even worse, right? We're not even past part 1 of 3. It can only get much worse. Yeah. But, you know. if you want to read a pick me up, maybe it's a good pick me up story.
Man's Search for Meaning.
Man's Search for Meaning.
It's a book about finding meaning through life by being in the Holocaust.
I need a trans pick me up book. Can't be about being a man and searching for meaning. What about woman search for meaning? Let's before I end the stream, I have to play something less depressing, right? Something
You don't have to do that.
Okay. We're all gonna go to the beach.
Play The Pizza is Aggressive.
What the pizza is?
Look up The Pizza is Aggressive.
Okay.
It'll be like Jimmy Neutron.
Oh my god. Why is this happening? What in the name of God am I? It's number 2. This is the sequel. Jimmy Neutron Happy Family Power Hour 2. No, I don't. Well, I feel like you showed me this. I recognize this hideous Jimmy Neutron.
Hello, Jimmy. Hello, you. I am
Alright, I have
going to make a
headphones.
delicious dinner meal.
Jimmy, your mom is dead. Do an order of pizza for dinner.
Okay, Daddy. Hello, can I get a large pizza pie for the Nutron household?
Now it is time for father-son bonding. Bond with me, Jimmy.
No one's more about Delco. When the fourth round was...
Don't you call him? Here's your pizza. The pizza is aggressive.
Oh shit.
Just another day in the life of Jimmy Neutron.